This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
Good afternoon from Storm Team 12. We have a severe thunderstorm warning that's expiring at the top of the hour for Ness and Hodgman counties. The storm south and east of Ness City has a history of quarter-size hail. The storm has weakened. The storm west of La Crosse may have some dime to nickel-size hail. Also a warning out for southern Wichita County back in western Kansas. Storms continue to track to the east. We have complete coverage coming up at this weather alert day on Eyewitness News at 4.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Eyewitness News at 4. I'm Lily Wu.
I'm Alex Flippin. A tornado watch is in effect for the Wichita area until 11 o'clock tonight. We are issuing a Storm Team 12 weather alert day for the threat of severe weather.
Those threats include strong wind, hail, and tornadoes. We have Storm Team 12 coverage for you this afternoon. First, we start with Chief Meteorologist Ross Jansen, who's tracking the latest right now.
Alex and Lily, at the moment we've had some thunderstorms in western Kansas. Just expiring at the top of the hour is a warning for Ness and Hodgman counties. The storms west of La Crosse, east of Ness City, still capable of some hail, although it's probably dimes to maybe nickels at the largest. The storms continue to track to the east at roughly 30 to maybe 35 miles per the storm. West of La Crosse appears to be the strongest at the moment, but in the last 15 to 20 minutes we have noted a bit of a weakening trend there. In western Kansas, we've had a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Wichita County. These storms are just below a severe level right now. We're thinking hail up to the size of dimes or nickels with the storm north of Leota, also to the south of Leota, and the movement here continuing to be the east at around 40 miles per hour. There's some heavy rainfall just to the north of Tribune. And from north central Kansas, another area of the state that's in a tornado watch. We're carefully monitoring what the storms up here in south central Nebraska continue to show more of an east and northeasterly movement. We anticipate additional development, though, across north central Kansas. Now, the Wichita area, we're also noting this thin green line that's showing up out here across Reno County, back into Kingman County and Harper County. That's a dry line. So you've got very humid air east of it, dry air to the west of it, where those who glide sets the stage for at least a couple of thunderstorms that may develop in the next few hours. If something pops up in south central Kansas, the likelihood is certainly there that it will turn severe. Large hail, perhaps a tornado, not a guarantee that we'll see that sort of thing, but that's what we're monitoring for. And just a reminder about the tornado watch for north central Kansas till 9 o'clock tonight, but for most of central and south central Kansas, that goes until 11 o'clock this evening. And of course, our team of chasers out there right now standing by with what they're seeing. Let's kick it over to meteorologist Peyton Sanders.
Yeah, Ross, we have several of our chasers on our team out today. This is the view from Scott Roberts. He just left Wichita. This is north of town. Some clouds here on the right-hand side of your screen. Those are starting to bubble up along that dry line. They're not showing up on the radar just yet, but he is heading north from Wichita, watching for that potential for those thunderstorms to continue to blossom and become severe as we head on into the next couple of hours. We've got Ed O'Neill in western Kansas tonight. Justin Dean and Taylor Wright are also in south central Kansas. So if any of those storms do manage to develop along the dry line, we'll know pretty quickly. We'll continue to monitor their feeds and pass along any information from the field from our team of chasers as we move on through the rest of the evening hours.
All right, thanks very much, Peyton. And we also have meteorologist Cassie Wilson, who's out in Salina. Cassie, what are you seeing there in Salina?
Well, Ross, we are just outside of Salina along 135 heading west right now. And if I'm going to take our roof cam here so you can see what we're kind of watching. In the distance, you can see some of those clouds are building, but we do have better development as you head out to just to the north and the west of Salina. Of course, this is an area that you guys are monitoring closely, and we are watching as well for some of this activity. As you take a look here from our roof cam, you can see to the south, not as much activity going on right now, but this is definitely something we're going to continue to monitor. In terms of weather conditions here, we are watching for the heat. We're at 90 degrees in our mobile weather lab meter, so it is definitely warm. We've got some of that humidity rising, and we're going to continue to keep you posted here in north central Kansas. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Cassie. When severe weather hits, you can follow continuous weather coverage on our always-on weather channel 12.2 or Cox Cable 675 and streaming live at KWCH.com and on the KWCH and Storm Team 12 apps.
McConnell Air Force Base evacuated its fleet of aircraft this afternoon ahead of the severe weather threat. The aircraft are being evacuated as a precaution due to projected severe thunderstorms, strong winds, and of course that possibility of hail, according to the Air Force Base. The aircraft will return to McConnell when conditions return to normal.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And good Friday afternoon. We continue to track some thunderstorms that have already developed in western Kansas this afternoon, but we are currently warning free in Kansas. We did earlier have some thunderstorms producing some isolated hail, some gusty winds in the western part of the state. And those thunderstorms do continue at this hour. They're just not quite up to severe thresholds, but some locally heavy rainfall, maybe some small hail with this activity as it's pushing up toward the northeast here through Rush into Ellis counties. Hays, be prepared for some rain here momentarily. Quite a bit of lightning with this activity too. Farther west, near Highway 96, just north of Leota, we find another thunderstorm producing very heavy rainfall. This activity pushing more off in an easterly direction, and again, some pockets of some hail and some strong wind gusts, a possibility. In fact, we did get a report here well to the northwest of Leota at 4:02 of a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust. So severe winds would be up closer to 60. So 40 is certainly probably not going to cause any sort of significant damage. So that's some good news. Just some beneficial rains currently with the storms in western Kansas. We had some small hail there to the north of Goodland with this small little thunderstorm. This is pushing off in an easterly direction as well. We have got some more activity around Sharon Springs. So this is kind of the first area of Kansas that we're looking at for some thunderstorm activity. Farther east, there's going to be a chance coming in later this evening as well. We've got some more storms in south central Nebraska. But notice this, a tornado watch for northwest, north central Kansas goes until 9 p.m. And then through central and eastern Kansas, the tornado watch goes until 11. Still a possibility that we could be looking at some more storms developing in central and eastern Kansas over the next couple of hours. You'll see that here on Future Track. It's picking up on a couple isolated cells, generally near I-135. Probably not going to have a lot of storms through the early evening hours. About 1 or 2, maybe 3 storms that could pose a risk for severe weather. Meanwhile, that activity from western Kansas pushes up into the north central part of the state as the evening progresses. And then after dark, this is when we have high confidence that there's going to be a line of storms. Here's 10 o'clock right near the Kansas Turnpike. Could include the Wichita area as a cold front starts to sweep in, damaging wind gusts, maybe some pockets of some hail, a possibility with this storm activity as it begins to sweep off to the east. After about midnight, we think the storm threat's going to start to end. And then we look ahead to the weekend. This storm system is going to begin to push up to the north. We should start to quiet down as we head on into the start of the weekend. Temperatures tomorrow morning starting out in the 50s. It's going to be cooler tomorrow. 60s in northern Kansas with 70s in the southern half of the state. And the winds, they'll be quite gusty out of the northwest. Sustained speeds 20 to 30. Gusting a little bit higher than that as we head on throughout the day. So overnight low temperatures down into the 40s and 50s, again changing east through the overnight. 53 the low Wichita, 51 in Salina with 46 in Hays. Highs tomorrow a little bit cooler than today, 75 in Wichita, 70 in Great Bend with 64 in Goodland. A mix of sun and clouds, those winds gusting out of the northwest statewide throughout the daytime hours. On the 10-day forecast, 76 as we head on towards Sunday. So we're going to be dry through the weekend. A good chance for some soaking rainfall just about statewide as we head on toward Monday of the upcoming week. A severe weather threat looks low with that activity, and it's another chance for some more rain as we head on toward Wednesday and Thursday. An active stretch of weather as we move on toward the early to mid part of next week.
All right, Peyton, thank you. Well, we might.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
Welcome to the second half hour of Eyewitness News at 4. We're tracking severe weather moving through Kansas this afternoon.
We are issuing a Storm Team 12 weather alert day for the threat of that severe weather. A tornado watch for the Wichita area has already been issued that stretches into late tonight. We do have Storm Team 12 team coverage for this afternoon. We start with Chief Meteorologist Ross Jansen, who's tracking the latest.
Alex and Lily, at the moment, we don't have that many severe thunderstorms out there. We've had some storms earlier this afternoon producing some nickel to quarter-size hail. The first cluster of thunderstorms now moving through the Ellis County vicinity east of Hays. That thunderstorm not severe. We've got another one in extreme northern sections of Ness County stretching up into southern Trego County. Let's just see radar play through from the last hour, and most of this is moving to the northeast. There continues to be some hail with these storms, but at the present time, we believe it to be smaller than 1 inch in diameter. More locally heavy rainfall in northern Scott County, stretching back into Wichita County. If you're not familiar with Kansas counties, This is western Kansas that we're looking at. These storms earlier today did put down some larger hail to the north of Leota, but again, at the present time, we believe hail with these storms probably around dime size there to the north of Scott City. We also have a cluster of thunderstorms that's developing back into parts of northwest Kansas. Want to show you what's happening here north of Goodland, down toward the Sharon Springs area. Again, these are just developing in about the last 30 to 45 minutes, and most of this is moving to the east at around 30 to 45 miles per hour. Now we want to take you to central and south central Kansas, where again we're concentrating on this dry line that stretches across Harper County up to Kingman, now moving through the Hutchinson area. And in the last little while, we're starting to see some indications of a developing thunder shower now near McPherson. We don't know if that's going to storm or not, but we've been seeing some clouds developing on this dry line, and we think there's a possibility it could into a few isolated storms. We've also got a little shower that's developed in the southeast corner of Lincoln County. And of course, chasers are out there this afternoon, keeping an eye on what's developing and standing by with what they're seeing and where they're at right now. We'll kick it over to meteorologist Pete Sanders.
Yeah, Ross, a lot of our chasers are along I-135 waiting for storm development along that dry line feature. We've got Taylor Wright, Darren Brunin, Ed O'Neill's in western Kansas. Scott Roberts is out chasing storms today. Those are just a few of our chasers that are out monitoring conditions so far. Haven't seen a lot of storm activity along that dry line, but that's where a lot of our chasers are set up to see if those storms manage to develop and if they can strengthen. So we're keeping a close eye on their feeds because we are noticing that the cloud features are starting to rise. We're starting to see some thunderstorm clouds developing. We'll have to see if those can strengthen here as we head on into the course of the next couple of hours. So again, we have several chasers out in the field this afternoon. If something does manage to develop and become severe, we're going to know about it pretty quickly. We'll continue to monitor their information and pass it along as we head on throughout the rest of the evening hours. Ross?
And Peyton, just to keep an eye on what's going on in north central Kansas, another set of trained eyes out there. Meteorologist Cassie Wilson out in our Storm Team 12 mobile weather lab. Cassie, let us know where you're at and what you've seen on your drive up through Salina onto the north.
Ross, we passed through Salina and we are heading north, trying to find a thunderstorm that I think has popped a little bit here out in Ottawa County. So we just passed Minneapolis. We're on 81 heading north. I'm going to give you a look at the skies and kind of what I am watching here. So we're going to cut to that feed. So we're heading north and you can see that there's still a lot of blue sky in the distance, but I'm going to take you to our north and our west out towards the far northwest corner of Ottawa County, and I think this is where we are seeing one small thunderstorm starting to form. So I did see a lightning strike on my mobile radar, and there's a pretty good shot of what we're kind of watching in the distance. Now, storms are just in their beginning phases, so not a whole lot of activity that's going on right now, but I'm going to take you just to our north here, and I'm going to zoom in to the distance, and you can kind of see what kind of structures we're watching develop in the distance. If I can get a handle on this. I wasn't very good at video games growing up, but we're figuring out this joystick quickly. But we are watching some of these clouds develop, and of course storms are in the mix here. We're going to continue to keep you covered from our mobile weather lab. We're going to be in north central Kansas throughout the evening for you, watching where these storms develop, tracking as they move along. Back to you, Lee.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather update. Be prepared for severe thunderstorms. This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
All right, we do have active weather. A live look at radar right now. A tornado watch has been issued for a good chunk of the state. Just getting a warning in right now as well. The next few hours could get interesting as we move into the night.
Storm Team 12 has issued a weather alert for today. We also have a big team of meteorologists on hand for you to bring you all of the updates. Peyton Sanders is staying in contact with our storm chasers. Cassie Wilson is in our mobile weather lab. But first, let's get to Chief Meteorologist Ross Jansen with what's happening right now.
Well, Mike and Rachel, we just had a tornado warning issued for a very small sliver of Phillips County. This is well to the north of Phillipsburg, and you'll notice this outline here of the tornado. We've got a white outline to it, and that indicates that there has been confirmation of a tornado. We believe that to still be in south central Nebraska, and over the last hour, that storm mostly moving to the east, but starting to see a little bit of a southeasterly drift to it. So areas well to the northwest of Phillipsburg, right on the Kansas-Nebraska state line, should be watching that. Mostly out of our coverage area at the moment, but we'll continue to keep an eye on what's happening. That area got hit by a big thunderstorm last night. Want to show you from a statewide perspective. We've got scattered storms making their way through western Kansas. A couple of storms now getting going to the northeast of McPherson. Let's go to west central Kansas, where we find scattered thunderstorms northwest of Jetmore, west of Ness City. Most of these are developing and moving to the northeast. There's some small hail being reported with them. Locally heavy rainfall. The storm that's west of Hayes looks like it's got some small hail, probably up to the size of dimes there in southern Trigo County. Brief heavy downpours, some lightning. The rain is quite heavy right now to the south of Russell Springs. This is back in Logan County. All of this moving to the northeast. A thunderstorm northwest of Colby. Over the last hour, we continue to see that's making its way to the east. Not a severe thunderstorm there. Another look at that storm north of Phillipsburg. Now we go to south central Kansas, and this is a dry line right here from Hutchinson back across Kingman County into Harper County. The chance of severe weather happens to the east of that line, and that's what we've been monitoring very carefully. At the moment, we've got scattered storms now in northwestern Marion County, developing and moving to the northeast very rapidly, pushing up into the southwest corner of Dickinson County. Although not severe, the environment here across central and eastern Kansas continues to be very supportive of additional strengthening, and that's what we're waiting to see, if in fact that's going to happen here with those storms to the west of Tampa. Keeping an eye on the chaser feeds, we'll send it over to meteorologist Peyton Sanders.
Yeah, Ross, we have several of our Storm Team 12 storm chasers out in the field this afternoon, and as we're heading into the evening, Scott Roberts here just leaving the Wichita area. He's heading up toward the north. You can see some of the thunderclouds in the distance. Watching for the potential for some storms developing along a dry line along I-135 here over the next couple of hours. And it's not just Scott. We also have Taylor Wright, Darren Brunin, Nate Willard, Justin Dean. They are all along I-135 monitoring for that potential storm development as we head on here into the evening hours. Again, most of the activity so far this evening in northwest, in west central Kansas, but it is an area of the state that we're going to watch kind of shifting into this portion of the state through the next couple of hours for another possibility, some severe weather. So again, we have several chasers out in the field with eyes on the ground. We're going to continue to monitor their feeds and pass along their information as the evening progresses. Ross?
All right, thanks, Peyton. And as he mentions the chasers, you're occasionally going to see these blue dots with names associated with them. Those are our chasers. And as they continue to move around watching the storms, you'll see them popping up here on our Storm Team 12 active radar tracks. We do have meteorologist Cassie Wilson, who's working the storms and kind of keeping an eye on the environment in north central Kansas. Cassie, where are you and what are you seeing this afternoon?
Right now, Ross, I'm in Mitchell County. We're on 24 heading towards Beloit, and we just kind of passed through a storm that I've been watching developing, and it did produce some light rain, very light rain that we drove through, so no major concern there yet. But I'm going to take you out to what I'm looking at with our roof camera. So a reminder, I am not driving. I am operating all the cameras, and so that's to our west. You can see clouds are just kind of overcast, and well, if you take a little bit of a turn here to our north, I'm going to zoom you in on this thunderhead so you can see some developing happening. And I do apologize, we did hit a bug, so as soon as I can I'm going to get out and clean off this camera. But this is the kind of development we're watching. You can see that bubbling action that's growing to the north, and that's exactly what we're watching for here for that favorable environment. I'm going to turn our cameras around behind so you can kind of see what we just came out of. And there you do see kind of a more mature thunderstorm in the distance. So we did definitely drive through some light rain, but just dark clouds in our distance, and we're going to continue to monitor that. And as I take you around, you can see there's our mobile weather lab equipment kind of monitoring conditions here. We're currently at 86 degrees, and we are seeing those temperatures dropping kind of the closer we get to the center of this low, and that's where we're kind of monitoring things today. So we're going to continue to stay in north central Kansas, monitoring the conditions out here, and we are monitoring this for you this evening from our Storm Team 12 mobile weather lab. Ross?
All right, thanks very much, Cassie. You see the dew point listed on there. Anything above 60 is more than enough humidity to keep these thunderstorms intensifying. And looking at some of those storms in north central Kansas, blossoming there in western Cloud County, we'll see if something develops further out of what's happening there just to the west of the Concordia vicinity. And wanted to show you tornado watch is out for north central Kansas, central, south central Kansas. That goes until 11 o'clock tonight. And of course, we'll be back with more updates on the storms underway and the latest look at Future Track just minutes away.
We'll see you then. Thank you, Ross. Out of precaution, McConnell Air Force Base did move aircraft ahead of the severe weather threat. They do this often. They will return to the base when conditions return to normal. We've already gotten a few photos from storms that have developed this afternoon. Brandy sent us this picture of the ground covered in some hail. This was around 3 this afternoon, about 20 miles southeast of Ness City. Love to see your pictures. You can upload them directly through the KWCH app. Speaking of, if you don't have Storm Team 12 app, now's the time to get it. You can see all the videos. The big thing during severe weather like this, you can watch our weather team. They are live on there. It's our always on Storm Team 12 channel. And it basically takes you inside their weather center. So Ross and Peyton are back there. You'll hear some of their discussions. Those are just the tip of the iceberg, also up to the minute radar. And that can follow you where you are, especially if you have to travel. A great feature there.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And we're glad to have you alongside here on a Friday afternoon, anticipating some severe weather. We've already had some reports of small hail from storms in western Kansas. And our team of storm chasers out there, you're looking through the dash cam of Storm Team 12 storm chaser Nate Willard. He's actually up in Ottawa County near Minneapolis. We've had some storms developing in Cloud County. We don't see any particular cloud features that look like concern at the moment. But you know, as you continue to watch our coverage throughout the evening as the storms evolve through some interesting situations tonight that could include very large hail and perhaps a tornado. You know, don't try to go out and do chasing or spotting on your own, especially if you're not a trained professional. Most of our crew out there this evening have done this for many, many years, and so they know what they're looking for and will continue to provide live pictures throughout the evening as the situation warrants. This is a tornado warning again in far northern sections of Kansas. This is the Nebraska state line here. We did get confirmation of a tornado. That thunderstorm that you're looking at there to the north of Long Island, Kansas, and this is again well north of Phillipsburg, continues to show an easterly movement. In fact, there you see a new severe thunderstorm warning, including most of northern section of Phillips County. We'll bring Phillipsburg into view so you can see where that storm is in relation to Highway 36, and it's well to the north of there, and if it continues to push to the east, it's going to stay north of Phillipsburg. But a severe thunderstorm warning now including the northwest corner of Smith County. Some very large hail likely with that storm. But again, it does have a history of producing at least a brief tornado. Lots of red, orange, and yellow on the radar in northwest Kansas. Very heavy rainfall, a welcome sight, and it also comes with no severe weather at the present time. We have had some hail reported with a few of these storms, and just to give you a small sample of what we've had reported in southern sections of Logan County, there's a report of hail smaller than ½ inch in diameter. Obviously not a severe threat there. That came down at 4:30 this afternoon, but the rainfall that's happening here in Logan County is coming down at 1 inch to 2 inches per hour. There you see the precipitation, 1.5 inches per hour. So that's some welcome rain, and it extends across much of Gove County. We see some heavy rainfall south of I-70 here in southern Trego County. There could, in fact, probably is some small hail falling there southeast of Waukene. We're seeing that here to the north of Ness City. Now, some of these counties are in a tornado watch. Just to let you know, we're not seeing any rotation with any of these storms along and south of I-70. There's some more heavy rainfall there in eastern Trego County. Scattered thunderstorms around Ness County. We've got one of them just to the west of Jetmore, all pushing to the northeast. Now, where we are seeing that video coming from Nate Willard, there's his spotter location there in Ottawa County looking to the north. The storms in Cloud County, not severe, but heavy rainfall, some small hail possible there. And we did get a severe thunderstorm warning issued for southern Dickinson County. The storm that's now well to the south of I-70 and now to the southwest of Chapman. We'll zoom in a little bit closer here. You can see Chaser Taylor right there closing in on that storm. This is north of Tampa, east of Gypsum. This thunderstorm is moving to the northeast at about 40 to 50 miles per hour, moving along at a pretty good clip. There may be some quarter-size hail with that thunderstorm as it moves along. The dry line, that's the thin green line here across Kingman, Harper, and eastern Reno counties, we still think has potential of producing a couple of thunderstorms. We're not going to see the radar light up with a whole bunch of severe weather in south central Kansas for a few more hours yet. That chance may come later on tonight as the cold front begins to move through the area, and so we're waiting to see if and when that's going to happen. But between now and midnight, that's our window of opportunity for severe weather. Yes, a tornado is possible, very large hail, strong winds, flooding, rainfall, probably not on a widespread scale. 7:30 tonight, the cold front coming through central Kansas. Most of the storms will be along and north of I-70, but watch as we form a line 9 o'clock tonight east of 135 from Wichita on into northeast Kansas. These thunderstorms will probably produce some very strong wind gusts, but look how quickly this stuff moves out of the state. 11 o'clock tonight, headed into southeast Kansas. By midnight, it's all over with. And then we have to focus on the wind. Probably not a huge surprise given how the month of April has been going, but tomorrow is going to be a very windy day. Northwest winds gusting as high as 55, perhaps even miles per hour in parts of northern Kansas. So we've got the risk of severe weather out there now. We won't have to worry about severe weather over the weekend. Another round of widespread rain coming next week. Not really looking at severe weather on Monday, but we may have some small hail. Here's a look at the wind forecast tomorrow because we talked about it being so windy. Gusts will easily be 40 to 50 miles per hour in many areas in Kansas. The good news is after tomorrow, the wind is expected to die off, and Sunday won't be nearly as windy for most of Kansas. So scattered showers and thunderstorms will be most numerous between now and midnight tonight. Unfortunately, in the southwest, we're probably not going to see a lot of rain there. 40s and 50s for low temperatures as the winds swing around to the northwest. We're going to cool it down tomorrow. 64 in Goodland, 69 for Hayes with 70 in Great Bend, 75 in Wichita with 70 in Salina. We'll have sunshine tomorrow. The biggest nuisance, though, the Kansas wind, which is going to die off tomorrow night. We'll have 76 on Sunday, good chances for rain on Monday, and it could be for most of the state. We're excited about the potential of rain there. Tuesday, a break, and more widespread rain coming Wednesday into Thursday. By the end of next week, most of Kansas could get an inch, maybe 2 of rain. Fingers crossed that those chances work out for us next week. That we need to tell you about. This cluster of storms coming down I-70 is also being accompanied by some winds of gusting 65 to 75 miles per hour. We've had reports of blowing dust. So these storms are mostly producing some heavy rainfall and significant wind. In fact, around Waukene, all these blue boxes that are popping up here on the radar, these are all wind reports. So let's go through just a couple of them from Waukene. Here's a report of some winds gusting to 60. Look at this report that we got in from the Plainville area, indicating some strong winds there, gusting to 59. That happening just after the top of the 5 o'clock hour. But looking back into portions of Gove County, again, strong winds. There's 52, and there have been reports of blowing dust. So it's safe to expect these storms around Hayes and in Trego County, likely producing some heavy rainfall and strong winds. The hail threat appears to be diminishing rather significantly there with those storms along I-70. There may still be some hail up to the size of dimes with these storms out toward the Plainville area. Now developing up into southern Smith County over the last hour, developing and starting to spread onto the northeast. Severe thunderstorm warning is out for Phillips County and northern sections of Smith County. I would be expecting strong winds, the possibility of dime to maybe some quarter-size hail with a few of these storms. The cell that's right here along the Kansas-Nebraska state line is definitely producing some very heavy rainfall. Earlier this afternoon did produce a confirmed tornado. That was well over an hour ago. We no longer believe that to be the case, but developing storms west to Smith Center, large hail. We've already had strong winds. That continues to be a threat. We've also got a pretty potent thunderstorm around Concordia, likely producing some very large hail. That storm is tracking to the northeast. This is by far one of the strongest storms we have on radar at the present time. This is also where we find meteorologist Cassie Wilson. So let's send it over to her for an update on what she's seeing on that Cloud County storm.
Well, Ross, I am in Cloud County. We're currently traveling along 24 and we are heading east. So we're right on the southern edge of that severe thunderstorm warning, and I want to get you out to our mobile weather cam here, our mobile weather lab, our sky cam on our roof. So I'm going to cut right to it, and you can see the back edge of this thunderstorm. So again, we are in Cloud County. This is looking north towards Concordia, and we are seeing the back edge of this cloud. I'm going to take you right along the base here, and you can see that it is fairly elevated, and we're still watching just kind of that strong potential for a hail. Now, even look, I believe we can even see a little bit of some amatis forming there, and that does tell me that this is definitely a storm with a lot of energy in it. We're continuing to head east, so now you're seeing a direct shot east here through Cloud County on 24, but we are continuing to monitor this. We'll get underneath this overpass, and we'll give you another shot of the base of the cloud here. So I'm continuing to pan to the west, and then you see the back edge of that thunderstorm. Of course, we're continuing to monitor this severe thunderstorm for you. I'm right along the southern edge of it. I'm going to continue to track the southern edge of it, and we'll bring you updates if anything. Mike, Rachel.
All right, guys, I think we have a number of storm chasers out there watching other parts of the state under that severe weather threat tonight.
Peyton Sanders joins us now from the Weather Center. Peyton, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, well, we've been monitoring our chaser feeds here throughout the evening. Several of our chasers out along the I-135 corridor, and this is Taylor Wright's feed. He's in eastern sections of Dickinson County looking north toward a thunderstorm that does have a history of producing some large hail, currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. I haven't noted any sort of rotation or anything like that with this storm, but we'll keep a close eye on it as it continues to push up toward the north. So he's just one of several chasers. We've got Taylor Wright, Nate Willard, Darren Brunin, Rodney Price is out tonight as well, Justin Dean, and also Scott Roberts, all chasers that are along I-135 waiting to see if there's going to be any additional thunderstorms developing along a dry line. Again, we haven't seen much develop along I-135 just yet, but we're going to continue to watch for that possibility. That's something that could change as we move on into the next few hours. So lots of eyes out there if storms do manage to develop. We'll continue to monitor their feeds and pass along any additional information that they have as we head on throughout the rest of the evening.
All right, thanks very much, Peyton. We are noting, I was kind of taking a look there as Cassie was giving us an update from Cloud County. We're starting to see some rotation with this storm right up here to the east of Concordia. Not a tornado warning, but we did get confirmation a little while ago of 2-inch size hail on this storm as it tracked through the Concordia area. Let's bring you up to the current time, and I'll bring that information forefront here. We've also had some wind reported too from Cloud County, including Concordia. They're at 62-mile-per-hour winds there about 10 minutes ago. And the hail report that came from Concordia, there's the 2-inch report at 5:54. And now we're starting to see just a little bit of rotation on the south flank of that storm, which is, of course, where Cassie is reporting from. And we'll try to bring the Topeka radar into view because there you can see just east of Concordia, not strong rotation, but it is noteworthy here. We'll continue to see what happens just east of Concordia. So Cassie's going to be in a pretty good spot to see if anything additional develops out of that Cloud County storm cloud. But you know, if we can go back to Cassie at any point in time, would love to see if she's seeing anything like that. Again, Cassie, we're starting.
Ross, no, I've got some really good visibility as we just kind of came out to a really flat area. And as soon as I say that, we get a little bit of a rolling hill here. We are up in the Smoky Hills area, so we do have a few rolling hills, but this is the southern edge of the storm in Cloud County. We are looking north towards Concordia, and this is the back edge of it where you are kind of seeing that rotation here on radar. Now, as I zoom along the base of this cloud, I am not seeing any kind of wall cloud or lowering like you've indicated. But one thing that is interesting to note here is see all these puffy specks, those are mammatus clouds, so that does tell me this storm has a lot of energy and it is producing that potential for that really severe and damaging hail like you are seeing those reports of. Again, I'm going to take you right along the base of this cloud as we pan to the west, and we're going to continue to monitor as we do see some of that rotation in the distance. So we are watching. Yeah, we're watching this cloud base very closely, so it's hard when we keep coming up against these kind of rolling hills, but I might get to a spot where we can kind of stop and then we'll come back out. But for now, I'm going to send it back to you, Ross, and we're going to try to maybe find a spot to pull over so we can monitor this a little bit better.
Yeah, the good news is, Cassie, you're in a safe spot. I would say just stay right there with it because you're looking at the back end of the storm, which is obviously where you want to be. If this storm puts down a tornado, by the way, for those of you watching in Concordia, it's going to be east of town. So we're fortunate there that we've moved this storm through Concordia. But if you're east of Concordia, you know, you're looking at live pictures there from meteorologist Cassie Wilson in the mobile weather lab there. It doesn't appear that we have a well-defined wall cloud, and of course the trees obscuring our view there. But something that we're noting here in the last 10 to 15 minutes is that we're definitely seeing some rotation there. This is again east of Concordia, so the southeast corner of Republic County side or extreme northwestern Clay County. Keep an eye out because, again, this storm is certainly the strongest rotating storm that we've had in Kansas so far today. Now starting to get its act together to the northeast of Concordia. Not a tornado warning, but it did put down some 2-inch size hail there to the east of Concordia. So we'll continue to keep a close watch on what is developing out of that storm, again, off to the east of Concordia. We'll work our way back to the south. Going south of that storm, again, 2-inch hail reported there. For those of you in Dickinson County, we've had some storms in your area. Possible that we would have some dime to maybe quarter-size hail on the storm north of Abilene. Severe thunderstorm warnings are out. There's a tornado watch too. We don't see any significant rotation with those storms. Some heavy rainfall showing up south of Abilene. And as we make our way back toward Wichita at the present time, we don't have any storms on radar at the moment. We're going to take a short break. Eyewitness News at 6. We'll be right back with more storm coverage still to come.
Expect more from KWCH 12. This is Eyewitness News at 6. Online at kwch.com. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
All right, the weather changing very quickly. Let's go back to meteorologist Cassie Wilson. She's on that storm up there in Cloud County. And Cassie, go ahead and give us an update, if you will. Tell us there. Looks like we've got some changes there in that storm east of Concordia.
That's right, Ross. We just pulled over. We do have a confirmed wall cloud here coming out of the southwestern corner of this thunderstorm. And so again, we are in Cloud County, and this storm has now lifted to the north and the east of Concordia. But I'm going to zoom in here so you can kind of see the feature that we're keeping a close eye on. So that little bit of lowering from the cloud base is a wall cloud, and that is what we have pulled over to sit and watch at this hour. Again, we are in Cloud County, and most of the storm has lifted to the north and the east of Concordia.
And that's really the good thing. So stay with the storm. Cassie, you're obviously in a safe spot. The storm moving away from her, so you've got all the heavy rain and the hail over here. This is sort of the rain-free base, is what we refer to it as. A little bit of a lowering there. Does not look like we have a funnel cloud. We don't have visual confirmation of a tornado, but the storm just getting ready to move out of our coverage area, heading up into Washington County. But as it moves away from us there, it does look like we have a wall cloud, and perhaps maybe something additional will develop out of it. We have no guarantee that it's ever going to go on and produce a tornado, but we do have confirmation of very large hail, and I'm going to show you a picture coming up here shortly. Just show you the radar here, looking at that storm northeast of Concordia. There's the rotation, putting it into western Washington County here momentarily, so getting out of our coverage area. Still some very large hail, though, east of Belleville and to the northeast of Concordia. Severe thunderstorm warnings now from west of Smith Center down into the southwest corner of Smith County. This line of storms here from west of Smith Center down along I-70. Very heavy rainfall. The hail that may be happening with these storms probably up to dimes, maybe quarters. I think this is more of a significant wind situation than it will be significant hail. We do want to bring up the fact that a tornado warning has recently been issued for, this is Dickinson County. So let's go ahead and talk about these storms here that are in and around the Abilene area. There's no confirmation of a tornado in Dickinson County. These two storms here that are now moving out of the northern part of the county have been producing some larger hail, but the storm of interest, and you can see we do have Chaser Taylor right there. We also have Rodney working his way up into the northern sections of Marion County. We'll be checking in with those guys to see if they're seeing anything developing out of these storms, but at the present time, again, a tornado warning was issued for the southwest corner of Dickinson County near the Carlton area. We believe this is radar showing rotation, no confirmation, no eyewitness accounts of a tornado. But if you take a look here at the radar scans and the wind inside of the storm, starting to see a little bit of maybe some organizing rotation there just right on the Marion-Dickinson County line. So if you're in Carlton, you need to be watching the storm carefully. Be thinking about a place to go if the storm continues to strengthen. Again, radar showing the rotation. No guarantee that the storm's going to produce a tornado, but it looks like now we're probably talking about 3 to 4 miles to the south of Carlton. Let's get an update here on what kind of distance. Okay, so there it's about 5 miles to the south of Carlton. That puts it in the southwest corner of Dickinson County, and the areas that will be included, because if you're watching in Abilene, you're watching in Chapman, wanting to know, are we going to be impacted by the storm? So Abilene's up here in the northwest part of the warning. And if we watch over the last hour, let's get a understanding here of how the storm is moving along. So there's the organizing rotation near Carlton. Probably a good idea that if you're in Carlton or in the vicinity of southwest Dickinson County to move to a safe place. And that means getting below ground. If that's an option to you, If that's not an option, maybe you're in a home that doesn't have a basement, you want to move to an interior room, closets, bathrooms, put as many walls between you and the approaching storm as you possibly can, remembering that every wall between you and the oncoming storm will give you that much extra protection from something that could be flying around inside of a potential tornado. We want to emphasize the fact that this warning has been issued because of what we're looking at there on the radar, and we will want to check in with Peyton Sanders here shortly as soon as we get some idea of what the chasers are seeing with this storm here, because I know we do have some chasers that are moving into that area. But again, this is a tornado warning for Dickinson County. Now the storm that's south of Carlton, tracking to the northeast. For those of you in Abilene at the present time, looks like the storm is probably going to pass to your south and east. If you're in Chapman, right there along Highway 15, again, a storm that looks like it is starting to organize now, the rotation getting a bit stronger. We'll see if it goes on and does anything from where we are right now. At the moment, we had a storm move through the Abilene area that looks like it did produce some larger hail. And just to give you some confirmation here of the reports that have come out of this Dickinson County storm, their hail larger than 1 inch in diameter, that happening at 5:51. That was from the earlier storm that went on through, and then this storm that's on the eastern side of Dickinson County showing quarter-size hail there. But at the moment, the area of concern would be near Carlton. We'll back the radar out and put a storm track on this for those of you in Dickinson County, because it does continue to move to the northeast, and it's possible that it could produce a tornado at any time. No guarantee that it will, and we certainly don't have any report of that happening at the moment. But here we show Carlton basically right now, okay? Navarre at around 6:45, Enterprise, that would put it up along I-70 just before the top of the hour. Again, this is a tornado warning for the southwest corner of Dickinson County. We do want to keep you updated on other storms that are in the area. And again, we have Taylor Wright that's on that Dickinson County storm. Rodney's approaching it from the south, coming in very close, so we should get an update from him shortly. And then we have Darren Brunin back along 135, kind of watching to see what additional storms might be developing. This is the dry line, so it separates very humid air east, dry air to the west. Where those two collide, sometimes we get some very impressive thunderstorms. At this moment, we haven't seen anything developing around Wichita, and there's no guarantee that we will see any isolated storms popping up in the next hour or two. But what we anticipate is going to happen eventually is we're going to see a line of thunderstorms developing from northeast and parts of north central Kansas that will extend right back toward the Wichita area, but that may not happen until 10 or 11 o'clock tonight, which is what you're going to see on Future Track momentarily. Let's go back over to Peyton, because he's been monitoring the chaser feeds, and we've got a couple of them in that area of Dickinson County. Peyton, what are you seeing from the chasers?
Yeah, we've been monitoring their feeds every here, of course, as this tornado warning has been issued. This is Taylor Wright. He's in the eastern part of Dickinson County. Let's get past the trees here a little bit, and then you'll be able to see the lowering of this thunderstorm. It's still a pretty broad base, so we're not seeing any sort of small, compact wall cloud. That would be even lower than what we'd be looking at now and kind of be the precursor to a tornado. So based on his view, he's still kind of on the eastern edge of this storm. The area of potential rotation is a little bit farther back to the west, but he's kind of still in a good spot to look at this. His camera is turned to look that way, and you can see there's still plenty of daylight between the base of the cloud and the ground. So from his vantage point, which is several miles to the east of the area of rotation up here in Dickinson County, we're not seeing any sort of wall cloud or funnel cloud or anything like that, but he is just checking his location. He's actually heading back west now to get a little bit closer to that area of rotation. So again, you can see we're in a good spot here to watch this thunderstorm as it continues to head up toward the northeast. It's going to actually head up toward his path, so he's going to be in a very good spot as it continues in its northeastward movement. If this were to produce a tornado, he'd be able to see it very quickly. So we'll continue to monitor that storm there as it moves through Dickinson County. Ross?
Okay, thanks very much, Peyton. And we did want to point out that there is now a tornado warning to the northeast of Concordia, a storm near Agenda, which is right on the edge of our coverage area. This now moving into Washington County. This is the storm that Cassie was monitoring there from the mobile weather lab, and we'll be checking back in with her to see if she's seen anything additional development. Again, just kind of recapping the storms along into the north of I-70. Very heavy rain, strong winds being reported there. And then we get into this active weather around Dickinson County. There's Taylor Wright. We just saw pictures coming from him. Meteorologist Rodney Price working his way up into southern Dickinson County. we want to emphasize here, we don't have confirmation of a tornado. Let's hope we don't get anything like that out of this particular storm, but we are still seeing some fairly strong rotation now near the Carlton area. That's west of Highway 15. There's Solomon, Salina over there on the left part of your screen, Abilene, right up here, of course, along I-72. So if this storm is going to produce a tornado, at the present time, it's going to be well to the south of Abilene, and chances are it would slide to the south-southeast of town. But if you're east of Solomon, south or east of Abilene, near the Carlton area, back to the west of Highway 15, it would be the safest option to get below ground if at all possible. If you're in a home that doesn't have a basement, closets, bathrooms, you want to put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. It's also a good idea to sometimes wrap yourself up in blankets. You want to cushion yourself from anything that can be flying around in a potential tornado. And we want to emphasize that because with the chasers that are out there right now, we have no eyewitness account of a tornado happening, no guarantee that the storm is going to produce a tornado. But the important part here is we want to give you as much time to prepare for this approaching storm as we possibly can, as again, this is a tornado warning for a good part of Dickinson County, areas south of Abilene, south of I-70. You know, we've seen multiple instances before where Chapman has had to deal with tornadoes, and this storm continues to move to the northeast. Chapman being up here farther to the northeast in Dickinson County, and again, Taylor right there working his way closer to the storm, but at least at a safe distance at the moment, that if the storm does produce a tornado, he'll be able to see it, but also remain far enough away from the storm that he can safely observe what's going to be happening there in Dickinson County. So we will come back to that here momentarily as we continue to track that tornado warning from Dickinson County. Wanted to show you the hail we got from Concordia. Impressive 2-inch hailstone there shared from Harley Hamilton. And just to give you an idea of what's going to be happening as we continue on through the rest of the evening, 7:30 tonight, the congregating storms up here along and north of I-70 still producing very strong winds, heavy rainfall, and large hail. We mentioned a line of storms developing later on tonight. Here you go on Future Track, 9 o'clock, developing from Wichita to the north of the Kansas Turnpike into northeast Kansas. This line of storms here will probably be big wind producing storms as they move along, maybe gusts 65, 70 miles per hour. But as we approach midnight, the storms push out of the area. And aside from the wind, it looks like things are going to be calming down thunderstorm-wise as we move into the overnight hours. Saturday, we're going to have strong winds, but the threat of severe weather will be long over with for us here in Kansas. So 40s and 50s overnight. Best chances for storms north of I-70, north central Kansas, areas east of 135. It's all over with by midnight. Western Kansas tomorrow, 60s and lower 70s. Some passing clouds. The big deal tomorrow is the wind. Blowing dust. Time and temperature. Going to be a windy day central and east. A few morning clouds, cooler. 66 Concordia, 76 in Winfield, and Wichita tomorrow is expected to see highs in the mid 70s. Morning clouds, a bit more sun in the afternoon. Going to be a windy day with northwest wind gusting 35 to perhaps 40 miles per hour. Sneak peek here at the next several days. Sunshine on Sunday, looking like a beautiful day. Light winds, good chances to Thursday. Feeling confident that most of Kansas has shown rain next week. Temperatures do cool down a bit as far as severe weather is concerned next week. Possible for south central Kansas Monday. Not really looking at severe weather with that Wednesday, Thursday chance. And your Eaton Roofing and Exteriors weather umbrella winner for this evening is Teresa Miller from Derby. Again, if you'd like to sign up and win, go to KWCH.com. That's very close to that storm. In fact, he's getting into it now, and we've got Rodney Price that's watching it to the south. He's actually still in northern Marion County, kind of looking at the storm from that vantage point. And this thunderstorm, by the way, continues to press on to the northeast. We're still seeing some fairly significant rotation now to the north of Carlton. And mind you, during the duration of this tornado warning, we have not had any eyewitness account of any funnels or a tornado. Let's hope that continues to be the case as it makes its way up Highway 15. But at the moment, we do continue with a tornado warning in Dickinson County. We do have Abilene up here at the top part of the warning. At the moment, the rotation is well to the south of there. Enterprise, part of the tornado warning. Chapman is not. But if you're in Dickinson County, you should know that this storm is producing a well-defined wall cloud, but no funnel and no tornado at the moment. Large hail continues to be a big problem there. We are going to pause momentarily here as we get ready to start our Eyewitness News newscast at 6:30 on the KSCW.
This is Weather Alert.
And we come back with severe weather coverage both on the KSCW and KWCH 12 as we're ongoing with a tornado warning in Dickinson County. We do have Storm Team 12 Storm Chaser Taylor right there watching the storm that does have a well-defined wall cloud when we last checked in with that storm there. Also some very large hail happening with that storm. Also wanted to let you know, for those of you up in Concordia, the tornado warning for Cloud County was canceled. That storm now kind of shifting out of that particular area and getting out of our coverage area. But more thunderstorms continue to develop across north central Kansas. We've had some hail, mostly significant wind, though, coming across north central Kansas. And at the moment, these thunderstorms, as they continue to move through north central Kansas, look like they're capable of winds gusting maybe 60 to 70 miles per hour. Lots of reports of blowing dust. Stockton, looks like some heavy rain starting to move in on you. Could be some small hail with those storms. Also seeing some developing storms to the west and southwest of Smith Center. So severe thunderstorm warnings are being issued in this part of the state are mostly going to be for some hail up to the quarters and significant wind, which continues to be a problem as those storms continue in north central Kansas. We only have one tornado warning in our immediate coverage area right now, and that is in Dickinson County. It is a storm that is definitely organizing there to the south of Abilene. And as we continue to see that storm making its way onto the north, for those of you in Abilene over to Enterprise, you should be seeking shelter at once. Let's go over to meteorologist Peyton Sanders with an update on what we're seeing from the chaser feeds.
Yeah, Ross, we're watching Taylor right here in Dickinson County. You can see right there in the center part of your screen, there is a funnel cloud. We can take this full if we can. It's a little bit hard to see with some of the raindrops coming down on the windshield here. Right in the center part of your screen, we do have a funnel cloud here being confirmed, if you can see it right there. And that is with the storm in Dickinson County. So again, Taylor Wright, an experienced storm chaser here with Storm Team 12. He is monitoring the storm. He was in the eastern part of Dickinson County earlier, and there he is zooming in on it right there. So these are live pictures. This is not recorded video, but this is a funnel cloud now with this thunderstorm. This is the one with the tornado warning in Dickinson County there on the upper right part of your screen. So we're going to have to watch this. Of course, if this would make it in contact with the ground, that would of course make it a tornado. So this is kind of step 2 of 3 that we're watching here on the upper right part of your screen. So again, Taylor Wright, these are live images here with a funnel cloud that is now being reported with this thunderstorm. So we had been watching the lowering of this overall thunderstorm about 15 minutes ago. And then now what you're seeing there is a funnel cloud attempting to develop. In fact, that is a funnel cloud. We'll see if it can make it all the way to the ground. It's still a little ways to go there, but we're going to have to monitor that carefully. I'm going to get a little bit closer to our monitor here just to kind of see how things are developing with that. We'd be looking toward the ground for any sort of dust or anything like that to confirm that this would be in contact with the ground. So that's the latest on what we're seeing there. Let's go ahead and send it back over to Ross. I'm going to get in contact with the Weather Service and let them know what we're seeing there from that storm in Dickinson County.
Yeah, we definitely want to keep that shot up as much as we possibly can. We'll be coming back to it, but we do want to let you know in Abilene, again, these, as Peyton was pointing out, live pictures. So this isn't something that happened 10 or 15 minutes ago. This is actually happening at the present time. Taylor right there, right underneath of that storm. Luckily, he's watching it from a safe distance instead of to any strengthen into something more than it is right now. He will certainly be in a position where he can get away from it. At the moment, it still looks very much like a funnel cloud. Remember the difference between the two. Funnel cloud is a circulation that is not touching the ground. Tornado, by definition, has to touch the ground, and sometimes you will see tornadoes that visible, or the visible part of the funnel doesn't actually extend all the way to the ground, but as a chaser or a spotter, you know, they're watching the base of the cloud and also watching the ground, because sometimes we'll see some dust getting kicked up down at the ground, but the visible part, the condensation funnel, if you will, doesn't actually extend all the way to the ground. Sometimes that does happen. So as a chaser, you got to watch the ground. You also have to watch what's happening at the base of the cloud. And at the moment, we believe the storm, as you were seeing there, is still producing a funnel cloud. So Abilene up here at the top part of the tornado warning. And notice how our tornado warning now is red with a white outline. That tells us that now it's been upgraded to a confirmed tornado. So somebody out there has reported a circulation touching the ground. From Taylor's vantage point, though, it appeared to be a funnel. So now seeing a new report coming in from the Weather Service, tornado lifted north of Carlton, 634. And I think that's the same thing. We believe there's just a funnel, maybe somebody saw circulation touching the ground. Now, the important part here is where do we go from here? Because we're north of Carlton now, and Abilene at the top part, it looks like, based on the track that this storm is taking now, if it's going to produce another tornado, it's going to stay to the southeast of Abilene. So notice that little notch that's showing up here on the radar. And we're going to bring back in the wind mode of the radar because that's what we use when we're analyzing these storms on radar. The greens and the reds coming around there along Highway 15. So if you're south of Abilene, and let's give you an idea of what we're talking about for distance, because that's going to be the important part here, is for those of you on a farm, country, you know, out in the country here, about 10 to 11 miles south of Abilene farmsteads, you want to be seeking shelter from this storm because we do have a funnel cloud that has been reported from this storm, and it now looks like that circulation is going to stay to the south of Abilene and possibly making its way up toward the Enterprise area. So there you can kind of see it's organizing once again along Highway 15. Again, this is about 10 to 11 miles south of Abilene on Highway 15, tracking to the northeast. Some of the next towns that will be impacted by the storm should include the Enterprise area, but let's update our storm track from a little while ago. From the circulation that we're seeing on radar, northeast at 25 to 30, kind of stretching it out here. Navarre at 648, Enterprise just before the top of the hour, Chapman at 713. Again, this is the tornado warning that was recently issued. We were watching the live pictures there from Taylor Wright indicating that we had a funnel cloud. We'll see if that storm goes on to do anything beyond what it has done so far, which at the present time we believe has mostly been some funnels, and we saw that happen here live on the air. Also, what else is developing around the area? We've had some large hail reported there. We've also been watching south central Kansas because we still have this dry line, which is this thin green line still west of Wichita. And there's still a chance that something could develop off of that and impact the greater Wichita area. We don't have anything on radar at the moment. Maybe that will change. Maybe it will remain the same as it has been over the last several hours, where we see these clouds building up to the west of Wichita and we don't get any storms off of that. Meanwhile, up here along and north of I-70, we haven't forgotten about you, but a line of thunderstorms stretching from north of Waukene. That would put it from around Hill City to the north of Plainville. You follow that line of storms up into western Smith County. At the moment, they continue to be producing very heavy rains, some small hail, and we continue to get wind reports off of these storms, perhaps up to 60, 65 miles per hour. It has led to dust. Hopefully some of this rain will help to some moment. The heavy rainfall and the hail that we're seeing on these storms continues to look smaller than 1 inch in diameter there, again from Smith Center back toward the Hill City area, and most of that activity continues to develop and push on to the northeast. So we have one tornado warning in our immediate area, and that is in Dickinson County. You can see severe thunderstorm warnings continue for northern Dickinson County up into Clay County. These storms still look like they're producing some very large hail that we're looking at right on the Clay-Dickinson County line. There you can see a report from the Moonlight area at 623 of hail up to the size of ping pong ball size, and that thunderstorm tracking to the northeast. But as far as what we have going on with that tornado warning in Dickinson County, again, at last check, we had that funnel cloud. We will be going back to Taylor Wright, who again is very close to that storm. We also have meteorologist Rodney Price coming in from Marion County, kind of watching to see what evolves out of this storm. But the circulation is right along Highway 15. That's where we're seeing the potential of something else developing out of this storm. Again, this is south of Abilene. This is going to be about 10 miles to the south of Abilene, and we still think that this thunderstorm could be producing definitely a cloud, perhaps maybe a funnel. We'll have to wait and see. Those are the boxes that are popping up there. Those are the reports that have come from the National Weather Service. This one a funnel cloud, this one confirmation of a tornado, although we were not able to see that from the vantage point that Taylor is at, and he's right there just to the east of Highway 15. So we continue to see if anything changes from that storm, but at the moment the circulation is showing up just east of Highway 15. Again, we're talking about 8 to 10 miles to the southeast of Abilene. So if you're in Navarre, if you're in Enterprise, or know somebody that is, you can be a part of the warning process. Send them a text message, give them a phone call. Make sure they know what's going on because the storm is making its way through the area. Let's go back to Peyton Sanders with an update on the chaser feeds.
Yeah, we're going to just check right back in with Taylor Wright as he's still monitoring this storm. He kind of repositioned after he got that view of the funnel cloud that we had. He did say, he just texted me, he said it did touch down for a brief time there. So he can confirm that it did briefly touch down there in Dickinson County. Of course, he saw the pictures live. Now, as we take a look at what's happening here, we've got the rain here on the east side of the storm, still the lowering that we're continuing continuing to monitor, but at this time, we don't see any sort of funnel cloud from Taylor's view. He's still in a very good spot. He's going to continue to reposition to see if anything new were to develop, but just wanted to show you that we still have eyes on this thunderstorm. He's still continuing to monitor it, but again, just a few minutes ago, we had that funnel cloud, and again, he did text and say that even though from our live stream here, we couldn't quite see it make contact with the ground, he can confirm that it did briefly touch down there here into the southern sections of Dickinson County. So that's a live look, again, from Taylor Wright's stream. We're going to continue to monitor his information, and we'll continue to monitor that feed. If anything changes with that, we'll continue to pass along that information here over the next 30 minutes or so.
All right, thanks very much. And again, tornado warning continues in Dickinson County. That storm tracking to the southeast of Abilene. I think we can say with very high confidence that for those of you in Abilene, we can give the all clear there. This storm is going to stay to your southeast. Now, you're probably still going to have some rain, perhaps maybe some hail, and we haven't about the hail threat that's ongoing with that Dickinson County storm. But here, looking at it, South Abilene, there's a potential the hail is definitely larger than 1 inch in diameter, although it's been several minutes since we've had anything like that reported. And the picture that you're looking at there on the left part of your screen, that's going to be coming from Cassie Wilson. She was watching a storm that went on to have a tornado warning with it east of Concordia. That storm has cleared our coverage. So he's back to the south, kind of working down toward the Dickinson County area and seeing if we get anything further out of that storm in Dickinson County. But as you heard Peyton talking about the confirmation, there was a brief tornado near the Carlton area. No reports of damage. What we were seeing there in the live feed would indicate it was a rope-like tornado that was maybe only on the ground for a minute or two, very brief. And so hopefully from that particular storm. But we're going to stay with this tornado warning that does continue in Dickinson County. And in the last few minutes, I've also started to note, we'll see if this turns into anything. It's possible that it could. You know, we've been watching this dry line, but looking back to the west of Wichita, we're starting to see a little shower pop up near Conway Springs. Here's the dry line out toward the Cheney area. So west of that, you're not going to have storms because the air's very dry. East of that, which would include most of Sedgwick County, we're still very much in that humid air, which can turn into thunderstorms. And so we're still waiting. All afternoon we've been wondering whether or not something would fire up off that dry line, but starting to see some hints of something developing. Now there's still some warm air, you know, a good 9,000 feet in the atmosphere that's kept a lid on stuff. So we haven't seen that many storms around the Wichita area because of that layer of warm air. But if these thunderstorms can break through that layer of warm air, we could have storms in and around Wichita here in the next little while. No guarantee that what we're seeing down toward Conway Springs turns out to be anything, but you know, you like we are here at Storm Team 12 kind of just in wait, watch and see mode and see if anything comes out of this in south central Kansas. But again, that's what's happening in and around Wichita. We'll see if that turns out to be some thunderstorms that may start to organize, perhaps strengthen. We simply don't know this at this point in time. But the tornado warning, which is why we continue with our coverage on KWCH 12, is because we've had a confirmation of a tornado in the Dickinson County area. The storm now making its way to the southeast of Abilene, bringing up to the current time, and we'll take these boxes of information off just to kind of clear everything up so we can see the circulation, which again is passing to the southeast of Abilene. So safe to say, those of you in Abilene, the tornado, if there's going to be one, is southeast of town, but there's still this well-defined notch here showing up now east of Highway 15, and it does continue to track on to the northeast. So Navarre and Enterprise are the next towns that are coming into the path of the storm. So Enterprise, you're probably getting very heavy rain, maybe some larger hail, possibly up to the size of golf balls, but it's this notch that shows up on the radar. That's the Doppler picking up on the circulation inside the storm. And again, we do have trained eyes that are underneath of this storm to see if it does develop and produce something. We're going to probably find out about it fairly quickly. But Enterprise South, east of Highway 15, there's Solomon, Abilene, of course, up here along I-70 on the northwest corner of this tornado warning. The circulation is showing up kind of in between Highway 43 and Highway 15. If you know somebody that's south of Enterprise, they need to be moving to a place of safety at once. We're going to hope this storm doesn't produce an additional tornado, but given the history of it and what we continue to see on Doppler radar would suggest that we do need to keep our precautions up there to the south of Enterprise, as we're still seeing some pretty strong indications on radar of rotation. It's been a little while since we've had anything confirmed on the ground, but that storm does continue to press on to the northeast. Again, over the last hour, storm went north of Carlton, and it may be trying to organize once again. You know, sometimes these storms will produce a tornado, and then it basically has to kind of go through a reset phase where we see the storm organizing, and maybe later on in its life cycle it will produce something else downstream. No guarantee that that would happen, but the tornado warning does include Enterprise, the Navarre area. So if you're in that immediate area, you do need to keep an eye on that. So the picture that you're looking at there on the left, that's Darren Brune. He's another trained chaser for us here, and he's working the storms in north central Kansas, probably moving in closer on this storm that's near the Dickinson County area. We'll need to check with Peyton on that to get his exact location. In fact, what we could do at the moment, we can bring that up here and show you where he's located. That's one of the benefits here, is we can bring our chasers up and show you their immediate locations right here on the radar. So we've had Taylor Wright working that storm, and there's meteorologist Rodney Price kind of watching the storm up in southern Dickinson County too. Darren keeping an eye on a storm that's in north central Kansas. So, okay, so that location there, he may be farther north now and closer to that Dickinson County storm. Again, he's one of our chasers that continues to watch and see what develops out of what's been forming this afternoon. But at the moment, if you're just now joining our coverage, we've had a tornado warning now for at least 30 minutes up in Dickinson County with one confirmed tornado. It was very brief. That was north of the Carlton area. That's in the southwest corner of Dickinson County. The storm has taken a turn to the northeast, and if it's going to produce an additional tornado, it's going to be well to the southeast of Abilene, probably 8 to 10 miles based on our count from radar. There's some large hail moving through Enterprise at the moment. We don't believe there to be a tornado happening at this very moment, but the storm could be cycling or going through a reset phase where it's trying to get its act together, and maybe later on in its life cycle, maybe it's 5, 10, 15 minutes from now, maybe it goes on to produce an additional tornado. Again, we don't know that that's going to happen, but that's what these supercell thunderstorms have a tendency to do from time to time, is again go through a reset phase, which is something that this storm may be trying to do right now in Dickinson County. So who's most at risk? Enterprise up here at the top part of your screen. Of course, down here to the bottom, right there underneath of that little marker, that's where Taylor Wright is at the moment. We drop these markers off, and that notch that's showing up here just west of Highway 43, south of Enterprise, we're talking about 8 miles, it looks like. The circulation there to Enterprise, about 5-6 miles or so to the southwest of town. There's a tornado now kind of looking like it's going to go south of Enterprise and impact areas along Highway 43, and eventually areas south and to the east of Enterprise would be most at risk. But Abilene looks like give you the clear there. This storm is going to stay, the rotating part of the storm will stay to the south of you. Of course, Chapman comes into view up here along I-70. Unless the storm makes a significant turn back to the north, it looks like Chapman, the storm will stay to the south of you by several miles. But that notch right there, again, west of Highway 43, is where we continue to see the rotation. This little marker that's showing up here west of Enterprise, that's giving us a little bit more information about the storm, the movement, what the hail capability might be. There you see maximum hail size of over 2 inches in diameter. So even if we don't get a tornado out of this storm, it did say there's this ongoing threat of a large hail that may be happening with that storm there in Dickinson County. The picture over there on the left part of the screen, that is from our Salina Skycam. Obviously looking to the east, we don't have any threat there in the Salina at the present time. It's east of you in Dickinson County, where again we do continue with this tornado warning. It does include areas around Enterprise, Chapman. You may be hearing the sirens going off. It looks like the circulation is going to stay well to the south of both Enterprise and Chapman. But if you live on a farm, if you live in the country south of those two communities, you need to be moving to a place of safety. And we remind you, because sometimes, it's been a little while since we've been through this sort of thing here in Kansas. And if you're in the path of a tornado-warned storm, your safest option is always getting below ground. If you can get underneath a mattress, under a computer desk, protect yourself from anything that might fall through the floor, heavy objects like washing machines, refrigerators. If those heavy objects go through the floor, you don't want to be directly underneath of those in the event that you were to be hit by a tornado. If you're in the path of a storm and you don't have an option to get below ground, basements, or I should say closets and bathrooms, are good places to seek shelter from an approaching tornado. Let's go back over to Peyton Sanders with an update.
Yeah, Ross, I want to give you another feed here. This is from Scott Roberts. Lance Ferguson is also traveling with him as we were taking a look. They're actually in the Wichita area looking at thunderstorm clouds beginning to develop. I'm not sure whether they're looking exactly north or south. I guess would be they're looking toward the north. Some thunderstorm activity. Ross showed you earlier that we had a couple of showers developing over Sedgwick and Sumner counties. We have actually had a couple of lightning strikes too with some of that activity here over the past 15 minutes or so. That's an indication that some of these thunderstorms developing in south central Kansas could continue to strengthen as we head on here into the next few hours. So although we haven't seen much severe weather yet along I-135, that is certainly still a possibility. We're not out of the woods just yet. Tornado watch continues until 11 p.m. So although most of the activity so far today has been in western and in northern Kansas, we're going to continue to watch south central Kansas as well for a possibility. Again, we have just started to see a couple showers develop over Sedgwick and Sumner counties with some isolated lightning, a sign that some of that activity might be trying to strengthen. So we're going to continue to monitor that and see what comes of that over the next hour or so. And there will still be some more storms coming up, but we're going to continue to monitor some of our chasers that are a little bit farther south and a look at what they're seeing here as we move on here over the next few hours. Ross?
All right, thanks very much, Peyton. Again, a tornado warning continuing in Dickinson County, seeing that circulation along Highway 43 now. We don't believe there to be a tornado happening at the present time. If we're going to see something additional develop out of the storm, it should be south of Enterprise by about 5 to 6 miles. For those of you in Chapman, just to bring it back into view up here along I-70, again, it looks like the circulation would stay to the south of Chapman. There's Woodbine. So just to set all of this up, because if you're just joining our coverage, maybe you're following our stream on 12.2, maybe listening to us in the weather app, and you're just not familiar with what part of the state we're talking about, this is east of Interstate 135. This is I-70 up here. This is getting up into northeast Kansas and getting to the edge of our coverage area. But eventually, you know, the storm does hold together. It's going to be moving into the Topeka TV station coverage area. But at the moment, those of you south of Enterprise, south of Chapman, need to be seeking shelter from this storm. Just to be on the safe side, that means getting into a basement, small interior rooms, most center portion of your home, obviously away from windows and doors, because if there happens to be a tornado with flying debris, broken glass often proves to be quite deadly in a situation like what we're dealing with right now. And for those of you that are in the path of the storm, wrap yourself up in pillows and blankets. You know, you sort of want to prepare for the worst, and obviously, as all of us do in these kinds of situations, hope for the best, and we shove this storm on out of the area without it producing a significant tornado or getting any kinds of damage. But large hail likely here, still seeing some rotation there. Again, this is south of the Enterprise area, right there along Highway 43, and let's go ahead and shift our radar here, and then we'll take a look at the other storms that continue to form across the area. And at the moment, this thunderstorm continues to show that northeasterly path. We'll put it at about 30 miles per hour, getting up toward Junction City at 734, which again would put it into the Topeka coverage area. But the storm with a history of producing a brief tornado near the Carlton area. No reports of damage that we're aware of at the moment. It was probably only on the ground for a minute, maybe two. But as Peyton was talking about developing showers over the Wichita area, some of you may begin to hear some thunder. What we're starting to see at the moment are some scattered showers. And I guess, you know, if we've already heard thunder and had reports of lightning, it does now appear that we have some thunderstorms starting to go up over the area, but these are not even close to being anything severe at the moment. What we think is going to happen, because starting to see it now on the radar, we've got this dry line that's still west of Wichita, but looking back to the northwest, we've also got a cold front that's now making its way through central Kansas. So the two are going to collide. The cold front in central Kansas meeting up with the dry line, and we do expect to see thunderstorms, but will it be a line of storms that produces strong winds, or will we have this tornadic potential for a few more hours? That remains to be seen. So we're going to need to watch and see what becomes of the storms that are now the showers, thunder showers from Conway Springs up toward the Clearwater area, right over Wichita, starting to see some darkening skies, and we can follow those showers up into eastern sections of Harvey County. Want to show you how things look from a statewide perspective, because again, we have a lot of different areas that we're watching. One of them up here along into the north of I-70, mostly heavy rain, some wind being produced there. The tornado warning in Dickinson County moving to the northeast, and then some newly developing showers and thunder showers going up over Wichita over the last hour. The storms in Dickinson County moving to the northeast, as are the showers around the Wichita area. The storms up here in north central Kansas have kind of been pivoting around and now starting to move a little bit more to the north, producing some heavy rain and some gusty winds in that particular location. But at the moment, again, if you're just joining our coverage, we have one tornado warning in our immediate area. There's another tornado warning up in Washington County, but that's out of our viewing area. So let's go back in on this tornado warning that continues near the Enterprise area. This is to the south of Chapman. We can give the all clear to Abilene. Looks like the threat has passed on to the southeast of you. And at the moment, again, we do not believe there to be a tornado happening at the moment, but you can still see there's a well-defined notch now along and just east of Highway 43. And so we believe there to still be some significant rotationing happening with that storm there just to the south of the Enterprise area. Let's take another look here at the wind inside of this storm using the Topeka radar, and it still looks obviously interesting there, to say the least, south of Enterprise. The brighter shades of red and pink would be indicating some stronger winds blowing away from the Topeka radar, which, by the way, is back here near Alma, Kansas. And so the wind is being carried away there. The green would be wind coming inbound, and it looks like the rotation is spread out maybe over 2 or 3 miles. So it's not necessarily a compact area of rotation that we're looking at there along Highway 43, but it is still an area of interest as we continue to have this report. You know, it's been about 25 minutes ago that we had that brief tornado reported near Carlton. Is very large hail possible, and if we're going to see an additional tornado out of this, it's going to be south of Enterprise and right there along Highway 43. Again, the rotation is fairly spread out, which would be good news. That would, at least from a radar standpoint, suggest that we're probably not dealing with a tornado. But as we mentioned a little while ago, sometimes these storms will go through a reset phase where it's unlikely to have a tornado right now, but if the storm were to organize in any fashion, later on in its life cycle, it can go ahead and produce something additional beyond what we have on radar at the present time. But still getting some large hail. Looks like we just had a come in from Enterprise of hail falling there in town. Okay, so 4 inches in diameter, that would be significant. 4 inches, that would be softball size, if you will. So 4-inch hail can do damage, significant damage. And so that looks like it came in at 6:45 from the Enterprise area. So we have a significant hail producing storm, bare minimum. Hopefully this thing doesn't produce a tornado, but heads up Chapman. This storm, again, with a history of a 4-inch hailstone falling in Enterprise, the storm tracking. So a dangerous storm there in Dickinson County. Abilene over here on the far left part of the picture, storm beginning to move away from you, although you may still be getting some heavy rain and perhaps some hail. In just a minute or two, we're going to let the viewers on KSCW return to regular. We are going to continue with our coverage on KWCH 12 until the tornado warning clears Dickinson County. Just a reminder, though, we are in continuous coverage on 12.2 and we are streaming to the Storm Team 12 weather app. Okay, we do continue with the tornado warning here in Dickinson County at the moment. Again, as we've been saying now for about the last 20, we don't there to be a tornado, but this storm now producing significant hail. 4-inch diameter hail reported. An storm is moving in on Chapman as we speak, so you should definitely be as far away from windows, because even if we don't get an additional tornado from this, there is very significant concerns of large hail happening with that storm as it approaches the Chapman area. We are coming up on the expiration time. Now let's double check that here. The tornado warning for Dickinson County it does continue here across central and northeastern parts of Dickinson County. This storm, definitely a very significant one, by far the strongest storm that we've had in our area this afternoon. Tornado warning continues until 7:15. We will see how that storm behaves as it continues to move on to the northeast. Just a reminder, most of south central, central and eastern Kansas in a tornado watch. Again, that goes until 11 o'clock tonight for the Wichita area and most of central Kansas. For areas north of I-70, tornado watch continues until 9 o'clock tonight. What you're looking at there on the left part of the picture, that is a view from our Salina scout cam looking east toward that Dickinson County storm. The only storm that's out there right now that really bears watching of this significant magnitude, because it has a history of produced tornadoes, or at least one tornado anyway. And then, of course, we got that report of a 4-inch hailstone that happening near the Enterprise area, and that storm now moving through the Chapman area. Would not be one bit surprised if we get golf ball to perhaps even up to the size of baseball size hail with the storm coming through the Chapman area. Let's hope we don't see that kind of hail. but this is a significant storm underway in the Chapman area. And we do have a chaser, Taylor Wright, that's been in that vicinity and this was probably about 25 to 30 minutes ago. We were able to watch a funnel cloud on his live picture there. And now kind of following to see what becomes of that storm, which is now crossing over into western sections of Geary County, and so would be concerned about the potential there of something additional developing. But significant hail has been reported. I'm now seeing a new report of golf ball size hail that was reported from the Abilene area. That's the blue box that's popping up on top of Abilene, indicating that large hail has fallen there. The storm continuing to track on to the northeast. So letting you see the radar play through from the last hour so you can see for yourself the area of circulation now passing south of Enterprise. Looks like it's going to stay to the south of Chapman, but if you're in Chapman, you should play it safe and seek shelter from this particular storm as it moves in closer, because if you're in Chapman, you're getting blasted with a lot of heavy rain, the hail there too, and because the circulation is working its way up toward the Chapman area, passing to the southeast of Enterprise, the safest option would be to get below ground if that's a possibility for you. Small interior closet, lowest, most center portion of your home. On the left part of your picture, that's Taylor Wright, who again is watching this storm in Dickinson County. Looking at the picture as we see it right there, doesn't look like a tornado. Let's take that video full if we could, and just kind of see what he's seeing there from the dash cam looking at this storm. Again, this is up in Dickinson County, live pictures. Obviously, you're seeing a little bit of lightning there. The most interesting part of this picture that I'm looking at here would be toward the right part of the screen, where it does appear that we may have a little bit of a circulation, perhaps a rotating wall cloud more on the right part of the picture there than anything that we're seeing over toward the left part of the picture. But he's following the back edge of this storm. And so if we're seeing anything of interest here, again, it's what we're seeing more toward the right part of the picture. And so we would want to be continuing to follow his live stream there as he kind of scans around. Looks to me like we may have a little bit of a wall cloud, but I don't even think that we're seeing a funnel from his vantage point there. Again, this is Taylor Wright's live picture as he works his way through Dickinson County, where we still have that tornado warning officially for about another 13 minutes. No confirmation of a tornado at the moment, but for those of you in Chapman, you're no stranger to tornadoes. We've seen this happen before, and we want to stay on guard with this as the storm comes in from the southwest, still producing a lot of hail, perhaps up to the size of baseball, maybe even slightly larger, and that storm again tracking on to the northeast. So Abilene, you've had golf ball size hail, the threat of a tornado passed to your east. It looks like the Enterprise area also now for any potential threat of a tornado. But let's go ahead and go back in closer, get Abilene to come into view. Looks like the tornado storm, the circulation looks like it's east of Enterprise. Chapman, we would definitely want to emphasize to you that we cannot give the all clear there. There's still some concern that a storm, if it does go on to produce a tornado east of Enterprise and perhaps just to the south of Chapman. So this area east of Highway 43 and south of I-70 still a danger to be in at the present time. What are the dark shades of red, the pinks that we're seeing here on radar? That's wind going away from the radar site, and then the greens right here to the east of Enterprise. So this is our about 2 miles to the east of Enterprise. Again, live pictures there on the left part of your screen. You're actually getting to see what's happening at this moment in Dickinson County. We're showing you the radar here behind me. The left part of the screen gives you an actual ground truth observation of what we have going on in Dickinson County, and it does appear at the moment we don't have a tornado. That's good news. Let's hope that continues to be the case. But I'm a bit concerned about the large hail that we've had reported, because if you missed it about 10 minutes ago, Enterprise had 4-inch hail falling in town. That can be very destructive, as any Kansan knows, and that storm now working its way through the Chapman area. Looks to me like, again, maybe we should take that picture full from Taylor Wright, as it does appear that maybe we have a little bit of a funnel trying to develop there. He's so close to the storm that we're actually, I don't want to say he's underneath of it, because he's still a safe distance away from it, but close enough there. It looks to me like we have a little bit of a funnel trying to get going there. Again, more toward the right part of the picture than what we're seeing to the left, but this feature here is what's of most interest to me. The entire storm should be rotating counterclockwise, and so it's tough to say whether or not we have a funnel. I can think we can safely say there's not a tornado happening at the present time, but there may be something trying to develop here out of this storm that's now east of Enterprise, where a tornado warning does continue at the moment for this storm in Dickinson County. Just now joining our coverage, we're of course just past the top of the 7 o'clock hour. We do have a tornado warning in effect for Dickinson County. If you're in Chapman, you should remain in your storm shelter at the moment, whether that be in a basement, a bathroom, a closet. You want to be as far away from windows and doors as you possibly can. Lowest, most center portion of your home. Remember to put on a pair of shoes. If there were to be a tornado and you were to come out and find yourself dealing with some kind of debris, you don't want to be barefoot, and you want to remember to wrap yourself up in pillows and blankets and cushion yourself from anything that could be flying around in a tornado. It's been a while since we've had to deal with tornadoes here in Kansas. Obviously, the last couple of seasons have been relatively quiet, so some of these safety precautions are easy to overlook, especially as a storm moves in and you find yourself in the path of a tornado. Sometimes we have a tendency to overlook some of the basic things like having some water on hand, making sure that you have any necessary medicine that would be essential to you. Safety is always our biggest concern here when we're dealing with these tornado-warned storms, and that's what's going on in Dickinson County. The circulation still back to the southwest of Chapman at the moment. Doesn't look like we have a tornado happening, but something that can change very rapidly. I do want to switch back over. We're going to go back and take a look at what's developing elsewhere around Kansas, because as we noted about 10-15 minutes ago, we were starting to see some storms go up over the Wichita area, and now it looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning being issued just to the north of Wichita. So let's go in and check that out. This is going to be up toward the Newton area. Storms are starting to get a little bit stronger now right over and to the south of the city. New severe thunderstorm warning now for the eastern side of Harvey County. Does include a small part of Butler County up into Marion County. Be concerned about some hail at the present time. These storms, we do have a tornado watch out at the moment. Doesn't look like anything's rotating of significance that, would have us be thinking about a tornado warning. But at the moment, storms getting a little here just to the east of Newton. This is going to be to the east of the Walton area, also up toward Whitewater. And it does look like it's just to the south of the Peabody, Florence area. So let's go in a little closer here. Severe thunderstorm warning now for southeastern Harvey County. That does include northwestern sections of Butler County. Also includes a small part of Marion County. That warning, by the way, goes until 7:45. Does include Peabody, Elbing, Potwin, and Whitewater. No confirmation of any large hail. As far as what's happening over the city, because if you're looking out your window seeing darkening skies, we have a little shower that's passing through the southeast corner of Wichita there. Also, we've got a storm near Clearwater that's got some heavy rain with it. We're still very much in an environment here where there's a lot of humidity out there. We still have enough afternoon heating. The sun has been out all day long. The warmth, the humidity could combine for some strengthening storms as they make their way through south central Kansas. We've been waiting and watching, and this thin green line, the dry line, that's the separation from humid air to the east and dry air to the west, is still very much to the west of Wichita. And so as you look at some live pictures here from our tower cam, on the north side of Wichita, 37th North and Hillside, we are noting what some of you are noting too, looking out your window, the darkening skies. But at the present time, heavy rainfall and some small hail looks to be the primary threat with what we're seeing on radar. We've got one little thunderstorm there approaching Clearwater, and some more active weather starting to get underway now in northwestern Butler County up into portions of Harvey County. And those storms definitely still moving to the northeast. Could be, it looks like speeds of probably 50 miles per hour. So this stuff looks like it's moving along at a pretty good clip. We'll see if this storm down near Clearwater gets any stronger from where we are at the moment, but at the present time it looks like small hail, heavy rain, and of course lightning, just another danger that we don't want to overlook. But again, this thin green line, eastern Kingman County, that's going to be what we think is the firing line for scattered thunderstorms over the next couple of hours across south central Kansas. So Wichita in a tornado watch. Yes, the conditions are still favorable for storms to strengthen. Will we have a tornado? We just don't know at the moment. We're going to have to wait and see what becomes of the storms that are still trying to get underway here in south central Kansas. But up on this tornado warning continuing for Dickinson County, set to expire in the next 6 minutes. We'll see where we end up here in the next little while. But back over to that live picture. Let's take that full. That is Taylor Wright's live picture from Dickinson County. It does look to me like we have a rotating wall cloud bare minimum here. Of course, a storm that still has a lot of hail with it. Perhaps maybe a funnel developing out of this. We just don't. But at the moment, It still looks like this storm has some fairly substantial rotation with it. The chasers, as they need to do, sometimes have to reposition to find a safer option to view the storms. So from time to time, we'll see a feature that looks of interest, but they have to move around and stay at a safe distance to keep themselves safe and also to continue to provide you with some of the most interesting pictures that we can. Don't try to go out and do this tonight. If you've never done storm chasing or spotting before, now's not the time to try to learn and become a professional. You have to do that, take classes, get educated long before the storms begin to show up on radar. Lots of blue boxes showing up here on radar. Again, just recapping what we have at the one tornado warning set to expire at 7:15. We do think that the storm is passing. In fact, we know the storm is passing to the south of Chapman at the moment. And we think that the storm is not producing a tornado. In fact, looking at the live pictures there from Taylor Wright, the area of concern is passing near and to the south of Chapman. The tornado warning extends over into Geary County. As soon as we get the storm out of our coverage area, we'll go back to just doing some updates throughout the evening, but we want to stay with this tornado warning for those of you in Chapman. East of Enterprise, this continues to be a dangerous storm as it's getting ready here in the next little while. It will soon be crossing over into western sections of Geary County to the west of Junction City. And once again, just kind of taking a look as we sample this storm, analyze it with you live on the air to see what's going on. The circulation looks like it's very close to Chapman. So as we've been saying for the last 5-10 minutes, we cannot give the all clear to Chapman. You need to remain in your storm shelter. That means basements, closets, bathrooms. Stay as far away from windows and doors and protect your head from debris that could be flying back around. So again, live pictures here. This is Taylor Wright, one of our chasers. He's been with us for a number of years. Definitely looking at what appears to be a well-defined wall cloud. If you look over here on the right part of the screen, you can almost see the striations, the rotating part of the storm here. So the entire thing is rotating. Then right underneath of that rotating updraft, so the air is going up in the storm and it's rising so quickly that the cloud is actually forming lower than the base of everything else that's around it. So this is the area, this is the most interesting part of the storm that we need to keep an eye on, because if, and we emphasize if, this goes on and produces an additional tornado, right there is where it's going to be. So you're watching, as we are here in the Storm Center, kind of analyzing the radar, looking at the pictures coming in. It definitely looks like we don't have a tornado in Dickinson County, but this storm could produce something. Sometimes it only takes a matter of 30, 45 seconds and we can go from wall cloud funnel to a tornado. No guarantees. That's why we just have to stick with it and see what evolves out of this Dickinson County storm. But what's happening here is, as Taylor follows the storm, again, we still see the strong rotation happening there and perhaps maybe a funnel starting to dip down. But again, we don't know if it's going to go on and produce a tornado, but circulation looks like it's very close to the Chapman area at the moment. Let's go back over to Peyton Sanders.
Ross, we also have Darren Brunin now. He got his location updated. He is right here in the Dickinson County storm. He's actually under the storm, so it's a little bit harder to see. If we can maybe take this full and we can maybe take a little bit better view of it. In fact, now the rain, though, is just starting at his location. Earlier, we were looking out on the left portion of that screen, of your screen. We had the lowering there. So he's in a very close position to see this if something were to develop. There we go, the feed refreshing here. But he's looking up. If you look up toward the upper right part of the screen, the contrast isn't very good, but he is in the position there very close to that area of rotation to where if this storm were to produce another tornado, he would see it. There was a new tornado warning issued for this same storm, so this is going to continue past 7:15 because the Weather Service is saying that they have continued to get some additional reports of some small funnel clouds with this thunderstorm as it's continuing in its northeastward movement. So Chapman is included within this new tornado warning, so you do want to just play it safe and stay in your tornado shelters for the time being. But we do have two storm chasers, two experienced chasers on it, Darren Brunin and Taylor Wright, both monitoring the situation. We'll let you know we're in contact with them via text message, and we'll continue to monitor their feeds here as the storm continues to push up toward the northeast. Ross?
All right, thanks very much, Peyton. Of course, it's very helpful in these kinds of situations when we can show you the radar, where the storm is at, and then go to the live pictures just to kind of set everything up, because radar just one perspective of the storm, and we can give you the eyewitness accounts, much less live video and the reports coming from our chasers. There you see Darren right there on that storm up in Dickinson County. And we are noting that the rotation now starting to look a little bit better defined here, just right around into the south of Chapman. So if you're in Chapman, please be safe. That means getting below ground, closets, bathrooms, put on a pair of shoes, wrap yourself up in pillows and blankets, and put as many walls between you and the approaching storm as you possibly can. We're going to hope that this storm doesn't certainly doesn't produce a lot of damage there in and around the Chapman area, but tornado warning for northeastern Dickinson County. That storm headed up into Geary County momentarily. But for those of you around Chapman, you should remain in your storm shelter until the storm clears the area, which may not happen for at least another 20 minutes based on the speed that it is. Reminders of all the safety precautions. Go center of your home. If you don't have a basement, basements getting below ground is always the best option because tornado winds strengthen as you go higher up in the actual funnel. So when you get off the ground, the winds are going to be a lot stronger, and so you move the opposite direction and go into a basement, and that's going to offer a much safer spot to try to ride out the storm as it continues to go through the Dickinson County area, and more specifically Chapman, an area that has had tornadoes before, and unfortunately tonight finding themselves in a tornado warning. The greens and the reds right there along I-70. This is a very dangerous place to be. You know, we're so fortunate here in Kansas because we sent chasers out. We don't have mountains and huge hills that often obscure the view, and so they have a really good vantage point of what's taking place. And to your advantage, you know, we can show those pictures to you live on TV, but we don't want anybody out there who's never done this sort of thing before trying to become an experienced chaser on a night where, you know, we're expecting some additional tornadoes. But there you see the circulation near Chapman tracking to the northeast. Within the next 10 to 15 minutes, we'll hopefully get this storm to the northeast of Chapman, but looks like it's maybe going through a phase at the moment where we've been seeing some wall clouds and some funnels, but maybe as we get this storm shoved onto the northeast, it won't produce any additional tornadoes. But at the moment, a warning does continue there. On the left side of your picture there, that is a live picture from downtown Wichita as we continue to see developing thunderstorms over the area. And I want to go back and show you, because we'll kind of set everything up for you here as we look at a statewide view of the radar. We've had thunderstorms starting to go up over the Wichita area. We do have that warning now for eastern Harvey County. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. And at the moment, it looks like maybe that warning was dropped. But let's go in and take another look at that here for south central Kansas, as we have in the last 30 to 45 minutes started to see some additional thunderstorms popping up over the area. And it's still forming out ahead of the dry line. The cold front's coming through central Kansas as we speak. At the moment, it doesn't look like we have the severe thunderstorm warnings out there any longer, so that's encouraging. The storm that did prompt the warning for eastern Harvey County east of Newton has weakened a bit, but it looks like we've got some heavy rainfall up near Lawrence area, near Whitewater, some showers there, some heavier showers on the south edge of Wichita as those thunderstorms continue to travel to the northeast. Yes, this area is in a tornado watch. There you can still see the dry line out here in eastern Kingman County, where it has been now for about an hour or so. And so we're still very much in that environment where these storms, although brand new in the last 30 minutes, still in an environment where we could see some additional strengthening if we continue to have the ingredients in place, which we probably will for several more hours. We're still more than an hour away from sun going down for the day, or about an hour anyway, and so we still have ample warmth out there in the environment and a lot of humidity too, which could help to fuel these storms and help them to strengthen. But at the moment, we're dealing with some heavy showers, so if you're looking out your window and you're seeing dark, we don't have any tornadic weather going on at the moment in and around Wichita, Sumner County. Certainly don't see anything like that in Butler or Harvey or Chase counties. Those storms making their way onto the northeast. We do have the thunderstorms again still producing that tornado warning up near the Chapman area, storm tracking to the northeast. Meteorologist Cassie Wilson has been out there monitoring some of the storms from the mobile weather lab, and she's making her way back through the city of Salina. Cassie, what are you seeing from your vantage point there?
Well, Ross, we got pretty far up following that storm outside of Concordia, so yeah, we are repositioning right now. We're on I-70 heading towards Salina, so we're trying to reposition ourselves so that way we are kind of along that dry line where we're seeing storms firing, trying to get back down towards the McPherson and Wichita area. Let me show you, though, the western edge of what we're seeing here. So this is the western edge of that severe thunderstorm warning that did prompt that tornado warning that you have been following here. So this is a look back towards the Abilene area, and we're still seeing some very well-defined structures when it comes to this cloud. It is still a very mature system, and we're going to continue to monitor that. I'll tell you what, though, we've been following basically where this frontal boundary is starting to develop, and we've seen a lot of blowing dust. So just because you're not dealing with rain or thunderstorms, that doesn't mean you're completely in the clear. We've been driving through some very strong wind gusts. We've been driving through some blowing dust concerns, and well, that may not be the fun part of this all. We are definitely still dealing with some of these thunderstorms that are still trying to fire, and there's a very healthy environment like you've been mentioning out there that we're still witnessing and still experiencing. I don't know if you can even hear. Let me turn this camera around forward so you can see kind of the dust that we're driving through right now on 70. So we're driving right through the edge of this outflow, and if you can't hear it through my microphone, you can definitely see it. So very strong winds. We are definitely going to be slowing down here, trying to navigate some of these very strong winds that are hitting. We're on I-70 again, traveling west towards Salina right now, about to make the turn to 135 heading south. But you're going to see the driving conditions, even though we're not in a storm, are not ideal in any way, shape, or form. So definitely dealing with some very strong wind. I'm going to take you back around to, so you can see, this is blowing dust. This is not rain. So what you're seeing in the distance there is all dust. That is definitely not rain. So again, there's the western edge of that thunderstorm, and we're going to continue to try to reposition ourselves to be in a better position as we head through the evening. Right now, we are about to hit that 135 corridor, and we are heading south, and I will send it to you.
All right, thanks very much, Cassie. Obviously, another concern out there this evening. We had multiple reports of blowing dust along and north of I-70 coming from northwest and north central Kansas. Wanted to show you a couple of things that we're noting here on radar. First of all, Cassie talking about the strong winds. This thin green line that stretches from McPherson back to just west of Hutchinson, that's our cold front. And this thin green line that's now in eastern Reno County back to east of the eastern side of Kingman County, that's the dry line. So these two are now starting to collide, and what's going to happen is the cold front will overtake the dry line, eventually probably set off a pretty heavy line of storms that will stretch from south central Kansas on into northeast Kansas. I think that initially will be eventually wind storms later on this evening for areas east of 135. So again, cold front, dry line starting to come together now. What does that mean for you? An increasing chance of thunderstorms, but I think in this couple of hours, the tornado threat will decrease around the Wichita area, and we may just be dealing with some severe thunderstorms producing some strong winds. We do have Taylor Wright's video back up. Again, he's been working that storm up in Dickinson County. This is a tornado warning that continues near Chapman. As he kind of scans across the sky, we've been able to see some occasional, at times we think that we have been able to see some funnels, but certainly no confirmation of a tornado in that area, and that would match up with the other reports coming from the National Weather Service office out of Topeka, which collects the reports from Dickinson County. We don't believe there to be a tornado happening at the moment, but obviously some ominous looking clouds, times at a wall cloud and some occasional funnels. But ever since we saw that tornado touch down to the north of Carlton, which is back in the southwest of Dickinson County, we don't believe there to have been any additional tornado warnings. Now, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning being issued for eastern Marion County and western sections of Chase County. That storm now up there to the east of Marion, to the east of Hillsborough, prompting a new severe thunderstorm warning. So once again, we have our cold front and dry line coming together. We think this is going to set off a line of thunderstorms that will mostly produce some wind as we go later into the evening. So we'll continue to watch that for you. We're seeing a lot of that blowing dust there, the view there on the left, matching with what Cassie was talking about from the mobile weather lab of blowing dust. We're seeing that now in the city of Salina. So if you're looking out and noticing a very dirty sky, that is the dust being kicked up by some of these strong winds, which are now starting to shift around as the cold front makes its way through the area. And I think that's what's helping to make this environment up here in Dickinson County so favorable for this tornado warning that does continue, is because we have the cold front starting to come through, and it's helping to shift the winds around, making it a little bit more of a significant environment in the short term, where we might see some additional wall clouds and funnels. But at the moment, what we're dealing with here There's a tornado warning in extreme northeastern sections of Dickinson County into western sections of Geary County. We are getting close here to this storm pushing out of our coverage area, at least the tornado warning anyway. But I do go in a little bit closer for those of you in Chapman. We have had no confirmation of a tornado in that particular area now for quite some time. Doesn't mean the storm couldn't go on once it gets east of Chapman, but the circulation looks like it's at a large distance, and what that would suggest is that the rotation is not quite as compact, and therefore the likelihood of a tornado a little bit diminished, if you will, there in the northeast corner of Dickinson County. We also have Darren Brunin taking a close watch on that storm, and based on their video that we've seen in the last 5 to 10 minutes, suggesting that the tornado threat, which is now shifted northeast of Chapman, looks like it continues to move out of our coverage area, and we do not believe there to be a tornado happening at the present time. So again, we're going to be wrapping up our continuous coverage, going back to coverage on 12.2 here momentarily, as we have now shifted the tornado warning off to the northeast of Chapman, Western County. Still an interesting signature there on radar. Tornado warning does continue. No confirmation of a tornado. Looking a little less organized than it did 15, 20, even 25 minutes ago. And we're also watching the blowing dust, the strong winds, and the thunderstorms that are trying to develop over Wichita. We will be with our coverage on 12.2. We'll be back on the air throughout the evening. If anything changes, count on us to bring you that information as soon as it happens. And thanks for staying with us here on a Friday evening.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And just a quick update on what's happening in south central Kansas. The severe thunderstorm warning for the eastern side of Sedgwick County and western Butler County. The storm is having a hard time holding together. The warning may be canceled early. We've had several reports of pea-sized hail and heavy rainfall. No notable severe weather to report on the storms in and around Wichita. The severe thunderstorm warning, the cell that we saw pop up to the north of Potwin, has moved on, and it too looks like it's in a weakening stage. We can follow the storms up into Chase County. They look like they're in a weakening stage as well. The strongest storm that we still have in our coverage area is up here in Dickinson County. Heavy rainfall, maybe still some quarter-size hail near Chapman. We don't have the tornado warning any longer, and if you watch over the last hour, most of this does continue to race on to the northeast. It's forming on a cold front, so even though at the present time we don't have any real significant severe weather happening in south central Kansas, what is anticipated to happen as we go through the remainder of the evening is that the cold front that's now coming into south central Kansas will probably trigger a line of storms that will develop back toward McPherson, perhaps Newt. The storms are going to miss Hutchinson to the east if everything continues as we think they will. So once again, even though these scattered storms east of Wichita at the moment don't look like they're severe, the cold front right here cutting across Reno County could initiate some new storms, which will pose a risk of high winds, very heavy rainfall, and some hail as we continue through the rest of the evening. Continue on 12. We'll be with updates as needed.
This is a Storm Team 12 weather alert.
And we're coming back on the air with a very small part of Dickinson County and a tornado warning. This is going to be to the southwest of Harrington, extreme southern Dickinson County. So we're watching an area that's developing, and here's a new tornado warning. This is for the northwest corner of Marion County. No confirmation of anything in Marion County, but there's a little bit of a circulation that's right here on the county line. So let's take a look at that, because this may be something very brief getting kicked up right along the cold front as it does surge through that particular area. So again, it's extreme southern Dickinson County. Couple interesting features there to look at. This is to the northwest of Lincolnville, to the north, and actually this would be in and around the Tampa area. We may see something brief being kicked up as the cold front moves across that area. Again, these are tornado warnings just recently being issued. And let's get an updated look at the timing of these. The tornado warning for northwestern Marion County now till 8:45 does include Durham, Lehigh, Ramona, and Tampa. Radar showing some rotation there, and then for southern Dickinson County till 8:30 this evening. So these are not going to be around for too long, but this is forming right on our cold front. So what tends to happen, we saw in Kansas a week ago with the storm that hit Sharon Springs, when storms form right along the cold front, sometimes you'll get a very brief spin up that can happen right at the trailing edge of these storms forming as the line begins to take over. And so southern Dickinson County, northern Marion County is again where we do have this tornado warning at the present time. This would be southwest of Harrington, and officially Harrington not included in that warning.
Taylor's reporting a land spout.
Okay, and we do have Storm Team 12 storm chaser Taylor Wright, who has been in that area. He was working up in Dickinson County earlier this afternoon reporting a land spout, which would be basically a very weak tornado. They usually the bottom part of the storm is much higher off the ground, and sometimes when we get a land spout, they look and sometimes behave like a tornado, but tend to be much weaker than some of the tornadoes that we tend to get here in Kansas. But again, this would be right on the Marion-Dickinson County line. If you're in Harrington, again, you want to watch this storm, but we think that this potential land spout or brief tornado, if you will, is likely going to be well to the southwest of there. There you see Tampa coming into view. This is a tornado warning again being issued for the possibility that we may continue to see something additional develop out of this storm. Let's go back, there we go, to Max 3. So again, we can kind of set this all up for you. But again, as the storm continues to back build to the southwest, the notch that we're looking at is right there on the Marion-Dickinson County line, where again, Taylor Wright, one of our chasers here at Storm Team 12, did report a land spout, which again, think of it like a glorified dust devil, if you will. Stronger than a dust devil, maybe weaker than some of the tornadoes that we get here in Kansas. But this is going to be north of Tampa to the south of Hope. That circulation showing up right there. And once again, as we take a look at the wind inside of this storm, it looks to me like it's literally right on the county line there to the north of Tampa and well to the south of Hope, southwest of Harrington. There's Carlton. You know, earlier this evening we did have a storm that produced a brief tornado to the north of Carlton, but now this is well to the southeast of there. So if you're in that particular area, farmsteads north of Tampa, you should remain in a safe place. That would be getting below ground, closets, bathrooms, good places to be. But notice right there, we're talking about an area that's northeast of Tampa by several miles. We're seeing that green and red matching up right next to each other, about 4 miles to the northeast of Tampa. So obviously some concern there of a possible ongoing land spout, weak tornado that would be in that area. Hopefully it doesn't do any damage. There we're getting a new slice scan there from the radar, and it still looks like it's right on the county line. Dickinson County to the north, Marion County there to the south, and that thunderstorm working its way on to the northeast. Again, this is a tornado warning issued for northern sections of Marion County, extreme southern sections of Dickinson County, the circulation there right on the county line to the south of Hope, to the southwest of Harrington. Hopefully we don't get any damage with that, but this is continuing to be a situation that's changing very quickly. The cold front is moving through this area, so these thunderstorms are now starting to form right on the front as it makes its way through those particular areas. Quick update here on the storm that's been in and around the Wichita area. We've had a couple reports of hail come in the last 10 to 15 minutes. Quarter-size report came from Andover. The storm still looks fairly healthy at the moment. I don't know that we're dealing with widespread large hail out of the storm in eastern Sedgwick County, but a warning does continue for the possibility of some larger hail that would extend on the east side of Wichita over toward Andover. This blue box that's showing up here just east of downtown was a $half size hail report that came in about 15 to 20 minutes ago, and this one from Andover, some quarter-size hail that was reported a little while ago. Still some concern about hail happening with these storms now on the east side of the city over toward Andover, mostly back to the southwest of El Dorado, and El Dorado right now a little bit of light rain, but the hail threat fairly well concentrated right over eastern Sedgwick County and western Butler County. And from the last hour, it does appear that these storms continue to move to the east-northeast at roughly 35, 40 miles per hour. So if you're going to be out and about this evening, note that in the short term, we're concerned about some hail on that storm. That's again back to the east of Andover, or I should say west of Andover, and now moving through the western side of Butler County. This is a very small compact storm that we're tracking for you in eastern parts of the county and western reaches there of Butler County. So severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Sedgwick and Butler counties. Again, this is our cold front right here now racing across Kingman County coming into Sedgwick County. So additional storms could be developing right along that line as we make our way through the next several hours. Eventually, we'll probably see a fairly solid line of storms coming through south central Kansas, and that's now starting to take shape with what we're seeing up here in Marion County and southern sections of Dickinson County. But there is some concern of brief tornadoes that may still happen here in northern Marion County, southern Dickinson County. Very, very small part. I mean, this is just a very small sliver of Dickinson County that's part of that tornado warning, but we do need to keep an eye on what's happening here from the Marion Reservoir back to the northwest. bring you up to the current time and just kind of analyzing the radar pictures here with you live on the air, looking at this area of concern that's right on the county line. And there's another area that we're looking at there to the north of Hillsborough. Now, this tornado warning does include Harrington. This will be for extreme eastern Dickinson counties now and western sections of Morris County. Let's go ahead and kind of get a better idea of what we're looking at. So now the rotation that we're looking at would be close to Harrington. Looks like we've got a circulation there and perhaps another one maybe that's just northwest of Marion Reservoir. So two areas that I would be concerned about here. Again, these would probably be very brief spin-ups if we get something at all. But tornado warning now for eastern, the southeast corner of Dickinson County and western Morris County, Council Grove not included. But this will include areas to the east of Harrington, looks like Wilsey kind of on the edge of it, White City, you're up here at the top part of the screen. This circulation looks a little bit stronger here in the last couple scans to the north of Harrington. So if you're in that area from Harrington north by a few miles, you would want to be seeking shelter from the storm as it approaches from the west. There you see the greens and the reds kind of getting in closer together, suggesting the circulation probably getting a bit stronger there north of Harrington, and that storm continues to move mostly to the east. So if we update our storm track from a little while ago and get you an idea of who's next in line and when it may be coming through, if that storm does produce a tornado, it's going to probably pass to the north of Harrington. We'll track that east for you at looks like maybe 30 miles per hour there. Again, this is a tornado warning that's been issued now. Talking about the distance from Harrington to where we're seeing the circulation, about 2 to 3 miles to the north of town. And once again, that storm moving to the east there from Harrington east at 25 to 30 would put it into Wilsey at around 8:53. Again, no confirmation of a tornado in that area, but there have been other reports of landspouts or some very brief or weak tornadoes reported back to the southwest of this area. Again, that's a tornado warning now for Morris County back through the Harrington area. And this other tornado warning does include areas to the northwest of Hillsborough, including Tampa. Does not include Marion. There you see Marion Reservoir, and it does look like the tornado warning for a circulation that we're looking at here to the northwest or north of Hillsborough, northwest of Marion. If we watch from the last hour as radar plays through, you're going to see that circulation trying to develop there, moving more east. So Highway 56 would be in most concern right now in the short term. You know, we don't really know what's going to happen in the next 20 to 30 minutes. This could be a very brief scenario here with a tornado warning passing to the north of Hillsborough and northwest of Marion. We may have something very brief in this particular area. But again, tornado warning does continue across portions of Marion County. It does extend into Morris County, extreme southeastern Dickinson County. So the areas that were impacted earlier tonight in Dickinson County near the Carlton area, Abilene, Enterprise, Chapman, you're not part of this warning. This is well south of there. And now we do have new severe thunderstorm warnings that are coming up near the Wichita area, including Butler County. It does include El Dorado. Okay, now we've got a new tornado warning, so we're going to need to stay with you here. This is for eastern Sedgwick County, much of central and western Butler County. So we've got a situation here that's changing as we speak. We've been watching this storm that does have a history of producing hail up to the size of $half. The last report we got of hail coming from the Butler County area suggesting that it was quarter-size hail in the Andover area. This is a very small part of Sedgwick County that's in this tornado warning and will probably be scaled back here very shortly as the storm now mostly shifting into Butler County. Okay, so Scott Roberts reporting a tornado. Are we able to see any of his video? Okay, so again, if you're just listening to us, Scott Roberts reporting a tornado with this particular storm. We're looking at this would be, let's get some towns to pop up in here again. Scott Roberts reporting a tornado. And let's go ahead and take a look at that here. So again, you're looking at live pictures. This is Storm Team 12 chaser Scott Roberts, and he's watching a storm that's now east of Wichita. And
he's saying 3 miles southwest of Andover.
Okay, so 3 miles southwest of Andover. And again, as you look at these live pictures here, this is Scott Roberts who's watching this storm now east of Wichita. Looks to me like we've got, there could be, and what we want to emphasize here in looking at these pictures is that if there's a circulation on the ground with this particular storm, you know, we might have that on the ground, but we're not seeing the condensation funnel. The actual visible part of the tornado doesn't appear that it extends all the way to the ground, but there may be some dust getting kicked up underneath of this storm.
Emergency manager reports tornado on the ground 1 mile south of K96 in the Kansas Turnpike. They saw debris, and then now they're just saying that the tornado has just lifted.
Okay, so it does sound like we've had a brief tornado now. This again was south of K96, and again, what was the location?
It was 1 mile south of K96 in the Turnpike area.
Okay, so 1 mile south of K96 in the Turnpike area. Does sound like we've had a brief tornado in that particular area. So we do need to continue to watch what's happening there. That picture is frozen, so we need to get back over.
Oh, here it is. I think it's delayed.
Okay.
Or pull up me.
There we go.
Monitor. There we go. Yeah.
Okay, so now you're looking at obviously a situation there where the tornado is in contact with the ground. Again, live pictures here. We want to emphasize that this is not from 10, 15 minutes ago. This is a tornado in progress happening now. This is south of Andover. We need to be clear about our location here as this is happening as we watch this here. Peyton, you might jump in here too. This is still south of the Turnpike, right?
So what I would estimate the location of this would be is probably close to Andover, right on the Sedgwick-Butler County line.
Okay.
Pushing into Butler County now based on what I'm looking at.
Okay, so the control room, here's what we need to do. We need to put that video on the left part of the screen. We need to bring radar up so we can get an idea. We want to keep that picture up in front of you because this is actually what's happening, but you need to know where this is happening at and who's next in line. So if you're in East Wichita, we're going to give you the all clear. The storm is east of Wichita. The storm is passing to the south of the Turnpike. And this is Scott Roberts. These are live pictures from him. You're watching a tornado in progress at the moment. Again, this is happening south of the Turnpike, and now we believe it to be east of Andover. And that circulation continues to make its way across what looks to be an open field at the moment. So that would be good news. We're going to hope that we don't get any damage from this storm. But again, this tornado warning that we're looking at continues to be to the south of the Turnpike.
Yeah, and that has just now moved off the right part of your screen, so we'll see what's going to happen as Scott relocates here. But again, it's the tornado warning for eastern sections of Sedgwick and much of Butler County. The rotation on the latest scan of radar, in fact, it might be picking up on that tornado, Ross.
That little blotch.
Right on the county line,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's drop the video, control room. We need to take Max 3, and let's get an update on where this is at. So what you're looking at here, we think this right here, isn't that what you're seeing, Peyton?
Yeah.
That little blotch right there, right on the county line. We believe that to be the tornado and some potential debris.
He's got it again on the video.
Okay, so just before we let this go, Andover, it looks like it's south of you. It's south of Kellogg. This is going to be south of the Turnpike. Let's drop these blue boxes off, and just so you can see what we're looking at here, we think that is the tornado debris right there. So it's south of Andover, south of Kellogg, and now mostly in Butler County. So East Wichita, Eastern Sedgwick County, we're going to give you the all clear. Let's go back to the video. Happening now. Again, we emphasize this is not from 5 minutes ago. This is happening at the moment. This is a tornado. It looks to be a little weaker than it was about 5 minutes ago, but we still have the dust getting kicked up. The circulation is still very much in contact with the ground. By definition, the circulation from the base of the cloud has to reach the ground, and when that happens, we have a tornado. Other things to note in this vantage point here, notice the blue sky surrounding the tornado. This is happening on the back part of the storm, and so the heavy rain and the hail has already moved away from this area. That's what's now moving over toward Augusta. It does appear that the tornado is fairly small. It does appear that it's moving through an open field, and we're going to hope that we don't get any damage from this, but we still, at the moment, have a tornado, and it's happening now as we track this storm that's moving through western sections of Butler County. Again, this is going to be south of Kellogg, south of the Turnpike, and the storm continues to move to the east. I do see a new tornado warning coming up now for Harvey County.
And Marion.
So let's Let's kick it back over to Peyton and get an update here as what we're getting this new tornado warning now for Harvey County.
Yeah, so we're still watching this line of thunderstorms. If we can take me with Max 1 as well, and we can take a look at the radar picture here. Of course, we're going to continue to monitor our feed behind the scenes of this tornado that is in progress over eastern sections of Sedgwick County and western Butler County. But this is the new tornado warning that has just been issued. And if you notice here, there's a white outline around it. That is indications from us from the National Weather Service that this also does have a confirmed tornado with it. So this is a new tornado warning. It's going to include the western sections of Marion and northeastern sections of Harvey counties until 8:45. You can see the source there is observed, meaning that this is a confirmed tornado. And we take a look at the rotation here. What I would suspect is that it's going to be anywhere along the leading edge of the line of thunderstorms that we could potentially be looking at a spin up, kind of on any of these little notches. So southwestern portions of Marion County, kind of in one or two locations. So in Hillsborough, take your tornado precautions at this point in time. This storm is pushing off to the east. The one that we had the tornado video is the one here for eastern Sedgwick and into central and western Butler counties. This includes El Dorado. Let's go back over to Ross, and of course, Storm Team 12 storm chaser Scott Roberts still with the live video on this storm as well.
Yeah, Peyton, we just want to keep this up in front of you, but also letting you know that the tornado threat now is southeast of Andover. So if you're in Augusta, if you're back to the west of Augusta, right here along Highway 400 now, just southeast of Andover, you need to remain in your storm shelter. Again, we do have confirmation of a tornado. Scott Roberts is on it. So that's the area that we're looking at. It's southeast of Andover, appears to be fairly small and an open area. Let's go back over to Scott Roberts' video. Again, these are live pictures coming into the Storm Center. So, okay, let's go ahead and join, sorry, this is Lance. Okay, Lance Ferguson, one of our chasers. Lance, what are you seeing?
Ross, I'm here with Scott, who's got the live stream on it. We are 3 miles due south of Andover on Andover Road. We're looking to the northeast now. This thing has been on the ground for a good 10 minutes. We have had power flashes. It has crossed Andover Road. It's probably gone through the city of Andover, and it's still going. We have a cone all the way to the ground. We have debris all the way up to the funnel, almost to the cloud base. It is still going.
Okay, thanks very much, Lance Ferguson and Scott Roberts teaming up. We want to keep these pictures up, but it's also very important to let you know where this thing is headed. At the moment, Angela, it does sound like this tornado has passed to the south of Andover, so there could be some damage in that area. Lance Ferguson reporting some power flashes in that area. That storm now, again, shifting south and east of Andover. So here's what you need to do. If you're southeast of Andover, right along Kellogg or 400, this is the Sedgwick-Butler County line right here. And of course, Augusta is going to be in path for this storm too. You need to move to a place of safety. Don't try to go out and try to spot this thing. It's been on the ground for several minutes. Lance reporting about 10 to 15 minutes it's been on the ground. And we do have his live pictures up. So let's go back over and look at that, because this just kind of emphasizes the danger that we're up against right now, dealing with a tornado in progress. And again, we believe this has passed just to the south of the Andover area. We believe it's crossed over Andover Road. It's going to be south of Highway 400 and continuing to make its way on to the east. If you're in Augusta, you are next in line for this storm. We're going to hope that it lifts before it gets there, but we do want to emphasize that we continue with the tornado happening at the moment. These are not old videos that we're showing you here. This is happening at the moment, and we do have a tornado happening at the present time. Back over to radar. And we'll try to keep that picture up as often as we can, but I wanted to show you because it looks like the tornado now has just crossed over Kellogg there, passing to the east of Andover. And we do, let's see if we can pick up on some of the debris signatures that would be showing up on radar. Okay, not seeing it from that vantage point there, but we definitely know based on the ground truth that we have coming from Scott Roberts that we have that circulation now to the east of the Andover area. So let's go in a little bit closer here, get some other towns to pop up. Here's Leon, here's Augusta. So we're, sounding the alarm here for areas east of Andover and to the west of Augusta. We have a tornado that's happening at the present time. We can still see it, and we're going to bring that video back up. So west of Augusta, right along 400, that's where it is right now. And as you can see from Scott Roberts, Lance Ferguson to chasers that have been with us for a very long time, continuing to document here a tornado that's happening, and this continues to be something that's on the ground. It looks to me like we're dealing with a bit of a stovepipe situation here, basically equal width at the base of the cloud as it is down at the ground, but that continues to make its way closer to Augusta. It does look like it's passed to the southeast of Andover, and now this is the Kansas Turnpike here. And now it looks like to me it's north of Highway 400, south of the Turnpike, and continuing to move to the northeast. Peyton, let's go back over to you. We need to update the tornado warning up in Harvey County and near the Hillsborough area.
Yeah, so we did get a report of a tornado that was near Gossel. That was confirmed a few minutes ago. So tornado warning does continue here for the western sections of Marion County, also into the northern part of Harvey County. This does include the north side of Newton. And we'll put the radar over the past 1 hour, and you can see these storms rapidly developing along a cold front that is pushing off to the east. So anywhere along the leading edge of this line of thunderstorm activity, there could be a tornado that could spin up. Not seeing anything from the wind motive radar that is indicating that we're looking at any sort of a significant sort of rotation at this point in time, but we did get the confirmed report of the tornado earlier as that passed near Gossel. You go up here along this line, our strongest area of rotation is in Morris County. This is starting to get into the Topeka coverage area, but we'll cover it briefly here. There is strong rotation here around White City, and that is an area of thunderstorm activity that is also pushing off to the east. So if you're watching us from White City, take your tornado precautions. Council Grove, you are currently not under the tornado warning. But yes, farther north along this line, we also have tornado warnings. We're also continuing to monitor that storm with that confirmed tornado earlier that has now crossed into Butler County. Sedgwick County no longer included within the tornado warning. Let's go back over to Ross with more information.
All right, Peyton, and just getting another sample from the radar. Again, it looks like this storm now east of Andover. This is the Turnpike here, the Sedgwick-Butler County line. As Peyton just mentioned, the tornado warning has been dropped for Sedgwick County. The picture that you're looking at there on the left continues to come in from Scott Roberts and Lance Ferguson. They've been documenting this tornado now for better than 15 minutes. It started out as a very brief rope-like structure and now turned into more of a cone. I think when we talked to Lance the last, he described it as a cone tornado, at times kind of looking stovepipe, where it's the same width at the base of the cloud as it is down at the ground, and now that has shifted to the east of Andover. So if you're east of Andover, right along into the south of the Turnpike, and I would even suggest for those of you in Augusta to be on the safe side as this storm does approach. There's a pretty good chance it's probably going to stay northwest of Augusta, but this continues to be a dangerous situation here. I believe this is the circulation right here east of Andover now. We do have, when we talked to Scott Roberts and Lance Ferguson a little while ago, they did confirm there were some power flashes. Now, we have not received any significant damage so far, but it's still early and the storm is still happening. There still very likely is a tornado in progress happening to the east of Andover, and this little blob that's showing up right here on the Turnpike could very easily be the tornado with some of the debris, something that we're able to use Doppler radar here, trying to see if we can see the debris on radar, and using this particular product here, not really picking up on that at the moment. But I think what we've got going on right there on the Turnpike appears to be the ongoing tornado situation that's happening. And so please, if you're in that area, the safest option is getting below ground. Basements are always going to be the safest place to try to ride out a tornado. If that's not an option, closets, bathrooms, good places to go. So Towanda, looks like the storm could be moving closer to you. Here's Benton, the Sedgwick-Butler County line. Looks like this is going to pass, if we're continuing to have a tornado, should stay well to the south of the Benton area. And it looks like right along the Turnpike. It's starting to look, and we're starting to feel more confident to give the all clear to Augusta that the tornado is going to be southwest of Towanda, now northeast of Andover, south of Benton, and this storm continues to make its way right up the Kansas Turnpike. Watching over the last hour, you see that back edge, that sort of appendage to this storm here. That would suggest that there is some debris being kicked up by the storm as it goes on to the northeast. We do have meteorologist Cassie Wilson, who's been out in our Storm Team 12 mobile weather lab. She's been making her way back down Interstate 135. Cassie, can you provide us an update on where you are and what you're seeing?
Hey Ross, I just want to give you an update here. We're driving south. We are just outside of Sedgwick, and I'm keeping an eye on a storm that's forming just to the west of Sedgwick County, just south of Halstead. I want to give you an eye on what we're kind of keeping a closer look on with this storm. You can see I am seeing some wall cloud feature coming out of the base of the cloud deck here in the distance. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a severe thunderstorm warning being prompted for western and northwestern Sedgwick County. Shortly here, I would be watching areas like Sedgwick for some hazards that could be heading our way, but we are currently still trying to make our way to that severe thunderstorm warning that is in Butler County, as well as that tornado warning. But I do want to bring people's attention to this thunderstorm that is to the north and the west of Sedgwick at this hour. Back to you.
Okay, thanks very much, Cassie. She's making her way back in from watching storms up in north central Kansas earlier this evening. We have confirmed reports of some damage on this storm that's passed to the south and east of the Andover area, even some unconfirmed reports of a possible injury. So stay with us through the rest of the evening. We've sort of accelerated very quickly in the last 20 to 30 minutes, this cold front running into all this humidity, and the storms are starting to get a bit more energized here. And what we're dealing with now is this tornado warning in Butler County. Benton over here on the left part of your screen, it does look like if we're still getting a tornado, and we're kind of looking at some video off air, suggesting that there may still in fact be a tornado with this storm. It's passing to the northwest of Augusta, and now safely we can give the all clear to Andover, but the storm is just northeast of Andover, right here along the Kansas Turnpike. And as we take a look at this here over the last hour, the storm continues to make its way to the northeast, so we cannot give the all clear to Towanda. You would potentially be next in line if the storm continues to produce a tornado, and it now looks like it would pass to the northwest of the Augusta area. Obviously a very dangerous storm, as we do have this severe thunderstorm continuing to produce a lot of rotation here, working its way up the Kansas Turnpike, a dangerous situation there. We've also got the tornado warning in Harvey County. We haven't forgotten about those of you around Newton. Let's go back over to Peyton and get a quick update on what's happening to the north of Wichita up into Harvey County.
Yeah, so we do have the tornado warning that does continue its northeastern sections of Harvey into western Marion counties. As we join our listeners here on KFDI as well, as we're tracking those tornado warnings in eastern Sedgwick. Eastern Sedgwick has been dropped, but western sections of Butler County continuing under tornado warning. We also have tornado warnings for northeastern Harvey and the western part of Marion County. This line of storms from Hillsborough about to head toward Peabody is pushing off in an easterly direction. About 20 minutes ago, we did have a report of a brief tornado east of Gossel. So you can see Gossel there on your screen. And this line continues to push off in an easterly direction here into Marion County. So we'll see if we get any sort of new tornado warnings issued a little bit farther east downstream from this line. But we're going to continue to monitor that situation. Certainly lots of heavy rainfall. And then you go even farther up the line, this is certainly another what is likely, it'd be hard-pressed to say that this isn't a tornado on the ground, just east of White City. This is in Morris County. This is getting outside of our viewing area, heading up into the Topeka coverage area, but that's another area of circulation there just to the east of White City, pushing off to the east. So anywhere along this leading edge of these lines of storms, there is the possibility that we could get another brief spin-up tornado, something that we're watching. And of course, the storm of the moment that we've been looking at here over the course of the past 30 minutes or so is the one that has moved through eastern Sedgwick and into portions of Butler County. Again, as Ross mentioned, we're continuing to look at reports here behind the scenes of some potential damage there as those storms affected portions of Butler County. So we're going to continue to keep a close eye on this storm as it continues to push up toward the northeast. Ross.
And Peyton, thanks very much. Just kind of resetting everything here in south central Kansas again. For eastern Sedgwick County, the tornado warning has been dropped, but very much continuing for Butler County. We're looking at areas back to the west of El Dorado. You know, one of the big concerns for those of you watching our coverage is who's next in line and where is this thing at the present time? Well, we're still looking at an area along and to the north of the Turnpike. We've also seen some areas that would be somewhat suspicious to the north of Augusta. We can give the all clear to Andover. It's now past that area. working its way through western sections of Butler County. So we're still continuing with our tornado threat here. It looks like it's to the southeast of Benton. There's some concern there. And then I've been looking at another area that's back here to the northwest of Augusta, but all of this east of Andover. So both north and south of the Kansas Turnpike, we have areas where we're seeing rotation. Now, Scott Roberts has been monitoring this situation, and
he's saying that the funnel has lifted.
Okay, so we do believe that the funnel has lifted. That report coming from Scott Roberts, who's been chasing with us for more than 10 years. And you're looking, for those of you listening on KFDI out and about this evening, for those of you in Butler County, at the moment, it does sound like the tornado has lifted. For those of you continuing with our coverage here on KWCH 12, the picture on the left part of the screen is from Scott Roberts. And again, we believe the tornado that had been on the ground for more than 10 minutes has lifted, but we are hearing reports of some damage. Of course, it's very early on. We don't know to what extent. We don't know of any possible injuries, but I will tell you this, the last thing we would want you to do tonight is get in your car and try to go out and start surveying damage, because we're getting in now on nightfall, so you're not going to be able to see. The emergency crews need to get in and assess the damage, try to figure out if people might be trapped, if they need some help. Whatever recovery and rescue efforts need to happen, those need to take place first. Please do not try to go out and survey the damage for yourself, because in this situation, and Lance Ferguson reported this earlier, they were seeing some power flashes. So one has to think that given the fact that this storm traveling through a populated area, there's probably going to be some power lines down, and we just don't know whether or not those would still be live or not. So there's a lot of things that are going to be changing here as we go through the next several minutes. But at the moment, we want to stay with this tornado warning that does continue in Butler County. I'd be concerned about an area now approaching Augusta. The original circulation that was passed over the turnpike looks like that's gone now. Peyton?
Yeah, we've got a new tornado warning here real quick. This is for Greenwood County. So new tornado warning for Greenwood County. Let's pull up the radar here and I can show you what's happening. We've got the storm that we've been looking at here around El Dorado, and this is one's a little bit farther to the east now. So really any of these storms that are out ahead of this cold front gonna be in an environment that is conducive for the potential to produce tornadoes, even as they're developing rather quickly. So this is the brand new tornado warning. I'll bring up the information here for you, and you can see this warning goes until 9:15. The source here, radar indicated. So unlike some of the other storms tonight where we've had confirmed tornadoes, this one is just based on the winds on radar showing some rotation. So to the west of Eureka, this is a new tornado warning. This storm is moving off toward the northeast, so heads up in Eureka as this storm continues to head your way. Not a guarantee that we're going to see a tornado produce out of this storm too, but certainly just given the kind of the history of what has unfolded here over the past 30 minutes, it just goes to show you that the environment here across south central Kansas is primed, especially here as we're still just before sunset, for the potential for some stronger storms that could potentially produce tornadoes. So again, that's the newest tornado warning that we have there for Greenwood County. Ross?
And Peyton, I'm noticing something too, looking at this storm very close to Augusta, as it looks like we're starting to see it redevelop now to the in and around and maybe just north of Augusta. We could be looking at another developing tornado there. So please, if you're in Augusta, this looks like now it may be the prime area. If we see something additional develop, that's probably where it's going to be. It's going to be north of Highway 400, El Dorado, there's Leon. So we're looking at this area now south of the turnpike, north of Augusta. This would be the most dangerous place for a possible tornado to try to develop out of. And there you see kind of refining here the tornado warning, which includes Augusta, El Dorado going to be part of this as well. It does include areas just north of Leon. That circulation now looks like it's just a mile or two to the north of Augusta, but we cannot give the all clear to Augusta. That is a very dangerous area to be in at the present time, as we continue with a storm that has a history of producing tornadoes. What has happened in the last 20 to 30 minutes, our initial tornado that was produced, that actually went up here and passed just to the southeast of Benton. You'll see it right there, and it collapses. We've had a new circulation develop now very close to Augusta. That's passing to the north of town and will likely pass to the south of El Dorado here as we continue on through the next several minutes. So the circulation right here that we're looking at just to the north northeast of Augusta, a very dangerous place to be in. Let's widen our view out and kind of set everything up. We've had multiple tornado warnings issued. Still concerned about something near Augusta. You've got this tornado warning that Peyton mentioned a little while ago over into central Greenwood County. And then we haven't forgotten about those areas up here in Harvey County, because again, this continues to be a developing line of thunderstorms that we're seeing developing back to the southwest. And so there is some concern that we may, radar is still showing the possibility of something developing up here to the northeast of the Newton vicinity. But as we go in a little bit closer, it's been some time since we've had anything confirmed on this storm up here in Harvey County. But safest option, just to ride out the storm in a basement if you can, closets, bathrooms, just a reminder about all the safety precautions, because it's been a while since we've been through this sort of thing. And maybe you're new to Kansas and you've never been through this sort of thing before. Below ground is a good option. If you're in an apartment building, you want to try to get to a low level if at all possible. Sometimes time doesn't allow for that sort of thing, so you want to put as many walls between you and the approaching storm as you possibly can. But multiple tornado warnings. If you're just now coming across our coverage, we've had reports of some damage in and around the Andover area. We don't know what part of town. We don't know to what extent that might be, but do us all a favor and please just stay home tonight as the crews get out there and try to figure out, first of all, how bad or how widespread the damage might be. We watched it all unfold here on KWCH 12 with Scott Roberts out in the field. He's still out there tonight as we take another look here at the storm in Butler County. You're looking at pictures there. That's Scott Roberts' live video there, some trees in the foreground as he gets into clear view now. Ominous looking sky. We don't see what we were seeing 15, 20, even 30 minutes ago with the tornado in progress, but obviously there is still some concern looking at this feature on radar that the tornado, if there's going to be one additionally developing out of this storm, it's going to be to the north of Augusta. And you can see there's Benton, there's Towanda. It looks to me like it's going to pass to the south of Towanda, now shifting north of Augusta. El Dorado. We want to give you as much time to plan and prepare. Maybe the storm's going through a cycling phase. Maybe as it passes over town, there will be a brief tornado reported. We just don't know. But this history of the storm is something that we don't want to overlook. And it has produced a tornado that was on the ground for more than 10 minutes. In fact, Lance Ferguson, when he talked to us about 15 minutes ago, suggested it was maybe closer to 15 minutes that it had been in progress. But now that circulation looks like it's well to the north of Augusta and continues to work its way on up, maybe closer to El Dorado. We'll see if anything comes out of that. But a little bit more broad in terms of our rotation, spread out maybe over 3-4 miles. So at the moment, we don't believe there to be a tornado happening since the rotation is fairly spread out, but the storm could organize and maybe later on in its life cycle produce something additional. Let's go back over to Peyton.
Yeah, Ross, still keeping an eye on those tornado warnings that we have a little bit farther north. I can say that the storms are now pushing out ahead of the tornado warnings, and the one that we have for Marion in the northeastern part of Harvey counties goes until 8:45. We'll see if they're going to issue any new tornado warnings, but for the time being, the Weather Service has just issued new severe thunderstorm warnings as these storms continuing to push off to the east could also be producing some strong straight line winds. This is the portion of the storms that I'm talking about here. Still producing some heavy rainfall in Newton, eastern sections of Harvey County, right up through into Marion County. These storms moving off in an easterly direction pretty quickly, and these could also continue to backfill through Sedgwick County. I know getting pictures in from the west side of Wichita of darkening skies back up toward the northwest. These are storms developing along a cold front that could produce some hail and gusty winds potentially if these storms hold together into Sedgwick County. A little bit farther up north, this is getting into Topeka's coverage area. We have storms that are producing there in the northeastern part of Morris County, I should say, north of Council Grove. That is about to head into Wabaunsee County. Again, that is getting outside of our area. We also have a tornado warning here. This is going to include Greenwood County. It does include the town of Eureka. This storm is pushing off in a northeasterly direction. The rotation here on radar does not look overly strong, so that's at least some good news, but it is in an environment that does favor the potential for a tornado as storms continue to develop. So that's kind of why this warning was issued, just anticipating that possibility and kind of given the history of what has happened here over the course of the past 45 minutes into Butler County. So that's kind of the latest on other warnings that we're tracking around the state. Let's send them back over to Ross with more information.
Yeah, and Peyton, just noting this tornado warning that continues in Butler County still looks like one of the most dangerous areas to be right now. They think the storm kind of going through an organizing phase here to the south of El Dorado. This is going to be well removed from Towanda. The Kansas Turnpike right here, Highway 400 down here at the bottom part of your screen. The area that we're most interested in is to the northeast of Augusta, and to give you some idea of what kind of distance we're talking about from El Dorado south, you know, this is a good 7 to 8 miles back to the southwest of El Dorado. The rotation seems to be fairly spread out, but as we've noted throughout the evening, the situation can change very rapidly. We went from having just a couple of thunderstorms on radar to tornado-producing storms, and now you can see that this storm is really starting to wrap itself up once again now northeast of Augusta. Looks like it's passing to the northwest of Leon. So if you know anybody that lives in this area, farmsteads, those that live outside of town, you know, that aren't going to pop up on a storm track that we're going to draw for you, they need to be knowing and understanding just how dangerous this storm continues to be. It does have a history of producing tornadoes. We believe there to be some damage. We don't know to what extent and just exactly where all of that has taken place, but this is a storm that does have a history of producing tornadoes and now has moved on to the northeast of Augusta, so we can give the all clear to Augusta. The rotation there passing to the south of El Dorado. It looks to me like this is probably going to stay to the south of El Dorado, so obviously some encouraging signs there. But if we track this northeast at 20 to 25, again, we're not going to get towns to pop up in our storm track here, but I would say northwest of Leon, certainly south of El Dorado, please be moving to your safe place. If you've not done that already, now's not the time to be going out on your front porch and kind of scanning the skies for yourself, because as you're noting, you know, the sun's gone down for the day. It's going to be very difficult to see exactly what's going on. So what do you do if you're in the path of the storm? Lowest, most center portion of your home. Basements are always going to offer the best protection. Get under a sturdy bench, a table, a desk, whatever it may be that could protect you from anything that might fall from above, especially for little kids. You know, if you're in the path of this storm and, you know, a refrigerator, a freezer, something like that, very heavy, falls to the floor, you just don't want to be underneath of that. If you can go under the stairwell, another good place to be. Not a guarantee that this storm is going to produce another tornado, but this is a dangerous storm, and we can't emphasize it enough. Starting to go through another cycling phase here where it may be organizing, it may produce another tornado, and if it does, it's going to be northwest of Leon, and it looks to me like it could be south of El Dorado. So that continues to be an area that we're watching very carefully to see what happens there. If you're in El Dorado, again, safest option is to move to a place of safety, and that is getting below ground if at all possible. Let's go ahead and get you updated on other storms. We have not had any confirmation of a tornado near Eureka or Greenwood County. Good news there. We're getting a new severe thunderstorm warning now for a big chunk of Sedgwick County, including the city of Wichita. This is our cold front. This thin green line right here is the front, and we've got this narrow line of storms that's rapidly developing, what we say back building to the southwest. So we're starting to see storms develop back into the western part of Sedgwick County, and so this line of thunderstorms here are capable of producing very heavy rainfall and strong winds. The tornado warning for Harvey County expiring at 8:45, so we can give the all clear now to eastern parts of Harvey County. We do have meteorologist Cassie Wilson still out in the mobile weather lab. Cassie, you might give us a quick update here on where you are. We know you're back in the metro area, but what kinds of things have you seen since you've been out kind of covering these storms in and around the Wichita area?
All right, Ross, we are on 235, and we are heading just kind of wrapping around out by the Maze area. I had just placed a call out with meteorologist Jake Dunn to see what he was seeing at his house. He's out in Maze, and he was saying that he's seeing a little bit of some lowering as well as some rotation within the cloud structure itself. Not necessarily a wall cloud or anything too concerning quite yet, but we're kind of keeping a really close eye on the last push here of where this cold front is taking over the dry line, and where we are within that severe thunderstorm warning within Sedgwick County. So we're keeping a closer eye on, you can see we're just passing underneath Zoo Boulevard. we are heading right now. We're keeping a close eye on what this storm is doing on the west side of Wichita, and we're going to continue to track it and stay with it here. But for now, nothing too concerning to report.
That's meteorologist Cassie Wilson, just kind of setting you up with what we're seeing here on radar, because this line of storms is developing now from western parts of the county right up into Harvey County. It actually goes a lot further than that. As we take a look at what's happening up here in western section or eastern Marion County, western Chase County, we follow that line of storms up into Morris County. This line of storms, heavy rainfall and strong winds, are going to be the primary threat. We also still have that tornado warning ongoing up there in portions of Wabaunsee County that, of course, Peyton was talking about there, getting out of our coverage area. So these two storms at the moment, the one that's near El Dorado and the other one that's over here in Greenwood County, both of these continue to have some rotation with it, although they are running out of time, and we're eventually going to catch up and intercept some of these storms, and our tornado threat will decrease very quickly. But at the moment, this tornado warning in Butler County, we don't believe there to be a tornado happening at the present time, but if you're in El Dorado, safest option here for the next 10, 20 minutes or so would be to ride this out in a basement, closet, bathroom, get below ground if at all possible. It's always your safest option if a tornado is in fact produced from this storm to the south of El Dorado. Looks like it will safely stay to the northwest of Leon. But this continues to be a very dangerous storm. There you can see still a broad scale rotation there to the south of El Dorado by several miles, but it's still so close, and we cannot give the all clear to El Dorado at the moment as the tornado warning does continue in Butler County, a dangerous storm happening there. We do know that Andover continues in a severe thunderstorm warning there. We've got another line of storms approaching. So for those that are the emergency crews that are getting out trying to assess the damage, try to help somebody that might have some injuries or whatnot, it does look like we have another line of storms that will be coming in from the northwest. And as it does approach, we're not expecting tornadoes. We can say that. This is probably going to be heavy rainfall, a lot of lightning, and a threat of some strong winds. And if you look carefully, again, this is going to be the front that's racing across south central Kansas now, helping to trigger the storms. And these two, I guess you could call them lone rangers out here by themselves, out ahead of the main line. These are the ones that still have some rotation with it, but eventually you're going to see this line of storms intercept what's over in Greenwood and Butler counties, and our tornado threat should be ending fairly soon. But at the moment, we're dealing with significant storms. Severe thunderstorm warning is out for most of central and northern Sedgwick County. The tornado warning, by the way, does continue over in Butler County, does include El Dorado, does include areas just to the northwest of the Leon area, and the tornado warning that does include the El Dorado area continues until 9 o'clock this evening. So we're coming up on about 10 minutes. My suspicion is it will probably be allowed to expire since we haven't had anything confirmed with it, and the rotation appears to be spreading out over a larger area, which tends to increase our confidence that maybe it's not going to produce an additional tornado, but for another 10 minutes, you know, this is certainly a storm that we continue to watch. So let's go back over to Peyton, get an update on some of these other storms.
Yeah, Ross, so we're watching that activity in south central Kansas right now. We're continuing to monitor our chaser feeds too. Of course, Scott Roberts had a tornado live there as it developed in eastern sections of Sedgwick and western Butler counties. But what we're looking at now here on the radar picture is kind of an interesting scenario. So we've got two isolated cells. This is going to be the activity that is most likely to produce an isolated tornado threat still here over about the next hour or so. And then what we have here, as Ross was mentioning, is more of a line of storms from around Marion down through just east of Newton and then now moving into the Wichita area. This is going to be mainly some strong straight line wind gusts and some heavy rainfall, but that is expected to hold together and sweep all the way through into portions of south central and southeast Kansas over the next few hours. So this is just kind of the start of what'll be an active period here over the next few hours over portions of south central and southeast Kansas. Let's go over here to this tornado warning in Greenwood County. Just getting a report from the fire department of some ping pong ball sized hail at Eureka Lake. So this storm here in Greenwood County producing some large hail. The rotation with this storm has not been overly strong. We have not had any confirmed tornado with this storm in Greenwood County. So that's some good news, but we'll continue to keep a close eye on it because, again, the environment is still favorable for that possibility as that storm continues to push up toward the northeast. So now we're with two tornado warnings, one there for Greenwood, the other one for Butler County. We've got some golf ball size hail reported in El Dorado. So let's see, emergency management reporting a funnel cloud south of El Dorado that has since lifted back up. So I think kind of what Ross was mentioning, we're getting kind of into a situation with this storm, it's looking like, where it's definitely not as strong as it was 45 minutes ago. So we'll just have to continue to monitor if that trend continues, and they will go ahead and issue a new tornado warning for it they are now saying confirmed tornado near El Dorado. So let's go back to Ross with more information on that storm.
Yeah, it's definitely not ready to give up just yet, and obviously with that funnel cloud report giving that we're now moving into darkness and the eyewitness accounts are going to start trailing off, we start to move our reliance on Doppler radar becomes much more heavier, certainly when you lose those eyewitness accounts. But around El Dorado at the present time, again, there is some concern that we could see an additional tornado develop out of this storm. It would likely be very brief given what we're seeing here on radar, but this new tornado warning will include El Dorado, areas to the north and east of there, several miles of the Kansas Turnpike. Let's bring you up to the current time. We'll get rid of some of these storm reports, but before we do that, the most recent one, which is what Peyton was talking about there near El Dorado, this is going to be what we believe to have been a funnel cloud, but now this was just to the southwest side of El Dorado, as that tornado warning now being reissued for central and eastern sections of Butler County, where we do continue with a dangerous storm near El Dorado. So if you're in that area, again, the likelihood of a big tornado out of this, probably not. We haven't seen that many big tornadoes tonight, and I don't think we're moving into that kind of situation here. But even if we get a brief tornado that passes through the city limits of El Dorado or even on the outskirts of town, you know, there are a lot of farmsteads in this area. We want you to be safe, and that means riding out this storm in a basement. You probably won't be there very long. The storm continues to truck onto the northeast at speeds of roughly 30 miles per hour, so it's not going to be around for too long. But at the moment, it is very close to El Dorado. And we do continue with a dangerous situation there in central and eastern sections of Butler County. So the circulation that we're looking at right now, again, this is very close to El Dorado. Looks like maybe just on the south edge of town. If we are getting a tornado in the city limits of El Dorado, it's going to be more on the south edge of town than it would be farther to the north. This is the Kansas Turnpike here. There's Highway 77. Many of you from south central Kansas have been on some of these highways, know exactly what area we're talking about here, but central Butler County is where, again, we're still seeing that very dangerous part of the storm where funnel clouds, perhaps maybe a brief tornado could be happening at the present time near El Dorado. We have not been able to pick up on any debris signature on radar, which is possible. You know, something that we would be looking at from this radar scope would be a concentrated area of blue matching up with where we're seeing the rotation, and we're not able to put those two together tonight. So I don't believe that we're seeing any kind of debris here on the radar, but this continues to be a very dangerous storm here near El Dorado, areas along Highway 54, south of the Turnpike. Again, possible that we get a tornado to develop out of this. But even if we don't get that, there's still some concern of very large hail, which we haven't talked much about recently as the storm continues to work its way. This is El Dorado Lake there. And the hail potential here may be quarter size if we're getting some of the larger hail falling there in central sections of Butler County. But a tornado warning does continue, including El Dorado. Over here to the right, there's Roselia, this Highway 54, and again 77, there's the Kansas Turnpike. We are concerned about the possibility of a brief tornado possibly spinning up near El Dorado, and that's why this new warning does include areas from there right on up the Turnpike. It doesn't look like, let's find out, Cassie not included in the tornado warning there, but we are seeing that storm track on to the northeast. As for what's making its way across Sedgwick County at the moment, as we pointed out a little while ago, this appears to be mostly heavy rain and some wind. Going to be a lot of lightning with these storms too, perhaps some hail too. But I would expect it's probably up to the size of quarters, maybe in most instances smaller than that, as those storms, the line of storms now forming on the cold front continues to come across Sedgwick County. We do have Michael Schwenke standing by with some updates on damage. Of course, we know the tornado passed very near Andover. He can provide some additional details of what the newsroom is collecting in the wake of the storm in Butler County.
Ross, as you can imagine, a lot of phone calls, a lot of emails coming in. We do have some video shot by Josh Wells out in the Andover area. Here's what we're getting as far as damage in and around the Andover area, possibly some homes along Kellogg. A lot of the damage in and around Andover Road itself. also in and around Andover Central High School, the park there, City Hall, and then as you head to the north and east, a neighborhood up along 13th Street. But taking a good look here at just incredible video as we watched this live earlier. But Ross, we are getting reports now of some damage in and around the Andover area. Our crews have dispatched out in that area. If you live out there, you know it is crazy right now with some of the emergency traffic, as they too are trying to determine just how bad this damage is in and around that Andover area. Good news right now as we monitor dispatch and talk to them, no reports of injuries, but it does sound like some homes have been damaged, possibly some damage to the Andover Central complex that is in and around that area. But here you're just seeing some of the viewer video that we got as this tornado moved through that Andover area. If you do have damage reports, we would love to have those just so we can give some accurate information here. You can email those to us, news@kwch.com, or just send it in through the app just to help us better map what has been damaged in some of those areas that have been affected. But again, in and around the Andover area along Central and Andover Road, in that general vicinity, Ross, is where we're hearing some of the damage.
Okay, thanks very much, Mike. And of course, it's only human nature that in the wake of these kinds of situations, it's natural to want to go out and see it for yourself. I think a lot of Kansans feel that, maybe want to try to get out there and help. But ultimately, not a good idea to try to go out and try to survey damage with night setting in on south central Kansas and the rest of the state. We've got a lot of stuff happening. We've got blowing dust, strong winds, tornadoes, thunderstorms now coming back across south central Kansas, including Wichita. But here's what we've got going on as far as the tornado warning is concerned in Butler County, and there's still some reason to be concerned. Now, just south and east of El Dorado, we still have a bit of an appendage, a notch on radar, indicating some of the rotation that we're looking at. Now, we have not had for about 10 minutes an eyewitness account of a tornado. If there's going to be something, it's going to be just south and east of El Dorado, Rosalia over here, the storm safely to the north of Leon, so no reason to be sheltered there in Leon. But areas along Highway 54, this continues to be a very dangerous storm with the possibility, again, emphasizing there possible, not a guarantee, no confirmation, but we still have some rotation right here along Highway 54, now starting to look like it's shifting southeast of El Dorado, and tornado warnings continue in this area. We're going to start losing those eyewitness accounts, the videos that we've been showing throughout the evening with night falling on south central Kansas. Those videos tend to drop off, and so we just, our reliance on Doppler radar goes almost to 100% at this point in time. Still a very populated area of Kansas, so if it's producing a tornado, we're probably going to find out about it fairly quickly, but a tornado warning does continue for areas just south and east of El Dorado. Let's go back over to Peyton for a quick update on some other storms.
Yeah, Ross, we do have just one other tornado warning to tell you about tonight. Tornado warning that is for Greenwood County. This is going to go until 9:15. Can say that throughout the duration of this tornado warning that we haven't seen any sort of significant rotation with it. We did get some reports of some large hail, but Eureka has been included within this tornado warning for a while. This storm is now lifting north of town. So that's some good news there. But again, the tornado warning does continue until 9:15. That storm with its northeastward movement could also be producing some large hail in Hamilton, where you see those shades of darker red and orange. So this is an area of potential large hail. Let's look at the wind mode, because in scenes as well, nothing that shows up in here that is particularly strong or impressive. So probably do not have a tornado on the ground with this storm at this point in time. But again, based on what we're looking at with the environment, close eye on things. But again, that's our other tornado warning. They have two tornado warnings, a western one there on the left side of your screen for Butler County, and the other one for Greenwood County. The Greenwood County tornado warning here, this easternmost one goes until 9:15, and the one for Butler County goes a little bit later than 45. That we're really watching, and again, also a line is about to, or it is already moving into portions of the Wichita metro area now. Ross?
All right, thanks very much, Peyton. We want to welcome our viewers on the KSCW Eyewitness News at 9, of course, underway on the KSCW. We continue with our coverage on KWCH 12. We essentially had some tornadoes up in Dickinson County earlier this evening, and then all of a sudden we went from what felt like 0 to 60 in a matter of 5 minutes with a storm that blew up over Wichita, produced a tornado that went through the Andover area. You know, Andover's no stranger to tornadoes. This one very different than the big one back on May 3rd of '99, but we do have reports of damage, and we do have, you know, several different pictures and video coming in. It's very important because Mike was suggesting we would like to see pictures of damage, but only if you can do that safely. If you're looking out your window or you don't have power at this point in time, or maybe you're damaged around your location and you can't safely get out and assess it, it's very important that you maintain safety for yourself. And don't worry about sending us pictures if you can't do it, and keep yourself safe. Don't worry about that. We, of course, continue to cover things provided as they come into the newsroom. And this very latest on what storm, you're looking at an area now removed from El Dorado. I think there's reason to be concerned about a possible tornado that could develop out to the south of Highway 54. This is getting in closer to Roselia. So if you're in that area, around or just west of Roselia, follow the circulation. It has gone through a cycling. Original circulation absorbed by the rest of the storm, and now it looks like they're trying to do something right there along Highway 54, or maybe just to the south of the highway. And as that approaches Roselia from west, again, not a guarantee we're going to get a tornado out of it, but we want you to be sheltered until this storm clears that area. And that will, again, be east of El Dorado and to the west of Roselia, where we continue to see that strong circulation there moving on to the northeast. So that's where it is now, bring you up to the current time as we continue to look for any potential signs of debris being lofted up from the tornado. High level of certainty that we're seeing any debris on radar, but this is a product of the radar that we continue to come back and check in on from time to time. Tornadoes, you know, if we're seeing debris on radar, that would increase our level of confidence that we've got something, a circulation in touch with the ground. At the moment, we believe that is passing very close to and just to the west of Roselia. Okay, now we got a new hail report, so let's bring that information up here for you. Again, a hail report coming from Roselia. Okay, this would be golf ball size just at the top of the hour from just west of Roselia. So that goes without saying. You know, hail obviously a concern by itself, but we still have rotation showing up just to the west of Roselia, and that storm continuing to track to the northeast. And it is possible that that storm will be crossing over into western sections of Greenwood County. So at the moment, I think we can safely say that areas around El Dorado, the storm has shifted east of you, but if you're west of Roselia or in Roselia, you need to be seeking shelter from the storm at once as we continue to have a strong signature on radar of some rotation there. Let's get an update on some of the damage that continues to change in a very fluid situation. Let's go over to Michael Schwenke.
Ross, we are getting new reports in from Andover. First, we just got off the phone with dispatch. Again, no reports of injuries, but said their 911 system is flooded right now. Let's take a look at a picture we're just now getting from the Andover Y itself, and you can see the extensive damage. If you're not familiar with this area, Andover along Kellogg there, just to the east of Andover Road, and you can see the front of that building has been badly damaged. In the foreground there, you can see in front of the building a car that has been flipped over. I believe we have one more picture as well. Here's a closer look. So this is showing the power of this storm as some of those cars that were in the parking lot slammed into the building. But again, the good news here, right now we're not hearing reports of injuries. That's what Butler County Dispatch is telling us. But this in and around the Kellogg and Andover Road area, so that's the path that this tornado took. We do know there are some homes damaged in and around that area. It is very populated, obviously, as it headed up then north and east. And we are getting reports of damage not only to the Andover Y here, but the Andover Central High School complex as well. Possibly not as extensive as what we're hearing there at the Andover Central High School and Middle School. And then it went up to the north yet again. The park, there's the Andover Park in that area sustaining some damage, and then another neighborhood off of the 13th Street area. But once again, if you were just joining us, significant damage here in the Andover area. This, the Andover Y, and you can see just how powerful this tornado was as it went through the Andover area. We continue to get reports. We have been in contact with Butler County Dispatch, and again, no injuries reported, but 911 calls still flooding into their dispatch center.
And Mike, there's always going to be the question, we start to see pictures of damage where it may fall on the EF scale. We simply don't know because we don't have a full scope of what the damage may be tonight, but obviously concerned about those there near the Andover Y, as we've now had some damage reported there. Still tracking a tornado warning now till 9:45 for Butler County. We're still looking at an area that is getting stronger. The rotation is increasing now just to the west of Roselia in western or eastern sections of Butler County. So this continuing to be a danger storm. Let's switch over here to Max 3, kind of set everything up for you. It's been a little while since we've looked at a regional picture, but we've got severe thunderstorm warnings across south central Kansas. The line of storms coming through Wichita at the present time. We're not seeing rotation like we've had with some of these earlier storms. The line of storms extending up into Marion and Chase counties. Meteorologist Peyton Sanders continues to work that line of storms. We continue to keep a close tab on what's happening here near Roselia. And again, we are still seeing strong rotation on radar. We've got these 2 tornado warnings, one over in Greenwood County. That storm not looking very impressive at all, really starting to ramp down, weaken there. But the tornado warning does continue for central and eastern Butler County. Near Roselia, you need to be in your safe place at this time because we continue to see a strong signature on radar of rotation. Peyton?
Yeah, Ross, just real quickly wanted to pass along. Of course, it's dark out now, so our feeds from our storm chasers, their live stream video, not quite as useful here at nighttime, but we've been in contact with them still. Taylor Wright is on this storm, and I'll show you his location. You can see those bright shades of color. That's indicating pretty strong winds. And what we're looking at here, I'll turn off the storm icons there so you can see. There's Taylor's position. He has what we're all cloud now with this thunderstorm that we're looking at here into the eastern part of Butler County. So that means there is rotation with this storm. We're already seeing that on radar, but he is confirming the lowering and the rotating lowering with this thunderstorm that we're watching, and this storm is pushing off to the east. So again, we have noted, Ross and I have been talking about it within about the past 10 minutes or so. It does look like that this storm is starting to strengthen with this rotation once again. So we certainly do need to keep a close eye on it as it continues to push off to the east. Ross?
All right, thanks very much, Peyton. We, of course, are in continuous coverage with our weather partners over at KFDI. They've been in continuous coverage. If you're out driving around tonight, listening to the coverage on KFDI, remember, we are providing information on TV, and for those that may be out listening to us on the radio, we continue with the tornado warning in central and eastern Butler County. The rotation is getting stronger just to the west of Roselia, so if you're in that area, we can't emphasize it enough. As Peyton was pointing out, the videos, the eyewitness accounts, they drop off. That's natural for it to happen when the sun sets and darkness falls. You know, we just don't get all of the reports that we would otherwise expect if it were middle of the afternoon. But you can see this rotation is really ramping up here just to the west of Roselia, right here along Highway 54. To give you an idea of what we're thinking in terms of distance from the circulation back to Roselia, it's not very far at all. I mean, we're talking about miles. So time is running out to move to a place of safety. And as we've been telling you throughout the evening, basements, closets, bathrooms, good places to go. If you can get underneath of a staircase, another layer of protection that's going to be really good. I mean, that would be a great place to try to ride out a potential tornado. Again, as this thing gets in closer to Roselia, there is a chance that it could produce an additional tornado based on the returns that we're seeing here on radar. This is now well east of El Dorado and continuing to track on to the northeast. This is probably going to be our last tornado warned storm tonight, but it's holding together, and so it may stay with us for a little while longer. As again, we continue to see that area of concern now moving through the eastern side of Butler County as we drop some of these markers off so you get a cleaner view of the radar. There's the notch that's showing up right here along Highway 54, tracking to the northeast. We haven't given you a storm track for a little while, but those of you that live in this area know it well, and it's now near Roselia. And it does continue to track to the northeast. We'll track it at 25 to 30 miles per hour, putting it in Roselia essentially here within the next couple of minutes. So you don't have a lot of time. And then it's going to bring it over into western Greenwood County if the storm continues to rotate. And it's still a very healthy thunderstorm with large hail and rotation right along Highway 54 now, about 2 miles back to the west of Roselia. This tornado warning over in Greene County on time. We haven't had any reports of tornadoes there. The rotation never really looked all that put together there on radar. So some good news coming from Greenwood County tonight. Situation there in Butler County as we continue to see these very intense thunderstorms tracking across south central Kansas. If you're out driving around tonight, Maybe you're listening to our coverage here on KFDI. Most of Wichita up through KWCH, Bel Air, northeast Sedgwick County. This is very heavy rainfall. Now, we have not had any reports of significant hail happening with these storms, but there is probably going to be some, and it could be up to the size of perhaps dimes or nickels, but the warning takes us until 9:30. I would be expecting to be coming down at perhaps maybe 2 inches per hour, some blinding rainfall to try to dry through tonight. We do have meteorologist Cassie Wilson out covering the storms in and around Wichita and Sedgwick County. Cassie, what's the latest from where you're watching the storms tonight?
South towards Kellogg. We just passed Central, so we've been kind of looping around the metro and just confirming exactly what you're saying in terms of seeing severe thunderstorm warned portions that's left in Sedgwick County. Yes, heavy rain, very small hail, pea-size hail is what I was seeing kind of bouncing off of the roads as we loop around through Maze. Let me give you a look outside, though, as we're still watching some of these road conditions. They're just not great by any means. When I pull up our mobile weather lab readings, I've got about a half an inch of rain, and that's just kind of coming in from Tyler, the Maze and Tyler area, and then 235. So a very small area of Wichita, and so heavy rain rates, very small pea-size hail, but we are dealing with still some dangerous driving conditions here along the metro. Again, that's really the major impacts that we're dealing with, and we are trying to head south towards 400 to hit up with the southern edge of what is left of the severe potential here. Reporting from 235, Cassie Wilson.
All right, thanks very much, Cassie. New tornado warning now. No surprise here. This is for the storm near Roselia. This is going to include western sections of Wood County as well. As we go back over to this storm, you can't miss it. And right there is the hook, and it's moving on Roselia as we speak. You need the storm because there's a strong chance. If it behaves the way that it is right now, it could produce an additional tornado. And again, we're not going to get the reports that we would expect if we had some light out there and see exactly what's taking place. Well, you're right here along Highway 54, so eastern Butler County, tornado warning. It does include areas in Greenwood County, and the initial tornado warning for Greenwood County is expiring on time, but now concerned about what's happening here right along Highway 54. And again, this is east of Wichita, east of El Dorado, now very close to Roselia. There is a chance that this storm could produce another tornado. As we take a look at the wind signatures inside of this storm, the blues, the wind is blowing back toward the Wichita radar. And then obviously the red that we've been looking at to see, that's going to be where the wind is going away. So that circulation is now starting to strengthen, and it's closing in on a more concentrated area. And when that happens, now you're starting to rotate much quicker. And again, it doesn't guarantee that we're going to see a tornado, but it does increase the likelihood. And because we don't have the light out there any longer, you know, our dependence on Doppler radar goes almost to 100% at this point in time. So if you're in, please shelter from this storm. There's a strong chance that it could produce wall cloud, perhaps, I don't know, maybe it's just a brief tornado. We don't know. But as that storm tracks along Highway 54, it's a very dangerous storm, and it's eventually likely going to cross over into western Greenwood County. We're probably about 15 to 20 minutes away from that doing so as that storm continues to work its way on to the east and pass through the Roselia area. You know, Peyton, I don't know if that's a debris signature there.
Yeah, I'm checking to see. That might be from the vantage point on the 4 panel. It kind of might be in the clear air there.
Okay.
On the east side. Taylor is saying that he might have seen a tornado at the flash.
Okay, so Taylor, and what we can do here is we'll bring up chaser locations and show you precisely where he's at. So this is Taylor Wright, and he's right here along Highway 54 looking at storm 2 is east. Now remember, we're not getting live video from him because it's darkness out there. Okay, he is confirming tornado. Okay, let's go ahead and take Taylor's feed. Let's see if we can get a visual of this. You know, we've been saying time and time again, it's different. You know, when the sun goes down for the day, we're just not able to see everything quite as clear as you would during the afternoon. But these are live pictures from Taylor Wright. He's on Highway 54 on the tornado warning. It's very close to Roselia. You need to be sheltered from the storm. I'm looking behind the scenes here, and I think we've got enough illuminating the thing on. This also gets to be a little bit touchy in terms of cell and the storms broadcast that to you on TV. Able to get information from Taylor. Again, he's right here at 54, confirming there does appear to be a tornado with Roselia in eastern sections of Butler County. This is Greenwood here, and this storm is of concern. We've been seeing the rotation ramping up, and as we continue to see if we're seeing any kind of debris at the moment, not necessarily radar. This rotation is so impressive, watching it ramp up, and they're now kind of working its way through Roselia storm. I mean, it's right on top of Roselia right now. You need to be seeking shelter. That means getting to the lowest level, most center portion of your home. Got a basement, go there now. If you're in a mobile home, it can be a very touchy subject, but that is still not a safe place. Tornado, they're just no match for this kind of situation here. I know it sounds like the most ridiculous thing, but you're actually safer seeking shelter in a ditch than you are trying to ride a storm out in a mobile home. But a lot of mobile home areas have designated storm shelters. Unfortunately, it looks like time has run out in Roselia to do that sort of thing. It's working its way through town and going to the north of there. We're going to hope we don't get damage from that area. But if at all possible, we'd love to try to get Taylor's video up if we can do that sort of thing, because he was reporting a cone. You know, maybe it's more than just a funnel, but perhaps a cone tornado in that area of Roselia, eastern Butler County. Again, we want you to be sheltered as the storm continues through and along, mostly now looking like north of Highway 4, eastern Butler County, live from Taylor Wright, who is on Highway 54. Traffic out hitting his windshield there. We're watching the center part of the screen, so you're going to have to wait for the lightning flashes to try to see something. You know, there's enough lightning out there that we might be picking out, but it's difficult.
We saw it a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, a little while ago we were able to see, but this is the being spotted. You either have a lot of lightning or not enough to really say with a high level certainty what you're seeing. But there does at least be enough lightning out there tonight that when we saw it and looked at it so ago, we were able to see what like a cone tornado happening in Roselia. So that's the situation in eastern Butler County. We'll come back to you if we're able to see something, but it's now working through Roselia and just kind of setting everything up, getting a little noisy across south central Kansas. We've got storms rolling through Wichita, producing some rainfall here to Channel 12 studios on the north side of the city when dime-sized hail reported. And now it looks like they're updating the tornado warning, which go along with the report that we had from Taylor Wright there. Again, this is very close to Roselia. This line of storms as it comes across Wichita, now moving back into Butler County. Remember, Andover has had some tornado damage, and that's one of the challenges that we'll have to deal with tonight, is that the homes have some damage. You've got heavy rain that's coming in from the west. Small hail, heavy rain, wind gusts maybe 50 to 60 miles per hour, and so that's a danger that we're dealing with. But at the present time, we are concerned about this tornado warning that's moving through Roselia and western sections, soon to be western sections of Greenwood County. Not going to be a threat to Eureka. They're not showing up very close to Roselia and working its way to the north there. So anybody might be north of Roselia, far eastern Butler County. Again, a very dangerous storm, confirmation of a tornado. Taylor Wright on Highway 54 a little while ago reported that it was a cone tornado, has since lifted, but at the moment, we still believe they're tornadoing with storm now north of Roselia. Once again, as we look in, the velocity signatures where the wind is twisting around in this storm, and it still to Roselia there north of Highway 54. Let's go back over to Peyton for some updated information.
Yeah, Ross. So again, we'll continue to monitor Taylor Wright's feed tornado warned here very carefully. Update on what's happening here across the metro Wichita area. Northwest Wichita, the rain's down. The strong portion of the storm is now shifting into eastern. You can see the eastward movement on it. This is moving over areas now that did have tornado damage earlier, so we've got to keep that in mind as this moves through. Some very heavy rainfall. We have been getting in some hail in along with the very heavy rain. About quarter size is the largest. In fact, that's the newest report just coming in from the Weather Service in Wichita out at the airport. 1-inch diameter hail, that is quarter size. So the heaviest portion of this area of thunderstorms is going to continue to pull away into the eastern sections of Sedgwick, into the northwestern portions of Butler County. This area of line of storms continues to push off toward the east. Strong straight line wind gusts and some heavy rainfall. Right with the storms, this line here that we're seeing in eastern portions of Sedgwick into northwestern Butler County. Then we have the tornado warning that we did have earlier for the one warning that we had for Greenwood County was allowed to expire. It is worth noting that far western Greenwood County is under a new tornado warning for the storm that is near Roselia that we're going to have to continue to monitor. But again, we did get some reports of a tornado again confirmed with this storm that is in the eastern sections of Butler County. So that is now our one storm at this moment that has the potential, or is producing a tornado, and is likely the one that will continue to do so here for a little bit. Ross?
All right, thanks very much, Peyton. Again, another look here at the storm north of Rosalia. Reports of power flashes in that area. We'll come back to the storm here momentarily. Do send it over to Michael. He reports of damming into the newsroom. Mike, what's the latest?
A lot of video and pictures. Real quickly, I know pass along Sedgwick County activated its emergency operations center, which will help here in the metro area, and they say that will help facilitate aid. So I mentioned the Andover Y sustained significant damage, getting some new video from inside. So let's begin there if we can. Walk through this video with us here. But again, the Andover Y, here's the outside picture. If you didn't see this earlier, you can see significant damage to one of the buildings. Our vehicles up against that building as well. And there's a closer look, and there you can up a Y. Now you inside with some of the video that we're getting from viewers here. So this is inside the Andover Y, significant damage. The roof had collapsed. That works over there texting saying the area. That's where the roof came down there in the Andover Y. Let's go ahead and give you a look. Also, I believe we have video from someone actually flying into the Wichita area, a unique look at this tornado from above as they were coming in here to Eisenhower Airport. And there's a look at that tornado. More rope there. As we know, this did reach basically that stove classic pipe as it did hit Andover, and that's when some of the damage was caused. I believe we do have one more video here we can show you that has come in as well. So it's courtesy of KWTV had chasers up here, but just some closer look here at that debris ball as it goes through the Andover area. We do have homes damaged as well. Reports of the area out of power in and around the Andover area, which is pretty typical. A lot of power flashes have seen, but to some homes. Also the school as well. Central damage in that area, and we're getting reports street, possibly just east of Andover as well, that may have sustained some damage there. We are getting reports that at least a couple of homes may have been destroyed. So it has gone beyond just damage on a couple of those homes. But some of the video we're getting here, but again, Sedgwick County activating its emergency operations center will coordinate. It is a mutual aid thing, so they will coordinate with Butler County. Butler County Emergency Management has been activated. Their 911 center telling us no reports of injuries right now, but definitely reports of damage, and those 911 continue. We'll continue to monitor videos and the latest information here. We have crews now getting set up in and around the Andover areas. You know, it's presenting a little bit of a challenge here as that second round of storms came through, dumping some hail and obviously dangerous lightning as some of the folks and rescue crews are out in that area. Ross?
Thanks very much, Mike. Again, we do have reports of power flashes and our reports now of damage. We don't know if it's in Rosalia or just to the west of Rosalia, but now that circulation has passed north and now is northeast of Rosalia, getting ready to move into western sections of Butler County, or Greenwood County, I should say. That storm, again, now with the history, we believe, of producing a tornado. We don't know if it went through Rosalia, but there are reports of power flashes and reports of some damage in and around the Rosalia area. We're joined again with our weather partners over at KFDI. For those of you listening to our coverage this evening, maybe you're listening to us in a storm shelter. We want to let you know we only have one tornado there tonight, and it's this one in eastern Butler County to the northeast of Rosalia. Reports of power flashes and reports of some damage. We don't know to what extent. Probably won't know for several more minutes, but that storm is quickly making its way toward western sections of Greenwood County. It looks like it will pass well to the west and northwest of Eureka by several miles. So we can safely say that Eureka, although another line of storms is coming, you shouldn't have to worry too much about the threat of this tornado coming your way. It's now getting ready to cross over into western Greenwood County. So just kind of setting up what's happening here, because we've had a noisy night of storms coming across Wichita. We're still dealing with that tornado warning north of Rosalia. This entire line here working its way across the metro area. Heavy rainfall. We've had some hail reported too. Hail reported to the National Weather Service office that's by the airport, southwest side of the city, and this thin or cold front helping to trigger these storms. So we've got a line now, and usually when we see a line of storms, we're concerned about heavy rainfall, hail, and wind, which all being reported tonight as they continue to work their way. We follow that line of storms right up to Dickinson County. Dickinson County, the tornado warning night up in the Topeka area. South of Topeka, looks like we have radar indications of rotation there. South of Topeka, no confirmation anything or any circulation on the ground, I should say. And then notice we've got the line of storms here, but these individual storms that have formed out ahead of the complex of storms, the tornado warning north of Rosalia and the other storms that are north of Eureka, they're quickly going to get absorbed by this line of storms that's racing to the southeast. So the tornado threat is diminishing quickly, but that doesn't take away from the short-term concern of what's happening north of Rosalia with this oscillation that we've been looking at now for almost lost track of how long it has been. It seems like it's been at least 45 minutes, if not longer, and that storm now north of Aurelia getting ready to move into western Greenwood County. So this again racing southeast. If you were with us earlier tonight, we've been advertising the weather would clear the area by midnight tonight. Meteorologist Peyton Sanders with an update on timing and what future track is showing.
Yeah, Ross, I do want to show you real quickly that we do have the tornado watch new for portions of south central and eastern Kansas. We'll show you that now. That goes until 11 p.m. tonight for areas including Wichita, out to the east through Eureka, El Dorado. This is for the storms that are ongoing now, and then we have the warnings within inside of it. Let's take a look at future track. It's doing a pretty good job right now showing the line of storms, and notice how it does catch up to those isolated cells that we have in Butler and Greenwood counties. As it's off toward the southeast, it's going to have a potential to produce some straight line wind gusts, maybe some pockets of hail as Chautauqua, County as well. All of this activity will continue to roll to the southeast. Notice this is by midnight. Then after that, all of it's going to continue to fade away, and then we should be dry heading into the weekend. So again, storms right now. Let's pull that back up here across south central Kansas, and this activity does continue. We haven't had any sort of significant wind gust reports so far as this line is through, but we have had the occasional, well, it does look like there is one wind report here. Let's see what that's looking like from East Wichita about a half hour ago. Estimated 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So some areas within line will be producing some strong straight line wind gusts as this continues to push off to the east. But again, by far, what is our most significant storm still remains in the eastern sections of Butler County, western part of Greenwood County, where a new tornado warning has just been issued. So let's send it back over to Ross with more updates.
Okay. Quick update on that new tornado warning again. This is for the storm that's northeast of Roselia, and as soon as we get you updated on what's happening here, we will join some of our reporters in the field gathering information on some of the damage out there tonight. Again, this is northeast of Roselia. Let's give you an idea of what we're talking about distance. Sometimes hard to look at this and to really know for sure. About 5 miles to the northeast of Roselia. Power flashes reported. Reports of damage coming from eastern Butler County, getting ready to cross over into western Greenwood County. The new tornado warning does not include Eureka, does not include Madison or Hamilton, but western sections of Greenwood would be north of Highway 54, off to the northwest of Eureka. Seek shelter from the storm. It does have a history of producing a tornado. Haley Tucker is reporting tonight from the Andover. Let's send it out to her with an update on what in the wake of these storms tonight. Haley, where are you at? And we
Ross,
obviously see your picture, but go ahead and give us.
We are just north. Yes. Yeah, so we are just north of the YMCA here in Andover, and as you can see, so we are in my car right now just because of all that we're hearing and seeing, and also the rain. I am currently on my phone because we can't get any photographers out to location right here, but as you can see, extensive damage. There's a house just right across the road, right across Kellogg from the YMCA. We are currently in a neighborhood off South McKinless Road. Again, extensive damage. You can see trees downed. Driving into here, we saw a couple power lines down, cars turned over, houses with extensive damage. This is a very dangerous situation. We were trying to get over to the YMCA as Michael Schwenke, I know, showed some pictures from the YMCA and some video, but I mean, it's very, very scary out here at this moment. We haven't heard any reports of injuries. We've seen Butler County sheriffs, Wichita police, Andover police out searching. We've talked to a couple of people. They are okay, but they said it was a very scary situation here in Andover. I live just about a couple miles away from this location, and I saw the tornado touch down, called the newsroom to make sure that we had people on it, but it was a very scary situation. Tornado, as I could see, was on the ground for quite a while. Ross would have more information, obviously, on that. But yeah, I mean, you can see trees down in this location. We're going to try to move to get other locations, but the house is still standing, as you can see it. But it's very, very scary out here in Andover tonight.
Thanks very much. That's Haley Tucker. Stay safe out there with power lines down. And we don't want you to try to go out and survey the damage for yourself. We also have Abby Higginbotham, who is right from Andover, obviously still looking at the damage out there tonight. Abby, let us know what you're seeing this evening.
Here on Andover Road, where the rain has gotten extremely heavy, the power in the area, that, as we can see, is out. Earlier, multiple cars who are now, I guess, trying to just go home. But right now, multiple cars are trying to from this rain as it continues to pour down. Cops have blocked off 13th, and you cannot go south in the area currently. Weather conditions continue to get worse. It is extremely dangerous to be out right now. If you are on the roads, make sure to take cover as the rain as you can tell, is getting significantly stronger. Our team right now is under shelter too at the gas station across the street. But again, we're on 21st and Andover Road. Where cops are currently trying to block off roads so people don't. Mike.
Again, reporting tonight from the Andover area. It's really not advised to try to go out tonight and survey the damage for yourself. You're going to run into road closures. There are power lines down, as you heard Haley reporting. Trees are down, power is out. This is a difficult situation, and we're dealing with tremendous rainfall that's coming across Butler County, areas that were earlier this evening, and we still have an ongoing tornado warning tonight right on the Greenwood-Butler County line. This is north of Highway 54, going to stay well to the northwest of Eureka. And Peyton and I were just talking about the duration of this heavy rainfall that's coming through south central Kansas. It's not going to be around for much longer. That's the good news for the rescue crews, the emergency personnel trying to get out there and help people that may have suffered some injuries in tonight's storms. We just don't know to what extent or how many that might be. It does sound like we haven't had too many injury reports this evening. Some good news there. But this line of thunderstorms is not wasting any time clearing the area. There's a cold front blowing on through, and that's what's going to shove the most intense thunderstorms south and east here in the next little while. So even though we are dealing with some blinding rainfall, some difficult conditions for the rescue and recovery efforts that are out there this evening, you know, this sort of thing is not going to last all evening long. This line of storms should shove on to the southeast fairly quickly, and that heavy rainfall will clear the Andover area, but we're probably still a good 30 to 45 minutes away from that doing so. At the moment, we continue with the tornado warning again. This is right on the Butler Greenwood County line. There's still reason to believe that there may be something with this tornado warning that's out there this evening. It does include areas northwest of Eureka, northeast of Roselia. This is a look at the circulation, that notch that's showing up on the radar. If we take you back over to the wind mode of the radar, there it is. It's now starting to mostly move within the western side of Greenwood County and track on to the northeast. A very dangerous there, but it does look west of Eureka. If in fact we get an additional tornado that might be produced again, that's the only tornado warned storm that we have out there this evening, is this one right on the Greenwood-Butler County line. A situation there that we'll continue to tab on as the storms continue to move to the northeast. Again, as what has happened in the last hour or so, this line of storms right along the cold front, overwhelming and basically overtaking the line. And as the storms merge with the two tornado-producing storms we had earlier this evening in portions of Butler County, it now looks like those are being absorbed by the rest of the line, and that will essentially really cut off the tornado potential moving through the rest of the night. But as Peyton pointed out a little while ago, it doesn't mitigate the severe weather risk that's going to be ongoing through the rest of the evening for areas of East Kansas, because that's probably going to continue for a little while longer. Mostly going to be a wind threat, but there is still some hail being reported tonight. In fact, we've had a couple reports of hail now to the east, on the east side of Wichita, now moving into the Rose Hill and Douglas area, so be prepared for hail, maybe up to the size of quarters there. The newsroom is collecting. We'll send it over to Michael Schwanke.
Ross, thank you. As you know, we've shown some video from Josh Wells over there in Andover. Josh on the school board over there as well, but spent a lot of time at KFDI chasing tornadoes. Josh joins us on the phone here. And Josh, you've been in and around Andover. Can you explain some of the damage you've seen? And we'll try to take some of the video here that you sent us as well.
Yeah, Mike, good evening. And I'm trying to hear you. It's getting more hail. Right now, probably quarter-size hail. I'm on Harris Street in Butler County, just about a mile to the west of Andover Road. You can hear the hail really coming down now. I think it's quarter size. We'll back to the host. Let me get back to the damage, storm damage that we saw. We saw the tornado touch down in Andover. The damage that I've seen so far has been pretty extensive to stick-built homes. Damage at Harry and Andover Road, it seems to be where it begins. And really the damage stays somewhat to the right along Andover Road and to the east. I'm getting word that I think you guys have said that the YMCA was badly damaged, but from what I saw, the tornado stayed just to the east of Andover Road. Was on a Charter Oak tornado and that's a stovepipe tornado. What you did was we did a lot of damage and went right through Andover Central Park and just missed the schools. It just missed everything there, but then continued on almost on a straight northerly pattern. And there's a housing addition that's about 3/4 of a mile to the east, Andover Road on 13th Street, and it took a hit. built homes, newer construction built homes, and several of those homes were badly damaged with roofs missing and only walls still standing, and some were fairly leveled. Again, I don't have any reports of any injuries. When we were on the scene, we were first on the scene on the power line. It's responding. Also, Butler County Sheriff, Sedgwick County Sheriff, and Wichita in the city of Andover helped with control of traffic, with keeping people away from power lines. Saw a lot of emergency crews that I just mentioned. Again, I don't know if there's any injuries. I'm hopeful that there's not, but I cannot accurately report on that. What I can report on, Mike, is that the schools seem to be okay. There may be some roof damage. I'll let the school district talk about that, but we witnessed it go right behind Andover Central, went right through Central Park and on to the north.
That's what I was going to ask you. We'd heard reports that it came very close to that Andover Central High School complex, but the good news you're passing along that it may have been spared. And guys, as we watch Josh Wells' video, he mentioned the YMCA, so if you're just joining us, if we could try to switch to those YMCA pictures and video as we talk, because it makes sense to what Josh is saying, that it was just to the east of Andover Road as it came into town there, and that's where that Y is. Also getting some reports possibly there's a really large apartment complex as well next to the Andover Y that may have sustained some damage, but some of the most significant damage has been to the Andover Y, and here we're taking a look. But Josh, you said you saw it as it went through there in that video. As we look here at the picture of the YMCA, just the power, but you were awfully close to that tornado as it went through.
Behind it, we hit the letter at Andover and Central, got up, paid our bill, looked outside, on it there. We first intercepted it at about Andover Road and 3rd Street, stayed to the north of us across Andover and followed it behind the system. So it did stay, I think, at Jamestown Street. So it went right along that Jamestown area, which is where the YMCA is. I just drove through that area a bit ago from Andover Road and Kellogg as I'm trying to check on some family members. And it was all black and it was all dark. It looked as though it was close to the Dillons. It looked as though the Dillons was intact. I could see the awning for the Dillons fuel area. It looked as though it was intact, but I could not see any further to the east there, Mike. But what I saw as a tornado touchdown, it came right along. That Jamestown Road, Yorktown. I'm sorry, it's not Jamestown. I apologize. It's Yorktown Road. It looked like it came right along Yorktown Road, went right through Andover Central Park. Let me make sure you understand that. Not Andover Central, but Andover Central Park, right there where the hall is. Went right through that park, which is just to the east of the school complex, and then went on to the north.
Josh Wells, thank you for the reports. I know you're down there checking on family now and the challenge that it is so dark without power. We have storms still moving through to deal with, but you heard Josh saying now he's seeing Sedgwick County as well as Wichita crews, and that is typical in a situation like this. It is mutual aid. The county has acted the operation to try to communicate with all of these crews. Some of this damage, make sure everyone is safe. The good news there, too, Josh also hearing no reports of injuries. And the good news from Josh's report, the school complex there has possibly been spared, at least in the Andover area. So, Josh, thank you for your reports. Some of our chasers just now arriving in the building. I'm going to send it back to Ross and Peyton right now, and we'll come back with some of those chaser reports here momentarily.
All right, we do continue with the tornado warning in western Greenwood County. It does appear that the storm is being absorbed by other storms racing in from the northwest. What that's going to mean is a lower tornado threat. Not completely finished with yet, but it does sound like that if we had an ongoing tornado, which we believe was the case as the storm went through the Roselia area, and we are hearing reports of damage. We don't know to what extent, how widespread it might be. There were reports of power flashes, certainly to the west of Roselia. Now the circulation is mostly contained in western Greenwood County. This is going to pass to the northwest of Eureka. Eureka, you've been through tornadoes before. It looks like this thing is it's about finished with a tornado. A lot of heavy rain that's coming your way, and there may still be some strong winds produced with this storm as it works way in from the west. It's a line of thunderstorms still producing some hail and strong winds. We continue to get some hail reports on the storms as they now work their way out of Wichita. And so let's take a closer look. The south flank of this line of storms is still producing some large hail as we go up to the current time and give you a sample of what we're seeing as far as hail threats and hail potential. 934 from Andover. Golf ball size hail, complicating the rescue and recovery efforts that are out there tonight. The blinding rainfall making for another change playing out. But the good news is this is not going to be around much longer. Give it another 30 minutes to an hour or so and this line will clear eastern Sedgwick County and western Butler County. We've had reports of large hail too from the southeast side of Wichita, so let's see what those reports indicate there. Here's a report of 2-inch hail at 9:30 this evening. 2-inch hail, nothing to damage, and certainly knock down some leaves perhaps, maybe do some damage to your home. It potentially can knock out some windows too. But this line of storms shifting south and east, and there's an ongoing hail and wind threat with the storms there now from around the Derby and Mulvane area up into Douglas and Rose Hill. Looks like it hasn't quite made it to Douglas yet. Let's go in and want to work away from the south flank of this line of storms and work our way back up to the north. And the hail reports are mostly now from the south and east of Wichita. They're aimed to the north of Mulvane. It does look like Rose Hill getting in on some of that heavy rainfall at the moment, and it looks like the potential some hail may be coming through Douglas, perhaps maybe in the next 20 to 30 minutes. Hail up to the size of golf balls possible there. Andover getting some very heavy rainfall at the moment, but look how close we are to the western fringe of the heavy rain. It's not going to be around much longer, and then hopefully that will help to accelerate the rescue and recovery efforts that are underway. Again, based on what Josh was reporting there, it's like most of the damage is east of Andover Road, but we're still waiting and collecting a lot of information, and some of it just isn't known this recent after the storm has passed on through. But the heavy rainfall, the hail threat there continuing in southeastern Sedgwick County, western sections of Butler County, and the line of rainfall working its way through El Dorado. We can see the heavy rain moving in on Roselia. Now, some of these places here in eastern Butler County do have some damage. That storm that went through Roselia is now this one that's to the north of Eureka and working its way to northeast. We don't believe there to be a tornado any longer, but there's still a dangerous batch of storm through with hail and strong winds. And meteorologist Peyton Sanders has kind of been looking at this off air. Let's send it over to him for an update on what we're seeing there in Greenwood County.
Yeah, so we've been mentioning that area of thunderstorms has merged into that one cell. This area of rotation has weakened, and the Weather Service is confirming that as well. Before this was observed, if you look at the verbiage within the warning, now it's just radar indicated rotation. So that's at least some good news here from this situation, because this had some strong rotation, was likely producing a tornado. In fact, we did get those confirmed reports of it. You can see those icons there, but some changes here within the past 15 minutes in terms of this storm potentially weakening in terms of its rotation. Tornado warning continues for Greenwood County until 10:15 on the northernmost warning. The southernmost warning goes until 10. So we'll see probably here within the next 10 minutes if we're going to see any sort of news issued. Still can never really rule out. It'll get a little bit closer to the end of that warning, but you can see the two icons there. This did produce another confirmed tornado. This is separate from the storm that earlier produced a tornado around Andover. This eventually rolled up through Butler County and produced a tornadic activity in eastern Butler County. But as we look at the wind mode here on radar, if we go back a few frames to right about here, right where those reds and greens meet up with each other near Roselia, that's likely where we had a tornado on the ground. And then if we take a look at where things are at now, you can see how things have become much more broad. You can actually see this leading edge of the red. That's kind of some outflow winds that can sometimes choke off that rotation. So that's some good news, but we're going to have to watch potentially the northern end of it still. Something that we still can't entirely rule it out just yet. But as this line from Butler County and Sedgwick County comes on through, I do think that we're going to gradually start to transition away from the tornadic potential and more toward a wind threat that will continue. So we're not done yet. This wind and even some hail potential will continue as these storms roll into southeast Kansas as we head on here into the next couple of hours. It's going to start to take a little bit more of a southeast track. So we'll continue to the storm ID and pass along any new information. Ross?
All right, thanks very much, Peyton. Again, still watching. That tornado warning does include western sections of Greenwood County. Lots of thunderstorms moving through. At least we're not in a situation here where the storms are stalling that would hamper the efforts there in Andover as we try to assess what's happened in the wake of tonight's storms. Let's send it over to Michael Schwenke. He's got one of our storm chasers here in house, Lance Ferguson, who witnessed the tornado earlier this evening.
Ross sitting here with Lance Ferguson as we go through some of his chasing experience here too. We'll talk to some of the video as we're just now getting more video in. Lance, where were you? You were just south of this as it came in, correct?
Scott Roberts and I were located at Andover Road and about 140th Street South. So we were about 4 to 5 miles south of Kellogg on Andover Road. We were looking actually due west We saw the funnel clouds start forming, a lot of rotation. We figured, okay, this is where it's going to happen, and sure enough, it did. So we were able to catch it on video from the time it dropped. Immediately, it looked like it just, but there was a lot of debris being kicked up at the bottom, so we knew it was bad. And then it kept fluctuating in size, small, large, marched through as it neared Andover, and we were assuming Kellogg. There was a lot of large debris in the sky, and when we're 3 to 4 miles, probably 2 to 3 miles from it, and we can see the debris being that big of debris flying up, we knew that something was getting hit.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the video here as he talks about that debris, because we're getting some video in, and then Lance's video we're going to try to turn as well. But let's go ahead and take some of the video we have here as we discussed. We've seen the video of it dropping, look like a thin rope tornado. Correct. And it didn't stay that way.
No, it did not. And the thing about it is, just because it's a thin rope does not mean it's not damaging. It immediately, as soon as it touched down, you can see the dot at the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the video I've got that we're getting uploaded, you can see it come right down to the ground, and immediately the dust starts going all up. So as the storm approached Kellogg and the Andover area, again, we were far in the back that we didn't know exactly where it was at. But once we started seeing power flashes, pieces of debris being thrown halfway up into the sky, I'd say halfway up between the ground and the base of the storm itself, we knew that big items were being struck.
You've been on so many of these, Lance. How challenging is it right now that not only do we have darkness, correct, but you have roads closed? We're getting reports Kellogg is closed around 159th. It is so hard for everyone to maneuver and communicate that cell phones are even struggling.
It was tough. I lost cell reception out there. The traffic south of Kellogg was bad. It seemed like that they were rerouting Kellogg traffic south of Andover. Trying to get back here to the station took us probably a good 30-40 minutes just to get around the Andover area. There's a lot of traffic going through. And that's the beauty of, I don't want to say beauty, the saving grace of this is we were able to see the tornado. The sun was just going down when it first down. We were able to have just enough daylight. We were on the south edge of it. We were able to have a great view of it way in. We were able to follow it all the way until it finished. So we knew what was going on. We had to stay away from Andover if we wanted to stay on the chase, because we didn't know what kind of damage paths we run into.
And did you talk about staying on the chase? And here's an incredible aerial view from someone flying Eisenhower as that tornado touched down in the early stages. But it is so challenging now at this point for these crews.
It is. Like I said, the traffic out there is crazy.
Yeah.
A lot of emergency vehicles all over the place. And then, unfortunately, you've got the traffic that's trying to get through, and then you've got the gawkers, people want to go out and look. If you stay away from the area right now, we didn't even try to go back in because there's no power, there's no light, you can't see anything. We drove by a couple of houses that we thought we could tell that had been struck. We smell the air. You can smell the timber. And so we decided, you know what, let's head back to the station and call it a night. And here you can see in that video right there, you see the large pieces of being up in the air.
Incredible video here, and just the sheer power. And if I'm trying to get an idea of where we are, I believe that's the Dillons there. So the Andover Y would have just been east, that apartment complex right there, and you can see that would be right where the Andover YMCA is. I believe we're close or in that Dillons parking lot.
And the thing about it is people see all that debris flying around the top, and they believe it's just small pieces of debris. It's not. When you're
Lance, sorry to interrupt you. We are looking now inside the Andover Y.
Wow, that's amazing. We had heard that on our way back that the Y took a direct hit. I'm just hopeful that the warnings got out early enough and that people were able to take cover and shelter before it rolled into the Andover area.
Lance Ferguson, stand by here. I do have City of Augusta tweeting, our hearts go out to Andover tonight. Of course, Augusta, neighbor city, as they are thinking about their neighbors tonight. We do have Sean logging out on scene. And Sean, can you tell us where you are and what you're seeing?
Yeah, right now I'm out here along Astor Road on the eastern edge of Andover here. And I know it's kind of hard to see right now in the dark in front of me, but this is one of the houses that was hit by the tornado here tonight. You can see they've largely been taken off of that house. You can see plenty of damage. You can even see like a wall that it looks like it's been ripped off the side of that house. I'm going to move a little bit over to my left. You're going to see another house here. The roof, it looks like the roof has just been taken off of that house there. just considerable damage to that house there. We're, of course, seeing plenty of emergency vehicles out here right now, kind of going door to door, just making sure that everyone is safe. And just trying to make sure that everyone is okay here tonight. I was able to speak with someone here who lives just over on West Street. This is just a block over his house. He says luckily right now he's not seen too much damage there, but he says when he came here it was just kind of startling just to see the amount of damage that this portion of Astor transferred here. But of course, a lot of people got those warnings, went to seek shelter out here. So we haven't was injured as far as this tornado, but of course you can just see the significant damage to just these two houses. I know just kind of looking off in the distance here, there's plenty of other houses that have damage. We're going to actually go to that person I talked with here, and here's what he had to say.
It immediately formed, dropped down. We were grabbing our dogs, getting into the basement, went down. The siren, probably 30 seconds after I said that, our sirens went off. I came up to check everything cautiously, came to the backyard, saw the total loss off to my southeast here, about 300 feet to the southeast of my home, and a neighbor, and he and I hopped in his truck and went over to anybody.
Yeah, and as you can see right now, we are actually right now in our car just because it's still a fairly significant storm outside. There's hail hitting us and plenty of lightning and stuff, so we're taking precautions here in our car where it is safe. But of course, you can still see plenty of emergency crews out in these conditions right now. Just the main message right now from emergency officials is just stay away from this area. Don't come here tonight. Let emergency crews don't interfere with what they have to do here tonight. Mike.
Good advice to not go into that area right now. She brought up a couple of good points, Lance. One is, and we heard from the man in that house, there was warning. They had storm system. There was plenty of warning.
Good, that's great. And as a chaser, we're not out there for the glory, to catch it on video. Our main goal is to warn the public, to get the information through to you guys, to warn the public as quickly and early as possible. This reminds me a lot of Greensburg and how we were involved with that. And so I'm so glad that we had the system in place to be able to put the warnings out. I know the Weather Service also monitors our videos, our live streams, so that also helps them.
It's incredible. With so many angles of this tornado live, and that just was 10, 15 years ago, and now we have live pictures, and it gives these people so much warning. As we look at the damage there in Sean's, as we know, tornadoes right away, that a team goes in from the but pretty significant damage. The roof is missing off those homes.
Correct. A lot of people see the debris and it's just small pieces of debris. That's not the case. Those are roofs that you just saw in Sean's video. Those are part of buildings that have been up and tossed way up in the air. And when Scott and I saw the large debris starting to fly across the top, we thought, this is bad. It's now hitting an area where people live, where people work, the Y. We were talking about it on the way back in that we think that it's probably, again, we don't know until they get in there and measure, but we're thinking an EF-2, maybe an EF-3. So it doesn't, the thing about it is people see how small it is at first. That has nothing to do with it. It can be very small and still do quite a bit of damage.
Well, in this picture here, the cars are up against the itself.
Nice. And see, these are the times we're seeing these.
Yeah.
So by the time we're done with the chase, it's dark. We can't see anything. There's no power out there. There's no lights. So we don't know what kind of damage has been done.
Right, Lance Ferguson, and as we talk about all this damage, again, right now, dispatch over there in Butler County is they are going door to door telling us no reports of serious injuries. So if there's any good news in what happened tonight, it appears folks had plenty of warning. Even as it hit that Andover Y with people inside, right now, no reports of serious injuries. We're going to continue to gather. Let's get a quick check here of what the weather situation is. Ross, I'm going to send it back to you quickly.
All right, thanks very much, Mike. We do want to update because we still have some very powerful thunderstorms out there tonight. No longer any tornado warnings that we need to alert you to, but this line of storms continues to produce what we believe to be some large hail, still likely happening now just to the south and east of Wichita. So as we go in closer, the areas of concern from around Mulvane. Looks like Derby now starting to move away from the larger hail, but moving through Rose Hill and Douglas. It's really the south end of this line of storms where we're probably still dealing with the strongest potential of large hail. And just to give you an idea of what we may be looking at here, at least at the bare minimum, probably some nickel to quarter size, but it may be slightly larger than that. Again, that's the hail potential that we're looking at in the southwest corner of Butler County. It does look heavy rain is starting to end and the conditions will improve. We're going to have a little bit of wind to deal with overnight. It's going to be pretty gusty again tomorrow, but in the short term, the rain is coming to an end around the Andover area as the storm shifts onto the southeast. You've got heavy rain moving in on Mulvane, and this thin green line that's arcing out in front of the batch of storms will be a gust front. You'll probably see winds maybe up to about 50 miles per hour with it. And then the heavy rain is going to set in right behind it, but it's going to be very intense for a little while. Cases here, you may be getting 1.5 inches to 2 inches per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning takes us until 10:30, so we've got about another half an hour to go. Does include the Augusta area, does include southeast Wichita, but the storm is shifting to the southeast fairly quickly. The rain's starting to let up now in Andover, and conditions will get a bit better here once we clear the storms from that area. But from Mulvane up to Douglas, Rose Hill getting some heavy rain. We can follow this batch of storms now up toward the Augusta area. The rain starting to let up in Andover. We're still seeing some heavy rain moving through Roselia, which, by the way, we do know reports of damage from that area. We don't know if Roselia took a direct hit tonight, but there were reports of power, and we know there's damage in and around Roselia. That circulation now has been absorbed. The other thunderstorms are racing southeast with cold front. And in Greenwood County, looks like there's a threat of some strong winds, perhaps some quarter-size hail, especially from Eureka on north toward the Hamilton and Madison areas. So that's why we continue with severe thunderstorm warnings there. Situation getting much better now in Chase County, the heavy rain pushing out, and even up toward Emporia, things are beginning to calm down. We've had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued. This is be for the northeast corner of Sumner County, northwest Cowley County. Does include Mulvane, does stretch over toward the Atlanta area. Looks like Belle Plaine, just to the north of Wellington. There's a threat of some strong winds up to 60 miles per hour. And the hail threat continues to be something that we're monitoring for too, because we've had several reports of hail ranging in size from 1 to 2 inches in diameter, and there may still be some of that out there tonight. Now, this most recent report just before the top of the hour would suggest some dime-sized hail there from the Derby area, but southeast Sedgwick County now moving in on northeast Sumner County, northwest Cowley County, and southern Butler County. This is still a very dangerous complex of storms as we continue to track the cold front now. A line of storms would suggest heavy rain, strong winds, and hail, and the tornado threat diminishing rapidly now as we continue to see this line pushing on through south central Kansas. That's the situation for now. Let's go back over to Michael Schwenke.
All right, Ross, thank you. We want to get to some of our crews now out in the field. I want to begin with Haley Tucker if she's ready. Haley, not far away when this tornado hit. Haley, can you tell us where you are and what you've seen, some of the challenges getting around out there? All right, does not appear we have Haley, but you can see her live shot there. Another home that is has significant damage there in the Andover area. We do have Abby Higgum.
Just directly north of the YMCA, just across the road at Kellogg. So we are in a neighborhood off of South McCandless Road and East French Court.
All right, we'll try to get here. Let's go Abby Higginbotham. Abby, can you tell us where you are and what you're seeing? All right, struggling with Abby due to audio, some of the rain affecting the gear. We do have Sean logging out in front of those couple of homes. Sean, I want to check back in with you.
Yeah, Mike, right now we are kind of at the end of Astor Street. This is on the eastern end of Andover, and right now this is a house you can see right in front of me. And it's kind of hard to see right now, but you can see that the roof has been taken off of this house. You can see the window there. That looks like it's just been busted in by that force, this tornado here tonight. But this is not the only house here at the end of Astor Street. If you follow me to my right, you have another house right here. You can see that one. You can just see the roof completely off of that house here tonight. So just definitely a very dangerous situation out here for many of these homeowners here tonight. And then there's another house right over to my next left. You can see here that roof also taken off. You can also see what looks like a wall that has just been ripped off the side of this house. It even looks like
Say
the
again?
garage itself was just lifted off those cars there. So you can definitely see that there was a lot of damage out here tonight. I'm told there's other damage. We've been seeing emergency crews just over to our west, the next street over, continuing to kind of go house to house, checking to make sure that everyone is okay here tonight. I was able to speak with someone who lived just to the next block over, a block to the east here. And this is what he had to tell me here tonight. Basically, he basically went right into his basement right after hearing the warning here and getting safety.
Heard stuff hitting our home, and it sounded, we couldn't tell whether it was hail or whether it was our own home that was, and I can't tell the damage right now because it was pretty much after dark. So far, I see shingles still attached and everything else, and we're at the very end of Watercress here, and this is the newest street in this development. So. A lot of these folks moved in September and October, so those homes are a little bit older. So it was a shock.
Yeah, and as Mr. Clay told me there, luckily his house, not too much damage there, but as you can see, a lot of other houses did sustain some fairly significant damage here tonight. Luckily, so far, we haven't been hearing of any injuries, but of course, the main message tonight for emergency crews out here is just away. If you do not need to, if you live out here, if you don't need to come out here, don't, just stay away. Let them get their work done here tonight as they work to just assess the scene out here and just make sure that everyone out here is safe and okay. Mike?
Thank you. Thanks for that report. We're getting some new information here from the Andover Police Department saying multiple agencies are assisting. We heard reports, Wichita and Sedgwick County in that area as well, as that operations center has now been activated. But they say if you need a place right now for shelter, of course there are storms out there, there is no power in most of Andover. So if you need a shelter, they are telling you to go to St. Vincent de Paul, so that's at 123 North Andover Road. So if you're needing a place to go, if you have friends or family out there and you're able to reach them and tell them that due to the power outages, please tell them to go there, St. Vincent de Paul, and they will take care of you there. They say roads are blocked on almost all major intersections in the Andover area due to downed power lines and large debris in the way. And you heard Sean trying to pass that message along to stay away, because so many times when this happens, people want to go look at the damage. This is not the time. We have to let the crew do their work. Also getting a report here from the YMCA. We saw some of the video and pictures. The YMCA said it suffered significant damage as a result of the storm. Here's the good news we can pass along here. They are thankful that all staff and all Y members took shelter there at the branch. They had time to take shelter, and none were injured. As we look again at some of the incredible photos, and as we get that report that no injuries, because it was likely busy at the time, these cars were in the parking lot, and we saw the video of that main desk area, the roof and everything coming down. But they say because they had time, they took shelter there in the branch. There were no injuries there at the YMCA, so great news there. They, of course, say the branch will be closed until further notice, but again, you're getting a good look at some of that damage. We're going to try to go back to Haley Tucker. We do have a long delay just because the cell phone signal out there, but Haley out there on South McCandless Street, I believe. Haley, can you tell us again what you're seeing?
Yes, Mike, you're right. South McCandless Road, it's just north of the YMCA, just right across Kellogg here. As you can see, there's a house here that has sustained a lot of damage. We pulled up, we got out of the car, we made sure that people were not inside. We didn't find anybody. Andover Fire got on scene here, went and checked the entire house. You can't really see it. I'm going to try to zoom in just a little bit here and make my windshield wipers go, but that is the inside of the house at the top there. The wall is completely gone. You can see the flashing light of the motorcycle there. You can tell that the garage has completely gone sideways here. We got out a second ago and looked at some of the damage around this area neighborhood. Now that the rain has subsided just a little bit here, I can get out here so you can check back in with me, but it's extensive damage. We went over to Andover City Hall when we first got to Andover here, and there is extensive tree line damage. It looks like the tornado took a direct path, hitting this house, as you can see, as the lightning puts a little bit of light on the top of the house there. but the park and the city hall are just north of this location right here, and it looked like a construction zone. There were trees uprooted, knocked over, power lines down. We saw a couple of cars that had been flipped over as well, and power lines down. Obviously, we needed to get out of there for safety reasons and let emergency crews do their job, but it is very, very extensive over here. I talked with Andover Department first, who were here very quickly to ask if everyone was okay. They said there are a lot of injuries. They couldn't respond if they were serious or not, but as you reported, Mike, that thankfully no one was hurt in the YMCA damage that we saw earlier, but we are hearing from firefighters on scene going into these houses to look that there are injuries reported right now.
Haley, thank you. So let's hope as we get that report of some possible injuries that those injuries are minor at this point. But obviously the stage right now, and it has been a while since the Wichita metro area has dealt with any kind of a storm like this. In fact, it's been years as we've just essentially been in a tornado drought, which is a good thing. But here we are, end of April, as we are dealing with some tornado damage. So right now they are going door to door, asking that you stay clear of those areas. And you saw in Haley's shot there just how dark it is out there. You have to have lights just to light up the houses, no street lights. So just be very careful and do not go out there unless you have to. Again, this just breaking that the police department saying head to St. Vincent Church there. That's at 123 North Andover Road because of the rain and everything, and if your home has been damaged. After this, as the sun comes up tomorrow, and let's make sure everyone's safe. That's the first thing that they need to do. Then the crews will know how strong this tornado was, and we'll have a better idea of the path as well. Let's get a quick update here as the storms continue to hopefully push out of our area. Ross, what is the latest?
Is ongoing at the present time, but we do still have severe thunderstorm warnings out there tonight. A line of storms still producing hail and wind, and we still have severe thunderstorm warnings to tell you about this evening. Again, no tornado warnings. We're fortunate for that, and we're lucky tonight because the storms are not going to stick around for much longer. So we've already started to see conditions improve in and around Andover. The heavy rain has shifted to the south and east. On the south end of this line of storms, we can trace them down into northern sections of Oklahoma, just to the west of Medford, Oklahoma, and scattered thunderstorms continue both west and southwest of Wellington. Now, these storms could be getting a bit stronger. At the moment, though, we believe hail's probably smaller than dime size. Could be some gusty winds, no warning including Wellington, but when you get north of Wellington, now you start to get into the stronger thunderstorms and the capability of hail up to the size of quarters from around Mulvane on over toward the Douglas area, and there's going to be some blinding rainfall for a little while as these storms continue to push on through the area. Severe thunderstorm warnings are out there tonight. Northern Cowley County, northeastern Sumner County, and it does include a small part of Sedgwick County still in a severe thunderstorm warning tonight. But we're anticipating that in the next 2 hours, this entire line will clear our coverage area. So as we approach 11 o'clock and midnight, we're going to see most of the storm shift on into southeast Kansas, and it looks like things will begin to ease up on the area. Some very heavy rainfall still moving through southern Butler County. We do know there's some damage around the Roselia area. We don't know to what extent because a lot of efforts have been focused in Andover in western parts of Butler County, and we do know that there's going to be some damage and going to need to be some assessment done around Roselia. So kind of recapping what has all taken place tonight, we had the initial tornado that touched down that was south of Andover. That storm initially tracked on to the northeast, and then we had a second report of a tornado that happened. It was very close to El Dorado, but we think that was very brief, and there are no reports of damage that we're aware of from El Dorado. And then we had another tornado reported near Roselia. So essentially you're dealing with the same storm that has gone through a couple different cycles, if you will, initially starting near Andover, then near El Dorado, and then we had that storm that produced a tornado near Roselia. Now the storm has been absorbed by the entire line, and that has essentially lowered our tornado threat now, and I would be hard-pressed to think that we're going to see anything additional develop as far as tornadoes are concerned. But as we kind of back the radar out and show you how things look across south central Kansas, the line of storms still forming, still back building, if you will, back to the southwest into northern Oklahoma. but as the cold front sweeps on through, this line of storms will get shoved on into southeast Kansas here within the next couple of hours. But in the short term, from around Sumner County up through Wellington, now moving through Belle Plaine or getting close to Belle Plaine. Now you see the new severe thunderstorm warning there for Sumner County and western Cowley County. So now the entire line through south central Kansas has a warning tied to it. You know, we're anticipating some hail up to the size of quarters and some strong winds. So just to recap here, what's happening in south central Kansas, that new severe thunderstorm warning being issued to include the Wellington area, does include Winfield area as well. The thunderstorms moving in on the area, still capable of producing some quarter-size hail and winds perhaps gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Individual storms look like they're tracking to the northeast, but the entire line is shifting east. We shouldn't have to worry about a flooding scenario here because these storms are not going to be sticking around for that much longer. But you can see the storms here west of Wellington. Again, threats are going to be hail up to the size of quarters and some strong winds. We're seeing that move through the Mulvane area, and it looks like as we go in a little closer, we're seeing some of that heavy rainfall impacting Douglas now. Starting to see things ease up in and around Rose Hill. Very heavy rainfall. Again, nickel to perhaps quarter-size hail and some strong winds. Also a lot of lightning, and that may by itself create some additional power outages as the storms continue on through the area. Let's go back over to Rachel Hackbars. She's got an update on some of the reports of power outages that are coming in this evening.
Well, Ross, as we heard Haley say and show us that there are so many down power lines right now because of all of this damage that we've been seeing. So right now we do want to go ahead and pull up the Evergy power outage map for you to just kind of give you a better idea of what is happening right now. There are currently more than 160 outages affecting more than 18,000 customers. Again, this is the Evergy map that you're looking at. If you take a close look at your screen, you're going to see these small dots. It has numbers. It's got those colors, purple, blue, green. When you click on those dots, I've got it pulled up right here on my iPad. I clicked on the dot for Wichita, or I should say the circle. And that you can see that there are thousands and thousands of customers without power right now. Let's see on my iPad, it says more than 13,046 customers are affected right now. And you can click around here on this website. If you go, we're going to have this up for you on our website and our app, KWCH.com, and see that over by El Dorado, we are seeing some 73 customers, but again, it varies from area, but a majority of these outages are going to be over here in the Wichita, Andover area that we are showing you right here on our Storyteller right now. And as Mike has been mentioning, there is a place for you to go if you are one of these people that are affected right now and your home has been damaged or you are without power. That is St. Vincent de Paul Church. That's on Andover Street. So again, if you are one of these customers that are affected, or maybe your home has been destroyed or damaged, there is a place for you to go and get help right now. We do want to go ahead and send it back over to Michael Schwenke and see some more of what's happening with those damage reports. Mike, what can you tell us?
Rachel, let's walk you through everything we know. I want to take you through some of the video we're getting in here to our newsroom. I want to start, though, again, Sedgwick County activating its Emergency Operations Center. This is going to be a mutual aid situation where Butler County is not alone. Sedgwick County crews have headed in there to help. Surrounding counties, all of those rescue crews heading that direction. But some of that video as it formed south of the Kellogg area. So that's where that Andover Y is. Here we can hear some of the sirens, but because it's in such a populated area and we live in a time of iPhones, we are just getting incredible views from every single angle, north, south, east, west, of this tornado moving through the Andover area. Right now, from dispatchers, no reports of serious injuries, but we did hear from Haley Tucker out there talking to some firefighters who are going door to door, saying they are seeing some injuries. But here, as you look across, this is coming from downtown Wichita. We know this path of this tornado. Andover has been through this before, just going now more than 30 years ago, but coming very close to that path. Obviously not near as significant as that tornado, but this one's significant enough to cause some severe damage. This is a look from above. From someone flying into the airport. But as we talk about just some of these incredible views that we got from this tornado, and here's another one as it crosses the road. So most of the damage is in and around the Andover Road and Kellogg area. So that's essentially where that Andover YMCA is. That Andover Y sustaining significant damage. as well as a lot of homes. When they rate this damage, they go in now. That's how a tornado is rated. When they go into that, we hear EF-3, EF-4, they go in, look at this damage, and that's how they rate how strong these tornadoes are. So when you look at damage like this, that it is able to bring off the stones off of this YMCA, move cars from the parking lot against the building. From another picture, we were even able to see a car that had been flipped over. The Y was very busy at this time. Thankfully, as we look at some of the video from inside, as I said just a little while ago, the Y saying no one was hurt, that they heeded warnings. They took shelter there in the YMCA. But what we don't know right now, as Haley was talking about, is just how many injuries, and there are. This is a look from the Dillon's parking lot. So if you're on Kellogg, you can see the Dillons over there to the right, and it's a short video as we look at that. But just past that, you can see those apartments, and just past those apartments, that's the YMCA, and look at the debris that we're seeing in the air there as it hits that YMCA area. There's the Farha Sports Complex down there. There's an elementary school as well in that area, and those apartment complexes. I did talk to Josh Wells. We had him on earlier. He was right there as this hit. Also on the school board, the good news is initially there was some worry about the Andover Central school complex there. They have the sports complex there, and obviously the school itself. But it was not badly damaged. That they're hopeful that there may be just some roof damage, but then the park just beyond that was hit. So many neighborhoods, though, in this Andover area, as it is a suburban town where that's mostly what it is neighborhoods as it headed then to the north. And we saw from Haley's shot that there has been some damage as well. Okay, so let's go back to Haley. Haley, and again, she's on a delay here because of the signal. Haley, can you tell us again, you did talk to some firefighters. They're going door to door in their process, and they said there are some injuries, but we just don't know how significant those injuries are.
Yeah, Mike, talked to those Andover firefighters. They were at the house that we showed about 5-10 minutes ago that had been completely ripped apart. They said that there are a lot of injuries. That's the wording that they used. They couldn't comment if it was serious injuries. We're hoping and praying that everyone is okay here tonight in Andover, but we moved locations here. You can see as the lightning lights it up behind this. This is a power line. We are staying in the car and lighting up the road. There are people walking around here. They have on vests. It looks like they could be maybe with an electric company or just surveying at this point, but we are lighting it up for them to be able to walk around this area safely. As you can see, let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit here. I am on my phone, but you can see power lines on the ground. You can see this power pole was completely pushed or blown to the side, as this is just north of the YMCA. So we are just north of the YMCA across Kellogg. This is on South McCandless Road. This area over here, Mike, looks to be one of the hardest hit areas. I can see the tree lines have completely been ripped apart. There were trees uprooted. Like I told you in the last time you talked with me, it looked like a construction zone as the trees were completely just torn over, pulled out from the ground. You can see right there, it looks to be a trailer, the truck bed. At this point, we can't tell if that truck was split in half. As you can see, those men walking around here that were lighting up the road for them to be able to safely walk around this area and survey. But I mean, you can see extensive damage around here in Andover. Again, we talked with those firefighters. Hopefully there are no serious injuries, but they did say there are a lot of injuries. As you can see here, we continue to pray for the people here in Andover tonight. I live just about 5 miles away from here. I saw the tornado touch the ground. It stayed on the ground for quite a while as it ripped through Andover here. Scary, scary situation. We just talked with a neighbor as well who said he was out of town, but he was out checking on his neighbors to make sure they were okay. Again, it's the damage out here is extensive. Obviously, we won't know until morning, till we get some daylight on the damage out here. But hopefully, again, we are hoping and praying that these folks out here in Andover are okay. But again, like we've been saying all night, please do not try to come out here. It is very dangerous. We got out here very early because we did see the tornado. We went to report on this as fast as we could to make sure that people knew what was going on, to make sure people were safe. And again, we're just out here tonight surveying the damage, trying to get all the reports that we can. But again, we did talk with a firefighter who said there is a lot of injuries.
Haley, thank you. And again, looking at Haley's shot is why they don't want you in and around there. There are power lines down and just a lot of dangers. And in fact, a lot of injuries happen after the tornado has moved through because of all those hazards. Sean Logging, he was out in front of a couple of homes, talked to that homeowner. As I look at his shot here, looks like you're on one of the roads that have been blocked off. Sean, can you tell us where you are and what you're seeing now?
Yeah, so right now we are here in East Andover. This is along Astor Street, just at the end of the cul-de-sac here. That is where we're seeing at least 3 houses significantly damaged, a lot of roof damage down here, walls just torn off from the side of the house, just some significant damage. And we're also seeing some other damage to other houses in the area. I'm gonna get out of the way here so you can just get a look at the scene here. You can see that emergency crews are down here right now. They were just assessing this area. I've also seen some people coming back to these houses, just kind of getting their animals that were kind of still there, just kind of trying to assess the scene right now, just taking it all in. Of course, this is very startling, a very shocking scene here tonight, as you can just see the significant damage that the homes here just really suffering a significant damage here from this tornado. I was able to speak with someone who just lives to the street to the west of here. Luckily, his house really wasn't damaged at all. He was fortunate in that matter, but he said he came down here as soon as the storm cleared out a little bit, and just kind of saw the scale of the damage, tried to help out those down here. This is what he told me here earlier tonight.
To be honest with you, I've been close, but never that close. I just hope, you know, kudos to the emergency personnel that are responding to this. They're always great and quick and, you know, expedient with, you know, their care, and just pray that everyone's okay. It's an emotional, a lot of people are upset, and there are going to be a lot of people that are going to have a lot of needs in the very near future.
And I'm also told this is kind of a newer development here in Andover, so people here haven't lived in this area all that long. We just saw the emergency crews kind of clear out of this area, but they've been going home to home here, just kind of checking on everything, making sure everyone is okay. We can hear like fire alarms or smoke alarms kind of going off in the distance, just beeping regularly, activated because of that damage here tonight. But it is definitely a very eerie scene. And as Haley was saying, the message tonight is just, if you do not have to be in these areas, if you do not live here or do not know anyone that lives in this area, just stay away. Let emergency crews do the work that they need to do here tonight. Just make sure that everyone is okay, they get everyone out safely, and just make sure that everyone is okay. Mike?
Sean, thank you. Cassie Wilson's been in our mobile weather lab all night. In fact, she was all the way up in northern Kansas initially, following some rotation up there, came back down here, followed this storm. Cassie, can you tell us what you've seen and where you are right now?
Yeah, Mike, we're on French Court here. We're trying to meet up with Haley. So you're taking a look at some of the damage. You can see a structure there in the distance has completely been moved over on its side. We're seeing a lot of tree limbs down. So they do have Andover Road closed off for a large portion of it. So we had to kind of navigate through neighborhoods to get back here. And as we were navigating through these neighborhoods right in between Central and 13th and just to the east of Andover Road, you just see a lot of damage. Trees are down, limbs are down. I'm going to kind of pan. We don't have the best lighting for you here because we are in the mobile weather lab, but we are seeing damage to these structures, and we are going to be working to get to Haley Tucker so we can pull her up for some more information, since she has been on this scene since earlier today. We do have law enforcement working up behind us, so we're going to go touch base with them and see what else we can find out. And at this point, I'm going to send it back to you.
Cassie, thank you. Joining me again, Lance Ferguson, one of our chasers. Lance, we continue to get just more and more chaser video in. In fact, I believe we have some just going into our system right now. So I just want some of your analysis here as we look at some more of this video. And Control, let's go ahead and roll that if we have it ready. And we'll talk about that and what Lance saw as well as he was out there. So this coming from one of our affiliates out of Oklahoma, but they come up here and chase as well. Take us through what we're seeing here and what you saw as you came in from the south, Lance.
So basically, we're coming in from the south, so that we had the same type of view as this, as you're seeing on the screen right now. And you can see it initially started out as a small rope tornado. And,
yeah, right.
And then as you can tell, as you go higher, it becomes wider and wider. And just because it's small like this, it's still going to do a lot of damage. And we could tell from our vantage point, we were about 3 to 4 miles from it. We started seeing large pieces of debris flying up in the air. And that's when Scott Roberts and I knew that, okay, it's hitting homes, because that's not just little debris. Those are roofs, those are people's houses, those are large items that are being tossed in the air. It was a bit of a challenging evening because we didn't know when and where the storms were going to fire. We started in Derby, ended up all the way north up to Newton, and then when the storm started going up in Clearwater, that's when we hustled back down to the south, thinking that this was the one, and we played it right. So we were glad to be there to help. Again, you can see the thin rope. This is what we call a rope tornado. See how it bends off there towards the bottom. We were seeing a lot of that. The tornado itself kept changing sizes and shapes. It started out as a very small thin needle, and then immediately blew up and became what we call a stovepipe. It was pretty wide at some points.
Well, and this storm developed very quickly.
Yes, it did.
It was falling apart initially, kind of came back together.
Yes, and that was the challenging thing for us, is we're watching it, and you know, you can watch it on radar all day long, but the skies are what talks to us. That's what tells us, okay, we need to hang on and watch this. Before this tornado happened, we had what we call a shear funnel, which is a wind funnel that goes horizontally. And just behind that, Scott and I are looking at this going, okay, it's starting to rotate, and there's what we call rear flank downdraft, which punches a hole in basically the bottom of the storm. And then sure enough, it started forming the funnel, and then it dropped. So as soon as it started going down, we were on the phone, letting the Weather Service know, letting you, the station, know. So we were glad to be a part of the warning as it developed.
Talk about the setup today, because it was juiced and ready to go. It wasn't necessarily a perfect setup for tornadoes.
It was not. It was very frustrating for us. We kept telling ourselves we had to be patient. You know, the forecast models, even the Storm Prediction Center, even our own guys were saying, you know, storms could start firing as early as 4 o'clock, and that dry line just hung right along Kingman, Sedgwick County line, and it didn't really do a lot. And then finally, when the upper level trigger came in, that's what spun everything up. So we were fortunate enough, again, to watch the skies and be able to know, okay, it's still doing something, whereas radar is showing
incredible shot there, showing just the general rotation of this storm.
You see the daylight behind the
Lance, pause for 1 second. I have to let our KSCW viewers go. Again, we are saying goodbye, returning them to regularly scheduled programming. We continue right now on KWCH. Lance, we're looking at this storm. We see the whole thing rotating.
And you can see the whole thing is rotating. This is the wall cloud, and if you see the daylight, that space in behind the tornado, that's basically the RFD. It's what we call the rear flank downdraft. It punches a hole in basically the bottom of the storm. The wind comes down from the top of the storm, hits the ground, and helps spin that tornado up. Again, these are the same type of images that we were seeing. Fortunately, we were in a good position to be able to have a clear view of it the entire time, from the time it started until it finished. The only downside to it is we didn't know exactly where it was at.
Right.
We saw the power flashes, we saw the debris going up, but we couldn't tell you exactly where it was at, but we just knew it was going in to the Andover area. And when we started hearing reports that the Y took a hit, then we figured, okay, it was probably just south of Andover Road in Kellogg. and then crossed there at the Andover Y. So it did a lot of dancing. You would think it was about to dissipate, and then all of a sudden it would cycle back up at the top, become extremely wide, and then come right back down. I don't think at any time did we ever not see debris at the bottom. You could at times see that the tornado wasn't condensated, wasn't all the way down to the ground, but you could still see the dust coming up from the bottom. And so we knew that it was still churning and still going.
And it's just been a while for this area. We haven't had tornadoes for a long time.
We were talking about that today, that a lot of the stuff that we've had in Kansas has been out west or up north. To have one, I don't want to say finally, but to have one here in our neck of the woods, I don't want to say it's about time, but it was bound to happen.
Right.
And so
well, and the good news is we don't forget how to take shelter, because apparently people heeded the warnings today, and that's the big takeaway.
And I think that's a collaborative effort between the media, the National Weather Service, trying to let everyone know, a day in advance. I mean, this morning they were talking about what type of weather we could have today, and then with having us chasers out there to be able to say, this is what's going on, the Weather Service was able to pull the trigger on the tornado warning itself. The media helps out tremendously as well, letting people know, hey, it's coming this direction. So great collaborative effort on everybody's part. So all you can do is just hope that people heed the warning and take shelter.
Yep, and speaking of taking shelter, Lance, thank you for coming in. Again, as we keep some of these videos and pictures up here, there is a church there, I believe 123 North Andover Road. That's where they're asking if you need to take shelter, that you can head there, because again, no power there in the Andover area. Let's get, before we go back to Ross, here's a look at that. That's St. Vincent de Paul Church, 123 North Andover Road. Again, out of power in that area. If you have relatives who may be needing help, food, water, shelter, send them that direction to St. Vincent Church. Ross, let's send it back to you.
Take you back through the tornado as it looked on radar. A very interesting looking scenario that played out tonight as we kind of watched the storm. It was fairly weak as it went through Wichita. We did start to get a couple hail reports, and then all of a sudden when the storm was right on the Sedgwick-Butler County line, look what the tornado looked like on radar. Here's the main part of the hail and wind producing section of the storm, and then separated from it all, that was the tornado right there to the, Andover's labeled here right along the turnpike, but right there to the south of Highway 400, that was the tornado, potentially some debris getting kicked up. And then go to 819 this evening, and there's the tornado. Again, here's the main part of the heavy rain, the hail that was reported, and separated from the parent part of the thunderstorm is the tornado and the debris there. And then we go to 826, and you see how the storm continues on to the north. As it crosses over the turnpike, it does begin to weaken, and then the storm eventually shifts on to the northeast, goes through a cycling phase where the initial tornado lifts, and then we started to get reports of another funnel cloud, a brief tornado on the south edge of El Dorado. We want to emphasize, have not heard any reports of damage there. And then we get the other tornado reported near Roselia tonight. So very interesting how this whole thing has played out. Now we're dealing with a line of storms. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue at this hour for Sumner County, Cowley County, the northern part of Cowley County, up into southern Butler. And if you're in advance of these storms, it is safe to expect strong winds, heavy rainfall, and hail that might go up to the size of quarters. Now, it has been quite some time since we've had any significant hail reported with these storms, but we know that potential is still out there tonight. And so anybody that might be in the warned area should be bracing for some strong winds and the possibility of some hail. We're seeing the storms in Wellington now, but it's about over with. The western edge should be coming through in the next 5 to 10 minutes right there along Highway 81 and the turnpike south out of Wellington. Looks like heavy rainfall, some hail possible there. And we continue to see heavy rainfall and hail shifting southeast to Mulvane down toward the Belle Plaine area. We've got heavy rainfall stretching north of Winfield up through Atlanta. Looks like the rain has come to an end in Rose Hill. Going to be calming down in Douglas here shortly as the heavy rain and the wind shifts on to the south and east. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue in Elk and, well, at least Elk and southern portions of Greenwood County tonight. Looks like some heavy rainfall and some small hail still expected there. So we've moved away from the tornado threat. It doesn't look like we're going to see any repeat performance of what happened earlier this evening. dealing now with some significant rainfall, some wind, and the threat of hail up to the size of quarters. But this is the line, and we still anticipate that by midnight tonight, almost all of this will have pushed out of our coverage area. It's getting close. You know, in the wake of the damage that we've seen from tonight's storms, we do need things to kind of calm down so we can essentially speed up the rescue and recovery efforts that are underway in the places that do have damage. But for the next hour, hour and a half, we will continue to track severe thunderstorms with the threat of hail, wind, and locally heavy rains, again stretching mostly across south central Kansas. As we take a look back kind of at the statewide view of the radar, most of the severe weather is starting to come to an end. We're no longer have the tornado watch out there tonight. It's been replaced with a severe thunderstorm watch that covers southeast Kansas. The storms racing through Kansas City, also producing some strong winds and heavy rainfall. But looking behind all of this, except for the wind, which is going to continue to be an issue all the way through Saturday, it does look like things will be calming down with respect to severe weather as this moves on through south central and southeast Kansas. So at the present time, we've got Sumner County, Cowley County, southern sections of Greenwood County and northern Elk County in severe thunderstorm warnings. But once again, we're no longer seeing any significant rotation or tornadoes with this batch of storms across south central Kansas this evening. Let's go back over to Mike.
Ross, thank you. Let's walk you through again what we know right now. If you are just joining us, and I apologize if you're hearing some repeat information, but due to the situation out there and the people needing some of this information, we're going to continue to pass it along in a situation like this. That's our goal right now, is just to share that information as we have it. So this is going to be a mutual aid situation. We know Sedgwick County, again, activating its Emergency Operations Center. They are coordinating with Butler County. They are partners in a situation like this. The county lines don't exist as all of those crews roll in to help each other, and that's what's happening right now. They are asking, right now, they're passing along to us that they are asking people to stay out of the area unless you are part of those emergency crews, because they really do need to go door to door. There are power lines down, trees down. We saw that in Haley's shot earlier, just how dangerous the situation is out there, and you will only hinder their efforts. So they are begging people, because we are in the metro area and there's so many people, they're begging people to please stay out of that area. But the Operations Center has been activated. Again, the shelter there at the church at 123 North Andover Road. Continue to get some new looks of this, and in fact we're just seeing, and we're going to try to get this on for you, but some new pictures here coming into our newsroom of a neighborhood, and Sean is out at one of those, but it's so dark, but we do have some daylight pictures of part of a neighborhood essentially flattened. These are homes taken down to the foundation, and when they're rating these kind of tornadoes, they look at that damage and they decide, is it enough just to take a roof off or just branches? Did it knock down walls, or did it take a house down to the foundation? And I can tell you, we are seeing pictures of homes that have been flattened, and there is one of them. Significant damage, and we heard Lance Ferguson explaining how this tornado, it didn't stay down one strength, and it wasn't a solid path, straight line, that it was weak, it strengthened, it weakened again, and then it dipped back down, but fairly significant damage in a couple of those neighborhoods. That video right there that you saw, that's the tornado as it hit the Andover Y, and that's what we're seeing here. The Andover Y active at the time and open. Cars slammed up against the building. The roof came in on the front desk area as you walk into that Y where you check in. It's a couple stories in their entryway there. That roof came down, but the YMCA sharing some great news as we look inside here as to what I was just describing. The YMCA, though, again sharing tonight that people heeded warnings. They took shelter there in the Y, and no one was hurt in the YMCA. The questions we still have tonight, what kind of injuries do we have from this storm? 911 dispatch not getting reports of any significant injuries that we know of. Haley had talked to some of the firefighters going door to door, and they did have some reports of injuries. Again, some of these injuries can come after the tornado hits as people come out of their shelters, and there are power lines down, nails everywhere, so we can see some of those injuries in a situation like this as well. Significant power outages. Rachel Hackbarth in the studio monitoring that with Evergy. And Rachel, can you update us on just how many power outages there are?
Yeah, Mike, as you mentioned, we're seeing so much damage, obviously, but also so many down power lines, and it is creating some issues all across the metro and other portions of Kansas as well. It's just creating issues everywhere. I can't click on this because it's not interactive at this point, but I do have it pulled up on my iPad, so I want to get you update on those numbers that Mike just mentioned. Right now, we do have 297 active outages in the Evergy coverage area. That is affecting more than 22,000 customers. To be exact, it's 22,107 customers. You can see the highlighted area right there on your screen. A majority of those people affected right now are in the Wichita area. They're over by where the Andover tornado touched down. So again, a lot of customers, thousands of customers. If I click on it right here on my screen personally, it says more than 13,000 customers are without power right now and are affected. So this is going to be something they're going to have to continue to work on and get all this fixed. In the meantime, if you are one of these people, one of these families who've lost their homes or their electricity is out right now, as Mike has been telling you, there is a place that you can go. You can go and get some sort of help right now. It's at the Vincent St. de Paul Church. That's on Andover Road. But again, if you need help, St. Vincent de Paul Church. So again, that's on 123 North Andover Road. If you need help, they have set up an emergency shelter there right now. So you can go again to the Andover shelter to get help if you are one of those families that are without power right now. But again, more than 160 outages. To be exact, this number has changed a lot. It's 297 outages right here on my iPad, and about 22,000 customers are without power at this point. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and send it to Mike and see what else we're learning at this moment. Mike?
Rachel, as you talk about that shelter, if you're watching, you're affected there in the Andover area, there are going to be several stages of this. This is a stage where emergency management in the county, they're not able to really share a lot of information because they're still in the rescue operation mode. Getting people to that shelter if they need it. We'll continue here throughout the night monitoring information. Then we'll move into different stages of assistance to where they will likely set up centers where homeowners can come in, get the assistance they need. Because we are in very unique times here with supply chain, obviously, fixing things and rebuilding, it's going to be a whole new challenge, unlike anything we've seen in this area, just because of some of the challenges of getting some of the supplies that crews will need, not only to get power back on, but obviously to fix or even in some cases rebuild these homes. Sean Logging has been out there talking to some of the homeowners. Sean, can you explain, as we go to you here, what it's been like just getting in and around Andover right now, and are there people out there right now?
Yeah, Mike. Where I'm at right now is the end of Astor Street. Right now there are some people out here just trying to fix up some of the damage to some of their homes. As we've been showing you all night, there's 3 homes here at the end of this block that have just been significantly damaged. But talking with some of the other people that live in this area or just that are coming to assess damage to family members' homes, like they tell me that even though like the front of the house might look fine, the roof is largely gone. The back of their house is sustained significant damage. So people are taking in a lot of bad information here very quickly here tonight. It's definitely going to be a very long cleanup, and definitely a lot of daylight is going to probably help us get a better scale and better information of just the scale of the damage here tonight. I know it's hard to see behind me here, but this is just one of the houses that sustained damage here tonight. You can see the car just kind of mangled up there in that parking lot. It's just definitely a very intense, probably scary scene out here tonight for sure. But a lot of people are out here right now just kind of assessing the scene, trying to kind of get back into their homes and just kind of see what type of damage there is out here. Mike?
All right, Sean, thank you. Haley Tucker standing by with, I believe, someone out there right now who rode out the storm. Haley, where are you and who are you with?
Yeah, Mike, so we are still at our location just north of the YMCA here where this neighborhood took pretty significant damage. We're standing here with Josh, who rode out the storm. You said you saw the damage, you saw the tornado coming, yeah. You jumped in the cellar.
Yeah. Well, I saw it across the street basically, and then just got everybody out of the house and down into the storm shelter, and I filmed it while it came across the street and across Kellogg right over here, and got in just at the last like 10 seconds or so, something like that. We had about, I don't know, 3 minutes worth of warning, something like that, when the sirens went out, because as soon as the sirens went off, I looked out the window. When I looked out the window, I actually saw the funnel coming down and jumping up and coming down, and I was like, oh, so got everybody out of the house and got them to the shelter fast enough, thankfully. So just kind of glanced us.
And so we're trying to take a look at, you know, all of the lights are out right now. We can't see that much, but you can see, I mean, we've got a power pole right above us here. Power lines down here. I mean, talk about the extensive damage that you've already seen.
Well, over here, it's really not that bad on the west side of the street. The east side of this street, on the other hand, this house, and the house right past us is just annihilated. It actually looks like it got really strong, like right after our house, so we got pretty lucky on that.
And do you know these neighbors over here?
Yeah, we know them all. We went over and checked on everybody. Everybody seems to be okay. Didn't have any, injuries to speak of per se. So it seems to have been about as best as you can get. So.
And again, just tell me. So you told me you were running to the storm shelter. You're running to your cellar, and you see it coming right for you. I mean, what's going through your mind at that point?
Same thing that went the last couple times I went through one of these things, and it was just I was more concerned about the kids than anything. Just get them in the shelter, and after that, I'd be fine, because I've been through several of them, so it's not as big of a deal for me, but still a little bit, edgy.
And you said you saw it hit the YMCA.
Yeah.
And there is an elementary school over there as well.
Yeah, I was standing on the top of my storm shelter with my camera taking video and stuff, which I'll probably submit to you guys, but yeah, I saw it hit the YMCA. I didn't see it hit the school because it's behind everything, so I can't see everything back there. But it was jumping up and down a lot back there, so I don't know if it actually hit the school or if it didn't, but I know it got the Y.
And I mean, when the tornado happened, it was pretty light outside. I mean, it was clear, it was visible.
Yeah, it was real easy to see.
And so when it first came down, it was obviously smaller than.
Yeah.
Talk about when it
Yeah, it was just a little rope when it first, and it got bigger. And by the time it got, past our neighborhood, I'm not sure exactly how far down it got a lot bigger. So.
All right. Well, we are very thankful that you're okay, and that you said you checked on the other neighbors out here.
They seem to be okay.
Right.
Other than homeless.
Yeah. And we want to show some of the damage as well, if we can keep it here for just a second. Josh, thank you. I'm going to just walk around.
Yeah, go for it.
So as you can see, the power lines here down. There is no power out here in this area, right, Josh? That we know of. So we're still staying away from them as a precaution. But Josh, you said that was just one of your trash beds, truck beds.
Yeah, it was just a truck bed. Yeah, it took it through my actual truck and then landed it here.
But it was a couple,
it was
20, 30.
all the way back. It's probably a good 50 feet, back that direction.
Okay, so as you can see here, a truck bed that is completely flipped over here. You said 50 feet away.
At least.
The house is okay. As we can see, one of your other family members was telling me there was a tree that had fallen. But yeah, I mean, take a look. As we show you right here, the power pole is completely sideways. I'm ducking under the power lines right now as we speak. But there's so much damage. We haven't made our way over there just yet. But the east side we showed you earlier in the newscast, there was a house that there was extensive damage to that house. Firefighters were searching for anybody that was inside the house. Thankfully, no one was there. Like we said earlier, we talked with some of the firefighters who said there were, quote, a lot of injuries. But thankfully, we're not hearing about any serious injuries thus far. But still, we're here, again, just north of the YMCA here in Andover. It looks like the tornado really took just a direct path through this way.
Yeah, it just went right down this field and this guy's yard and followed the edge of the road.
And Mike, we did see some of the damage at City Hall. We saw some of the damage at the park by City Hall. Like I've been saying, it looked like a construction zone. I mean, the tornado ripped through there. Trees were completely rooted from the ground, laying on their side. I had to ask a couple of people if this was a construction zone or not because of how much the damage was. But again, thankfully, we are not hearing about any serious injuries thus far. The police still out, as I can see some. It's extensive damage out here in Andover, and thankfully, Josh, thank you for talking with us. Josh's family is okay. Everyone on this side of the west side. All your parents are good. That's good. And Mike, we're going to send it back to you, but we're still going to see get some personal stories out here tonight.
Haley, thank you. Glad he's okay. Again, just want to quickly mention before we go to Cassie, who's been tracking this in the mobile weather unit. Again, there's been a shelter set up for folks who may need it, 123 North Andover Road. Just had a viewer email me saying, surprised no one mentioned that church, that area was destroyed. Of course, in the Andover tornado, we just recognized that anniversary now more than 30 years ago. But this path, coming very close to that path, that tornado did have deaths and much more destruction, but this one plenty destructive in itself. Let's go out to Cassie Wilson, who has been tracking this, driving around just trying to get us a better picture of the path, and it's so challenging right now because it is so dark. Cassie?
Yeah, Mike, we're dealing with some really limited abilities when it comes to lighting, as you can imagine. But if you're taking a look from our mobile weather lab, you can see the power pole damage in the distance. And that's actually Haley down the block there walking back towards us after her interview. I'm just down the street here on McCandless, right on the corner of McCandless and French Court. I have Ashley Plackey here, and him and his son were in their storm sheltering in place during the event, and I'm going to have him tell us a little bit about what they were seeing and where they went.
Just about 15 minutes of warning and went down our storm shelter, and you know, like they say, you feel that like it sounds like a freight train, and it basically went through, and you come up and you don't know what you're going to see. And you know, we lucked out a little bit better than what some of our neighbors did, but we'll just have to start cleaning up.
Yeah, and I can confirm that. You know, we're looking at his house, and it seems almost untouched compared to some of the homes around. Across the street, his neighbor Rick has a workshop that we are seeing almost completely on its side here when it comes to some of the wall structures. Rick was saying, though, that they were out of town, and so none of their family were in the home or the workspace while the tornado hit, and Ashley and his son were sheltering in their tornado shelter. You were telling me a little bit about how this anniversary seemed a little eerie to you, and when you built this home, it's fairly new, you decided to put in that tornado shelter.
Yeah, I mean, live in Kansas and Andover, so it's hit once, so it hit again. I mean, 22 years and 3 days since the 91 tornado, so.
So we're going to continue to try to move around here now that Haley is back in front of the truck here. We're going to try to get some more information and try to survey some more damage, and we will keep you posted. Mike.
Cassie, thank you. Let's take a look at a map so we give you a better idea of the area we're talking about. So again, the anchor point on this map, and we've been showing it all night, is that Andover YMCA right there on Kellogg. Just to the east of Andover Road. We've heard from our chasers. They started just south of there, you know, in the Harry Street area. It goes to the north, but we know that the Andover Y was hit and sustained damage. From there, it went to the north and east and then caused more damage. But again, as we talk about the path, very similar area as we've just been talking about the anniversary of that other tornado. As we look at this map, Ross Jansen, now that he's finally done tracking as that weather begins to push out of our viewing area, Ross just now getting a good picture of some of the damage and getting to see some of this. Ross, what big takeaways from you tonight?
Well, I think what was so fascinating, and we should remind those of you watching too, we still have some severe weather out there tonight.